All right, check 1, 2. Welcome back. We're here to do it all again. All again after a big day yesterday. We're here to check out. All right, check 1, 2. Welcome back. We're here to check out today the Therapeutic Goods and Other Legislation Amendment Vaping Reforms Bill 2024 Committee Hearing Day 2 of 2. Welcome to People's Live. Let's improve vaping education. Let's get this show on the road, shall we? We'll get away a little bit early today, hey? Just a little bit early. Let's turn down a little bit. Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, it looks like I've got things in position and ready to go. Thank you for your patience there, peeps. Let's get it going. Hi and hello and welcome to People's Live. Let's improve vaping education. Yes, let me turn down the volume just a little bit just so I can hear when things are starting without too much disturbance. Welcome back to day 2 out of 2 of this therapeutic goods bill on vaping. To paraphrase, 2024, day 2. We saw quite a hell of a lot yesterday, and bear with me, I'm a bit weary from yesterday. It was a long day, and as a lot of you in the chat will appreciate, it was a long day. There was a lot to get through. There's a lot of interesting things that happened yesterday, and I think we can establish now. I think we can establish now that there's certainly not enough evidence for anyone to state the claim that vaping causes cancer. I think that's what we got out of yesterday. I don't know. At least that's what I got. Um, what did you get out of yesterday? Let me know in the chat. And welcome to all you wonderful people in the chat. Now, just a quick reminder about this one here. Hey, this worked really well yesterday, and you guys and girls in the chat were absolutely awesome yesterday. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Um, by subscribing to the channel, it really does help keep the trolls out. So it really did work well yesterday, and we were really. I mean, look, I understand there are things that are said and done that can affect us and frustrate us and stuff like that in the chat, but we kept it together yesterday. as best as we could. I think we did well under the circumstances, and I just ask for the same respect again. Look, I get it. I understand that there are things that can affect us um, quite a lot when certain things are said. I mean, after all, this is something we deserve to be passionate about, to have gone through our journey of life, or many of us at least, gone through the journey of life and managed to find a way to remain smoke free and have that ripped away from us isn't fun at all. So I get it. I get it. I absolutely get it. I absolutely also get the fact that when I woke up this morning, I checked on the submissions page for this vaping inquiry this morning, and I saw a real underrepresentation of what should be there. Um, I know that there are a lot of submissions that haven't been uploaded to this committee's website. And what that tells me, and I stand corrected if anyone knows any better from the Australian government or from any other reliable source, that when a committee hearing is wanting to ask questions and learn about a topic or a subject, they ask for submissions well and truly in advance and expect, with the expectation that they may learn something from those written submissions to a committee and that they might be able to ask some questions or call on appropriate people to answer upon those questions. Now, I'm not saying for a second that hasn't been done, but what I'm saying is it hasn't been done in a complete sense. Yes, I'm dirty a little bit. Personally, my vaping submission didn't go up, as I know at least out of 44 that I polled on Twitter, at least 44 didn't get their submission published as of yesterday, and it doesn't look like there's been much improvement today yet. So there is that. Now, bear with me a moment. I'm also side recording this stream today, and I've just bumped my laptop beside me, so bear with me 2 seconds. All right, let's just start recording on that right away, so I don't have to forget about that. One less thing to forget later. So yes, I was talking about submissions. Let me know in the chat. Have you submitted to this vaping inquiry? Has it been seen? Has it been uploaded? Yeah, let us know in the chat, or maybe if you're watching this on the replay, in the comments below. All right. So, look, firstly, without further ado, a couple of things I want to do. I'm going to read out my submission. Not straight away, I think. Um, let me just give you the quick order of events. We're going to go live over to the submission inquiry. Submission. We're going to go live over to the inquiry at Parliament House and around Australia, where those particular people or parties may be, as soon as possible at 1 p.m. sharp, or as close to that as possible, without missing a heartbeat. Um, as I have the screen open and ready to stream through as soon as they go, as soon as they get started. Okay. Now, the program for today. All right, let's have a look at this. Let's go into the split screen so I can share it with you. Um, let's close that one for the moment, and let's select that one. That's better. Let's zoom it up so you can actually read it. All right. So from the committee room, the S2S1 Parliament House, Canberra today, from 1 p.m. sharp, we will see the Australian Council, or we'll hear from the Australian Council of State School Organisations, KidSafe WA, Australian Parents Council, and we'll hear from Colin Mendelson. So he'll actually come down probably around about the 1:45, around about quarter to 2 this afternoon, Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time, of course, along with Colin Mendelson will come in at 1:45, along with Alcohol and Drug Foundation, Australian Alcohol and Other Drugs Council. At 2:15, they'll move on to the vape shop people and the vaping consumers, which brings me to another point. So that's at 2:15. Um, let's first talk about a panel of independent vaping store owners. Craig Jackman, bit of an industry legend, if you like. It'd be really, really interesting to see what he's got to say. Um, Absolutely looking forward to that. Now, my point that I really wanted to get to was out of the whole inquiry, and it's great that Matt and Justin are going to be able to speak to the inquiry today. But out of the whole inquiry, um, this is about us, the vaping consumers, guys. About us, the vaping consumers. Of course, we can't be consumers without suppliers and good vendors like the likes of the Vape Store, Vape for Life, and Flavor Hype Distribution, and others, and unfortunately others that have been shut down. But us, the vaping consumers, haven't been heard from enough. I will say that from the top. I know I need to be respectful on this stream, and I will to the broadcasting guidelines of the Australian government and Parliament. Hey, I'm allowed to have an opinion as long as I show the footage in full, is the main thing, uncut, unedited. And no advertising happens on the page, so there's no advertising happening. Um, so there is that. So yeah, I think it's that absolute raw deal. Just quietly that more vaping consumers haven't been listened to. Not only our submissions appear to not have been published. Um, I allege, I allege, but not enough of us. Definitely not an alleged. It's just definitely not been programmed to be heard on the panel. But I welcome your thoughts in the chat. Let me know what you think. 3 p.m. We're going to hear from the Police Federation of Australia. Criminologist, Professor or Dr. James Martin. Be very interesting to hear from him and what he's got to say as he studies criminology for a living and how that is relevant to vaping. Dr. Alex Wodak, yeah, and again, just an all-round, all-Australian legend. If you don't know Dr. Alex Wodak is, check out some of the other videos on this channel as well. Does some fantastic stuff for harm reduction, not only in vaping, he's done stuff for harm reduction for decades upon decades, and he's probably saved more lives through needle stick injuries and AIDS and other hard drugs in this country than the respect that he's deserved, um, that he really, really deserves. And yeah, sure, he's got an Order of an Australia behind him, but really, this is his last battle, guys. So let's get behind Alex Whiteack as he's. I know that I've spoken to him and personally, and I know that he really wants he wants to see the end of smoking before the end of Alex. So um, I dare speak for him on his behalf there. It'll be really great to hear from him. We'll go to a break at 3:45 p.m. and then from 4 p.m. we'll hear from the Australian Border Force, which will be really interesting again. And 4:45 p.m. we will hear from the Department of Health and Aged Care, and that'll be all done and dusted. What happens then? What happens then, you ask? Well, then it's up to the senators who have sat on the inquiry to put forward a report through to the Senate room and for them to put forward some recommendations based on what they've learned from the Senate committee hearing. Generally, this is how things are meant to go. They can be a little bit more complicated than that. This is the simple version. They put that forward through to the Senate in coming days or weeks for them to vote on or debate the bill further. To either vote it up, vote it down, or debate it further, all of the above, or inclusive. So that's basically what's happening from here on onwards, guys. All right. Um, I hope all that made sense. I hope all that made sense. Um, I see some good people arriving in the chat. Welcome. We're going to have a big day today. I can guarantee you that we've got a big day ahead of us today. We're going live at 1 p.m. sharp in around about 17 minutes, 17 minutes exactly. And yeah, all the action for the final day of the Senate inquiry for them to make decisions about us. About us. When I say us, I mean the vaping consumers. the concerned people, the concerned Australians who do no longer want to see, their taxes being poured down the drain uh, on solutions that just aren't working. And it's quite clear that they aren't working. Um, so, for all those concerned Australians, whether you're a vapor or not, thank you for coming to check out the stream, have a look, and subscribing to the channel, at least for today, so you can chat. And look, if you want to stay subscribed, great. If you don't, I get it, no problem, no stress, but it certainly does help with the trolling or the lack thereof. Say hello to Steve out there in the chat. I would have liked to see Steve on the committee today, but not to worry. Um, see what else you guys got to say. Um, look, I'll tell you what. Before I waste any more time, I don't want to waste any of your time. But look, what I'm going to do today. My submission didn't get published yet. Now I'm going out on a going out of my way a little bit here. Trying to find the right terminology, but essentially, you shouldn't really publish or, or talk about your submission until it's been published. Is generally the rules. Now, as I said before, there's a lot of us, including yours truly, who have had good submissions, fair submissions, at least uh, not published up till the beginning of the inquiry. Okay, there's a few more that went through yesterday. But look, I don't think that's fair cop. I don't think that's got a chance to get under the nose of all senators. And unless you actually sent a copy as well to the senators on the inquiry, and we didn't know who the senators were on the inquiry until the very last minute, and most people wouldn't know who those people would have been anyway. In saying that, I'm going out on a limb, and I'm going to read out my submission now, and whatever happens, happens. So I'll tell you what I wrote, and then we'll get going on the live, okay? I'm a former smoker for the last 8 years, thanks to the remarkable technology known as vaping. I am a voluntary harm reduction advocate with no conflicts of interest in this space. I educate the public with care and attention, focusing on the real evidence on vaping social media. Like around 1.5 million Australians who vape with or without nicotine, I have found this to be an extremely effective pathway off the smokes. When I smoked, I was clearly not doing myself any favours with my health. My doctor told me 8 years ago that due to a HRT medication conflict with smoking, if I continued it, it would be extremely likely that I would contract a severe blood clot that could likely result in a stroke or death. I mean, more so than, hey, if I was just smoking. I tried every other imaginable quit method and others. Vaping on a refillable device with an array of flavors and nicotine levels at various temperatures allowed me to self titrate and saw me 100% smoke free in just 1 week. I had stopped for up to 3 months by white knuckling it by the cold turkey method. But as stressful events in life entered, so did my unbeatable appetite for smoking cigarettes. I did notice when I did stop smoking all those sort of on those short-lived occasions, that my general health would improve. For example, my skin would look healthier, I would wheeze and cough less, and could taste food better. The same can be said for when I finally quit with vaping, for good, 8 years ago. I can now get through a lot more in life without a tight chest and the other horrible symptoms I had as a smoker. I smoked for over 25 years, and even though the stressful times over the last 8 years, I've had a few, I haven't craved a cigarette. But it shouldn't have taken this long to work out. I tried a vape out of curiosity 10 years ago, But due to not being able to legally obtain nicotine, I was turned I was turned off it for 2 years till I found a way to obtain it, be that illegally. That's right. Like many former smokers in Australia, I put my health first ahead of the law. When a law makes extremely dangerous and deadly smoking products easier to access ahead of being able to quit smoking, the world's most popular and most effective quit method that has never, ever caused an evidenced death or deadly disease in what is literally a life or death decision, vaping won out. I understand that due to a lack of sensible and risk proportionate regulations with the emergence of vaping over recent years, the black market has taken a dominant position in the vaping space, now supplying 92% of the vaping market. The black market doesn't discriminate who or at what age they sell to. Hence, Australia sees youths getting their hands on vaping products that are essentially an adult consumer product. It's not a recreational or therapeutic product. It's a consumer product. We don't call sugar free drinks a therapeutic or a recreational product for sugar filled drinks, do we? So, from the outset, it's important that this bill is in context. The bill in question here, as I understand it, aims to remove as many vaping products from the market as possible, including removing the advertising of them while only allowing limited access to adults who can quit via smoking, who can't quit smoking via other methods. The main reasons appear to be one, protect youth access, two, prevent the youth gateway to smoking, three, prevent big tobacco from hooking a whole new generation to nicotine. Currently, daily vaping of youths is around 3.6%, and it appears that this has been sparked by a rebellious interest. Government funded programs that include telling youths how to buy vapes, where to buy them, and how to use them have no doubts helped to get more teens vaping. And I included a link, which I might put on the channel later, and I've spread around many areas before, to a program where it has about a 10 to 12 minute video of exactly what I'm talking about, where it shows use. And it was actually, that program started a couple of years ago before vape started taking off with use in Australia, where they were teaching them where and how to buy them. The gateway effect from vaping to smoking doesn't make sense. While I understand it is well known that youths are likely to try things and experiment, and there may be a small amount of correlation, also known as common liability, there is no legitimate evidence of causation of vaping leading to smoking. Smoking rates by 14 to 17-year-olds plummeted 53% from 1.9% to 0.9% in the latest 2023 AIHW survey. Big Tobacco supplied vaping products in Australia. Let me start that one again. Big Tobacco supplied vaping products in Australia are non existent outside of a prescription setting. And as much as I understand that Big Tobacco have done awful things and legally sell more deadly products than any other company on earth, they are non existent among the massive black market supply chain. This bill condemns access to far safer nicotine products to adults and youth. Why are we banning adults as well as youths? I agree there is no need for never smoking youths to be accessing vaping products, but the regulation settings right now doesn't help. As seen in the alcohol industry, licensed retailers are the most effective strategy. As a vapor who has tried the legal pathway of obtaining a prescription for a vape from a chemist that is manufactured by a company with links big tobacco. I can tell you firsthand, it's ineffective and it's rubbish. I was prescribed a product that has a 30 times higher nicotine level than what I normally use, in an unpleasant medicinal mint flavor that not even a budget toothpaste brand would use in a device that makes it impossible to self titrate and pops and hisses like it could blow up at any second. Based on this bill, I have choices: legally smoke and die sooner than most with smokers due to a medication conflict, persist with a useless prescription vape that may just lead me back to smoking, or break the law by using the products that have kept me from smoking for the last 8 years, or leave the country that I was born in and I love. All because my taxes have gone to non government organisations who ridiculously exaggerate vaping harms and have put the government in moral panic while parroting the parascience of those who cost the government hundreds of millions of dollars in poor public health messaging. I thank the committee for this opportunity to finally be heard by all stakeholders. It's been challenging seeing only one side of the story being told, as there is another whole group of legitimate science experts, doctors, and vapers who have been not only ignored but also blocked by the health minister and his non government organisation advisors and colleagues during this whole process. Former smokers, like me, should never be condemned from participating in this extremely important bill process, and it shouldn't get to this point to inform the House that this is happening. Yet here we are. I, along with 28,679 others who signed the petition, are calling for the repeal of this bill. There was 28,679 of us who signed a petition to repeal this bill. We haven't heard back from that yet. I not only condemn this bill, I suggest a royal commission into the funding of public health information regarding vaping in this country. As I allege, there is a lot bigger racket happening that has not only wasted taxpayers' money, it has deliberately misinformed the public and doctors, causing unnecessary moral panic about vaping in Australia. Regards, Pippa Star. There you go, guys. It's out there. It's in the open now, and a good gap filler, as we've only got about 3 or 4 minutes before they get going. What do you think, guys? That I covered what the best that I could. I thought there was a worthy submission, and I think everybody's voice needs to be heard. And I guess this is why I have, in the last few weeks, sort of come to this situation where I'm just like, no, I need to help provide you guys, the consumers, a voice in this country, because we need a voice. We need voices, collective. I want to try and help bring us together so that our voices can be heard. Little snippets of information, all brought in on the same page, giving a louder message so that our smaller voices aren't overrun or overbeared with misinformation. I hope that makes sense. So this is why I'm now keen as with the website pipperslive.com, which I'm working on. I understand I've still got to do some stuff, but there's some good quit stories I've got up there in the last couple of weeks um, through the Let's Improve Vaping Education program. And I've got lots more initiatives that I want to roll out in the coming weeks and months. So stay tuned. Stay tuned. Um, all right. So thank you, Master Machine Records. I think I know why they haven't published your submission. You are right over the target. All right. With that said, done. I need to have a little sip of water. let's stay hydrated throughout the day. It's going to be probably a bit of a long afternoon with all sorts of guests. But I dare say the most stressful guests, if I can say that, are probably out of the way. They were yesterday, but I think we're going to be hearing from the schools this morning. So it'll be interesting to see what they've got to say. I know I've spoken to a lot of teachers, including teachers that have been punished for vaping, literally sent off to other schools, just done quietly in the background. Um, it happens, guys. So it'll be very, very interesting to hear what they've got to say. Um, thank you, Mish. Yep. Um, thank you, Tom. Thank you, Tom. And I hope they do. I hope they do publish it. I really do. I'd like to at least have it on record, so that for the years to come, because this isn't the first inquiry. This, I think, the third inquiry at least since I've been vaping over the last 8 years, and it's good to know that you've at least you haven't gone down without a fight. You haven't gone down without a fight. For your right to remain smoke free, and not only for your own right, but for those smokers that haven't had a chance to um, get a hold of the technology and its benefits as well. Just going to turn up the volume a little bit in the background because we're getting very, very close to time. As soon as they get rolling, I will flick straight off the screen and go straight to a blue screen. Okay, guys? So it shan't be long. Thank you so much for tuning in here on Pippers Live on YouTube. Awesome to have your company as we go through day two of this committee hearing. I feel like I need to have a little vape. Oops. Oops. I don't think that one was from the chemist. I'll better use this one. Did you hear that? That popped. Anyway. So there's that. There's that. Alright. So look, it's 1 PM. Looks like this would be about the time. I'm not going to play around because I don't want to stuff up anything. I want to keep things nice and simple. I'm going to go straight over to the screen here. And looks like they're about to go live anyway. We've just turned off the music there, and then I'll turn off my microphone as soon as we've gone live. So just waiting for Parliament House to switch on their cameras and get going with things now. All right. Stay strong, everyone, says Kim. That's fair enough. Yeah, here to help each other. If anyone is a little bit put off maybe by some things they're hearing or maybe going through something, just understand we're all here to help. You need to reach out. You can reach out and email me at pipperslive@gmail.com. I'll try and respond as soon as I can. But remembering there are really good people and services I have taken advantage of and had positive results from, like Lifeline, 13, 11, 14, and these type of things. Well, sometimes you just need to step away and clear the air, don't we? So, still standing by and waiting for some pictures to come through from Parliament House in Canberra. And the various senators that are often streaming in from around Australia and even sometimes overseas, but predominantly for this one around Australia. Doesn't look like we're getting any closer yet. All right, double checking, got all the settings right, making sure you're getting it live as possible from Parliament House.
I declare open this hearing of the Senate Community Affairs Legislation Committee's inquiry into the Therapeutic Goods and Other Legislation Amendment, Vaping Reforms Bill 2024. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today. For me, I'm chairing this meeting from Adelaide, the land of the Kaurna people, and I would also like to extend that respect that we pay to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here today participating in the committee's work as well. The committee will be conducting today's hearing via video conference and in person. My name is Senator Marielle Smith. I'm the chair of this committee, and I'm joined at the moment by Senator Ross Cadell. Other senators joining us today will include Senators Steele John, Pratt, Kovacic, Urquhart, Roberts and Canavan via video conference. These are public proceedings being video streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. In accordance with Australia's obligations under the World Health Organisation Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, the committee will decline any requests for witnesses to be heard in camera. In accordance with the same obligations, we will also be asking all witnesses to declare their interests in regards to the tobacco and vaping industries. I now would like to welcome representatives from the Australian Council of State School Organisations, KidSafe WA and the Australian Parents Council. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you all. For the Hansard record, I'm going to ask each of you to please state your full names and the capacity in which you're appearing today. We'll go in the order that I introduced you, starting with the Australian Council of State School Organisations.
Thank you. My name's Damien Elwood. I'm the president of ACSO. I've got Diane Giblin here. Sorry.
My name's Diane Giblin and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of ACSO.
Thank you. From KidSafe WA?
I'm Scott Phillips. I'm the CEO of KidSafe WA.
Thank you. And finally, from the Australian Parents Council?
I'm Jennifer Branch Allen and I'm APC's president.
Great, thank you and welcome to you all. I thank you as well for those who submitted their declarations of conflicts of interest. I'm now going to ask you to make those declarations once more for the purposes of the Hansard. So if I could get a yes or no answer for each of you in response to this question. Have you or your organisation received any support, whether financial or non-financial, direct or indirect, from any parties involved in the production, distribution or sale of tobacco, nicotine or vaping products?
No.
No.
Great, thank you very much. I'd now like to invite you each to make a brief opening statement if you wish to do so, and at the conclusion of your remarks I'll be passing the call to senators for questions. So we'll stick to the same order in the room there in Canberra.
Okay, thank you. ACSO advocates and provides a voice for families of 2.53 million students in our government schools. Our paramount concern is the alarming rise of vaping among the youth. Recent discussions with parents have revealed the normalisation of vaping, even within school communities. Innovations now disguise vaping devices as everyday items, making them concealable by children. So, for example, you can buy vapes that look like stationery. Current restrictions, including limiting sales of vapes to those over 18, have failed to curb youth usage. At the end of last year, we undertook a survey, and those surveys findings indicate that parents are seeking information about vaping and the risks through many channels, but feel ill-equipped to discuss vaping with their children, including because information is fragmented. Parents are overwhelmingly concerned about the health and welfare of their children, and if they are vaping, about those health and welfare concerns. Despite government funding for information provision, families lack the tools for confident conversations. While we advocate for stricter regulations on the supply of vapes, including a potential ban, we also advocate, and those restrictions are on the supply side, we stress the importance of public health campaigns to reduce the demand among youth. While educational resources, particularly animations, engage younger students, authentic narratives based on lived experience of the negative health effects resonate more with teens. Although vaping has therapeutic applications under medical supervision, its aggressive marketing, flavouring and packaging attracts widespread use by youth. Further innovations in nicotine products like nicotine microtabs that people put underneath their tongues are also of concern. Families are concerned about the chemicals in vapes and other similar products and their long-term health effects on their children. Efforts to disseminate information about vaping and the risks have fallen short. ACSO advocates for comprehensive public awareness campaigns and support for schools and families to engage youth on the dangers of vaping. In conclusion, we emphasise education and support over punitive measures. We call for urgent legislative action to safeguard the well-being of the next generation from vaping. We support significant further restrictions on the supply of vaping products to minors, combined with measures to reduce the demand of vapes, including the restriction of marketing and flavours targeted at minors and appropriate health and education campaigns. Thank you.
Mr. Phillips.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this bill. Firstly, KidSafe WA is in strong support of this vaping reforms amendment. This bill will put an end to the youth vaping epidemic by closing loopholes and boosting enforcement by preserving access to therapeutic vapes for those trying to quit smoking. I represent KidSafe WA, but KidSafe WA is part of a broader network of KidSafe and child injury prevention organisations around Australia and the world, but we also sit within the health promotion group within Western Australia looking at e-cigarettes and how they are affecting our youth. From a KidSafe point of view, we're the leading independent not-for-profit organisation dedicated to promoting safety and preventing childhood injuries and accidents in Western Australia. Injuries are the leading cause of death in Australian children aged 1 to 14 and account for nearly half of all deaths in that age group. Many of these deaths and injuries can be prevented, so we work in the community by educating families, carers and children on keeping themselves safe. More broadly, our interest here is in this proliferation of products that have come into the market. We're aware that in 2022-23, a third of secondary school students 12 to 17 have tried a vape. We're aware that one vaping device can hold up to the same nicotine as 50 cigarettes. And we're also aware that young people that vape and try vaping are 3 times more likely to then go on to cigarettes. Specifically from a KidSafe point of view and an injury prevention point of view, the proliferation of these unregulated devices into the market have raised some concerns, particularly for younger children, around nicotine poisoning. We're very aware that nicotine is a very toxic chemical for children, and we're also aware that it can be inhaled, absorbed or ingested. Small amounts of high levels of nicotine can have major effects on the child. More specifically on that, in WA, between 2021 and 2022, we saw a 40% increase in e-cigarette exposure calls to our Poisons Information Service. Alarmingly, 124% increase was for toddlers, so children under 5, and over a 5-year period between 2017 and 2024, we saw a 350% increase in calls due to exposure to e-cigarettes. More specifically, and last week, we saw a report from South Australia that showed a similar thing from their Poisons Information with a 47% increase in exposure to nicotine. 85% of that was to children under 5, and 60% specifically of that was due to e-cigarettes. We advocate for more control and more education to the parents of Australia on specifically regulating these products and making sure that we're disposing and storing them well, and at the same time making sure that we do preserve the therapeutic nature of trying to quit smoking with them also.
Thank you very much. Ms Branch-Allen.
Thank you, and I thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak today and acknowledge the comments made by my colleagues already. The Australian Parents Council's stance on young people vaping is explicit. We believe that vaping is causing harm to our young people, and we do support strong measures being put in place to protect our children. It's understood that that with child and adolescent health, we must discourage vaping amongst young people. The potential health risks, as outlined by my colleague in KidSafe Western Australia, associated with nicotine addiction and other harmful substances found in vaping. The Australian Parents Council welcomes the Minister's announcement, and the bill proposes prohibiting the importation of domestic products, distribution, advertisement and disposal, and we too agree that more information needs to be provided to families so that they can make appropriate decisions around how to support their children with vaping. We know that in June 2018 in Victoria, an 18-month-old died from following the ingestion of high concentration of liquid nicotine. So we know there is a potential to kill our young people. We want to ensure that every effort is taken to prevent these tragedies from happening in the future. When we talk to parents in schools, they say it's a problem. They say it's happening in our schools. We talk to teachers, they say it's happening in our schools. We must stop this. It is really, really having an impact on our children. Parents, as you said, are contacting places like the Poisons Information Hotline to get support, but is that enough? And what about those parents that don't know what to do in case of nicotine poisoning? From the Australian Parents Council's point of view, we are at a crisis point and we support the government taking measures to stop this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to move to questions for senators. Senators, I'll give you a nudge at about 4 minutes to try and make sure we can all get our questions in, but I'll go Senator Urquhart, Kovacic, Steele-John, Smith, Cadell, Pratt. So Senator Urquhart.
Thank you very much, and thanks to the witnesses for coming along today. I'll just throw this out. I don't mind if whoever wants to have a go at answering them can do that. We are limited for time, so unless you've got something different to say, it'd be good just to have one contributor. Can you outline to me what's happening on the ground in schools when it actually comes to vaping?
New South Wales has a fairly strong presence of it in their curriculum, and many of the other states are just beginning to do that. There needs to be an upsurge of professional learning for teachers because often young people go to them first, and if the teachers are not knowing or not understanding, young people will go to their other sources, which is usually social media, and algorithms will point them to the wrong responses.
Jenny Branch-Allen, APC. We're also hearing from within schools behavioural problems. So children are vaping and it can be causing disruption within the school, lack of them taking instructions from their teachers, and so that in itself is an issue as well.
Yeah. Okay. Can you tell me what impact vaping's having on teaching and learning within the school system?
I think it's creating a strong disruption. Teachers are struggling to stop children from vaping, both in classrooms and playgrounds and public spaces. I think some children are doing it for different reasons. Some people are using it as a way to manage stress and maybe difficulties in various environments. And it's not a very healthy sort of coping mechanism. There would be benefits in having alternative supports for students to help them manage their stress. It's becoming normalised. I think some statistics that were mentioned before: 1 in 7 young people at 14 to 17 are vaping. I think that's significantly higher in some cohorts. And it's becoming normalised in populations you might not expect. So I recently went to a soccer game. People that were coming off the soccer field weren't reaching for their water, they were reaching for their vape. So it's becoming normalised in youth populations in a way that I find surprising, I guess.
And how old would those students have been on the soccer field?
Maybe 16, 17.
Yeah, right. We've heard stories of principals having to lock school bathrooms up due to the high level of vaping that's occurring in there. Obviously, students go and sort of hide or whatever in the bathrooms. What are some of the measures that schools have had to take in the absence of broader reforms?
And speaking, being based in Tasmania, we know that happened in Tasmania and it caused a lot of outcry within the community. So there was a lack of understanding why the school had taken that precaution. And so there was that lack of understanding from the wider community to, I think, the depth of the trouble of vaping in schools. And I know we're focusing on a particular age group here, but let's be mindful that younger children are starting to vape as well. And this is an addictive product. And when you are addicted to something, coming off of it is very, very difficult. So yes, it's happening to an older group, but there are younger children being exposed to it as well. And the measures that schools are having to take, I think, is because there's not enough support or understanding or training for teachers to deal with these situations. And the complexity of that is we already have schools that are struggling with disciplinary issues within their classrooms.
Absolutely. Mr. Phillips, maybe if I can pose this to you, can you talk to me about what other impacts is vaping having on young people socially, in their families, etc., that sort of flow-on effect? Can you talk about that from your perspective from KidSafe?
From our perspective, and also as part of a broader health promotion community, just to even jump back a little bit to what you said before, we know that teenagers become more rapidly addicted to nicotine. We know that it harms their brain development in a time when their brain's developing up until 25. And the effects it may have, particularly in the school setting, is it can affect parts of the brain that control motor control, learning, attention, memory, and mood. So anecdotally, we hear from families about the mood and that behavioural issue of children. And again, backing up what we heard before, just enough information for parents to be able to deal with these situations in their home and in the school setting where these vapes seem to be widely available.
So just on that, my final question, if I can just wrap up very quickly, what kind of supports are both schools having to provide to students who are vaping and their families, obviously, as well?
There has been some resources produced, but what we've noted is that it's been in an animated form, so it's not really reaching out to the more teens of the group, possibly to the younger age group, but not to the groups that we really see a high surgence of vapes. The other thing is, of course, that we don't want this to be something that becomes a disciplinary issue, so that rather than being a punitive measure of suspending young people or we want to be able to equip all those people that support young people with a long-term motion to quit the vaping. The issue, I suppose, was that originally vaping came out and was known as the alternate to smoking or the way to stop smoking and not as harmful as smoking, and I don't think that message has been changed clear enough for young people to understand.
This is an opportunity where the community must work in partnership with the schools. So parents and schools need to work together to achieve the outcome that we want, because we've got parents with very little understanding in some cases around this as well. So this has to be, not just one focus, but it has to be everyone working together if we're going to achieve a change.
Lovely. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Kovacic.
Thank you, everyone, for your evidence this morning. And I'm trying to think through some of the things that you are seeing here, and I'd be really interested in your insights, particularly in what we just heard about, vaping being a safe, transition for smokers away, but now it's been normalised as something for children to do, which it's not safe for children to do. There's a big difference between it being a smoking cessation tool versus being a social thing that appears to be happening with children. What are your insights that you can share as to what are the initial triggers? Why are children initially starting to vape? And obviously there's a view that these vapes don't have nicotine, but they clearly do, and they become addicted. So what is that timeline? What is that cycle like? And what are you seeing about how it progresses?
Our survey gave a number of responses to that, and the first one was the curiosity and the peer support. I think the flavouring and the packaging is far more attractive to young people than cigarette smoking, and of course the myth that it's not as dangerous as smoking, so it's seen as an alternative. We also have, and we know that over the past few years, the anxiety levels in young people have risen considerably, and there is a lot of mental health illness out there in our young people through stress, through anxiety, through cost of living, through all the pressures that we as adults are also taking into our own minds. And I think it's often been that known thing that smoking was the relaxant. So I suppose all those other messages that have accumulated, along with the curiosity, the flavours and the packaging, came fairly clearly through our survey last year as to why young people are attracted to smoking.
I guess the other factor is that it's cheap and readily available to young people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the accessibility of it is a clear reason why it's being used. Have you guys got any insights on why none of the state legislation in terms of banning its sale has worked? So obviously you're not meant to be selling these things to kids, but clearly, we have some 1.3 million vape users across the country.
Well, we do know that older siblings and that will buy them and give them to younger people, so that can be an issue. That's been identified. We know that some children just pick them up because they're laying around their home, and that's how they get access to them. So I think, it's like if we look back to when smoking was around and when we were young people, my mother was a smoker, and I know if there was something in the house, I might want to experiment with that. Children haven't changed that much, and this is another thing that with peer pressure, with just the right of growing up is there and it's available.
Just to add to that, that we also, I agree with those comments, but we also have a border control issue here where these things can be bought online, and obviously not every package that comes into this country is checked. And our young people are very good at that e-commerce side of it and getting access to these cheap vapes, and that's how they're flooding the community.
Mm. So effectively, we may still have a challenge even if we ban the sale of kids jumping online and actually purchasing these with their Visa debit card, and it turns up in the post anyway.
We need that two-pronged
border control. Sorry.
My other question, and this is for everyone, I'm curious as to what your thoughts would be as to what you would consider to be a measure of success of this legislation. Is it a stabilisation in the rates of uptake? Is it a reduction in the use particularly by children of, say, 10, 20 or 30%? Or is it purely the fact that you can't go down to the, tobacconist or the whatever it is and buy a vape at all?
Young people shouldn't be vaping at all.
Sorry.
Young people shouldn't be vaping outside of medical recommendations. I don't think there's any reason why a young person should be vaping.
I agree, but we obviously have a lot who are vaping. I'm trying to get an understanding of what your view is of what we would see, what you would like to see to say that this legislation has been successful.
I hope with the success of this legislation, if it was going to go through, that it's the other things that might happen around it, which is raising that awareness, which is providing public campaigns that show the importance of making sure that our young people aren't vaping, showing what other things happen, like the poisoning and the amount of nicotine. So sometimes, you know, the legislation is really important, but it's got to be wrapped around with other things that highlight the dangers to young people and their families.
And I agree with that. And I think some harmonisation and some consistency of legislation across the country is really important. So having that federal lead is really important. I also think that although regulation is the last step in health promotion, there needs to be clear reasons to not be selling these to children and clear penalties for it. And basically a little bit more border control as much as we can along. The catch here will be the education piece to families and to the community that's consistent and shows, you know what's happening with this vaping epidemic.
And I pass the call to Senator Steele, John.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks.
Can I just add one thing? I understand that there's a Generation Vape study that was, and I've seen some articles about that, and it talks about how young people are getting access to vapes. So that might be informative for the committee to reach out to them.
Senator Steele, John.
Thanks very much, Chair. First of all, to the Australian Council of State School Organisations, have there been difficulties reported by teachers who have been required to act as enforcers? And if so, what are some of the difficulties that have been communicated to you in trying to enforce or remove vapes from children?
Well, I think there's always a difficulty in enforcing anything and making it punitive. So teachers have, closed toilets. They've, stood outside of school bathrooms to ensure that, whenever they smell the waft of raspberry mint, I think I've heard is a lovely flavour to smell, they've had to go in. But this then causes a conflict because the punitive and taking away of is actually creates a negative relationship. And I think that the importance of being able to educate and rehabilitate is a much better way to do that. So we need to make sure that all teachers have that tool in their kit, as opposed to sometimes and I won't say it's a more experienced teacher, it could be any teacher will move down that punitive line like they did with smoking when I was at school. Any child caught smoking was suspended, but there was nothing that followed that. The consequence didn't match the action. We didn't assist that young person to quit that particular habit. So that's where the difficulty lies, because there's not enough information out there. We haven't equipped our teachers with that yet. We have sent some nice, colourful, animated resources, but that's not enough. And we know that schools are not the only place that need to take this. It needs to be the wraparound services of the community that Jen spoke about. But it's important that it's a high-rise community awareness, like we have done with smoking. I mean, now there's quite a huge awareness of the effects of smoking, and I think we can move down that line, but making sure that we're not punitive and aggressive with young people about this.
And so in that context, do you see any value in charging individuals with possession?
Young people?
Yes, students, I should say, yes.
Well, I don't think we have an answer for that, but a personal opinion would be, no, there's no benefit in it whatsoever. That the place would be where they got it from. The supplier is the issue there. The young person needs to have that support and that understanding and assistance with quitting. They need to be aware that they shouldn't have it on the school grounds and all those sorts of other things that we have, but charging someone is not going to change the issue for the young person.
I think that interesting conversation developed in Australia this week about what do children know and around discipline, and what if they don't know, how do they know? So I think in a way we have to show children that in life there can be consequences for things that you choose to do. And it's some of the debate this week was about, should we line students up and walk them all off and sit in desks behind chairs and so forth. But we have to provide young people with some sort of clarification and understanding about what their responsibilities are. Now, punitive ways to do that have been shown not to work, but we have to provide them with clear boundaries about what is and is not acceptable.
Okay, and to KidSafe WA, the issue of children who have been exposed to nicotine and e-cigarettes is highly concerning. How many families have reached out to you for assistance in relation to e-cigarettes?
We've had to add this to every workshop. So we run workshops from antenatal classes all the way through to grandparents. And we've needed to raise this issue. One of the problems we're having is that the messaging going to our children is also going to young parents. And so we have a number of young parents in our cohorts who are they're the highest users of vapes. So trying to get the message over to the parent plus then down to the child is the concerning thing for us. This is something that's exploded into the community. We're using our normal messaging of easy ways that you can avoid injury to put this to our parent groups. Our biggest concerns here are the poisoning risk of young toddlers who aren't using the vapes, but they're being left around, they're not being stored properly. We've got nicotine being stored in the house, and just raising that awareness with parents, new parents, older parents, and all the way through to grandparents.
Senator Steele-John, at this point, I just need to rotate the call. I'm going to stick with you, Mr. Phillips. It's not just nicotine, which is the safety risk here for kids as well. It's things like bud and batteries contained in vapes too. Is that correct?
Yes, well, we're also very concerned, and we're watching this area, but across most products now we're seeing the proliferation of batteries too, and I think the campaigning over the last few years, everyone will understand the risk of ingesting button batteries. The fact that these products are disposable, there's a real risk of an ingestion burn, but we're also seeing many reports of the disposal of all types of batteries, from e-scooters all the way through to vapes, causing fires and burns to people. So we're tracking that area very closely. The poisoning stuff is coming out of the background, but we're starting to see people putting things like vapes in their pocket that are probably not the best quality battery, causing burns, and also the way they're disposed of in the house. Lithium-ion batteries, when they're crushed, can catch on fire.
But then presumably if the vapes on the market are now therapeutic products, they'll have to abide by Australian safety standards, including the new code on bud and batteries regarding the protection of those compartments. Is that correct?
I'm not 100% sure about that, but I would assume that that was correct. It's the disposable ones that we worry about the most. And
not the
versions coming into the market and how they're disposed of.
Either yourself or others are just hoping you can speak to the impacts of nicotine on developing young people, not just physically, but in terms of their mental health and well-being.
Myself, I can't speak to the mental health part of it, but we know that the developing brain, some of the synapses there are nicotine to get to that, particularly in teenagers when they're learning and growing. We know that there is, I've read studies saying there's anxiety and mood changes connected to that. Our biggest problem with nicotine, and particularly toddlers, where we're seeing these huge increases of their exposure to this, these e-liquids, is that nicotine, very low levels of nicotine can cause catastrophic results on a child. And nicotine is a poison that doesn't have to be ingested, but it can be absorbed through the skin, or it can be inhaled. And that can cause anything from hospitalisation due to grumpiness and drowsiness all the way through to a coma. These e-liquids are at high concentrations within these, so even more than a cigarette, they're at very high concentration. So a broken implement, a refilling, and Jenny has already spoken about, we had a 18-month-old who ingested a small amount of a nicotine from a refill, and that was part of a coroner's inquiry in 2018.
Perhaps the other witnesses might have something to add. We had evidence yesterday around young people consuming vapes, often not knowing they contain nicotine, because they're not meant to if they're on the market, and then developing these nicotine addictions and the impact of that on their mental and physical health, including with things like anxiety. Is there anything you would like to contribute to that debate, or is that something you're aware of or are seeing in young people?
Definitely aware of it, and as you know, that there's a rise in the diagnoses of young people that are neurodiverse, and many of those young people are easily form into an addiction, and that's an unsafe space to be working in.
Thank you. I'm going to share the call. Senator Cadell, did you have questions?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I'm sorry to everyone else here. We've got very limited time, and I want to stay on some WA stuff if I can, because I'm from the Hunter Valley on the coast in Newcastle. I can't get further away than WA if I tried. What has happened in WA is they've made the sale of all vapes illegal with state legislation, don't they? Nicotine and non-nicotine vapes already.
Yes.
So what effect has that had on youth vaping there? Which I noticed you talk about border control. I imagine state border control, as long as Australian border control on this legislation is bad. Has youth vaping dropped already, or is it still a problem?
I think it's still a problem. I think this legislation implementation probably hasn't run long enough for those stats to come through. I couldn't answer that question personally.
There's an article in the West Australian, Tuesday the 6th of February, that lists that vape stores are still operating in Fremantle. There's 2 vape stores operating within 200 metres of a school still. Have you seen any enforcement to enforce these laws to stop people selling vapes?
Again, I think this comes down to the capacity to do that enforcement. Quite often it is what resources are there to do that. So I'm aware that there are enforcement around, but specifically for those 2 situations, I couldn't answer that.
That article all goes on. They went to specific stores and asked for berry-flavoured product containing nicotine and were successful in 8 stores. And separately, a Notre Dame University study found that 9 in 10 vape shops in Perth are within 1 kilometre from schools. This is despite having prohibition laws on sale of vape, isn't it?
Correct.
So what are the differences between a state law that gives prohibition to the sale of all vapes? Other than border control, you have these things in place and they aren't being enforced. What happens when crime gangs, who are responsible for illegal import and sale of all of these products to our kids, what happens when they decide they won't abide by these laws in Australia? We've heard about going online. You know, it's far more easy now, and I know we're not talking about dark webs, we're talking about anything. What happens in Western Australia when this hasn't worked there? What happens if it doesn't work in Australia and we just move it online and kids still get access? What does success look like?
I think success looks like, and I will take all of that on notice. I can't speak for the regulators in Western Australia, but what I will say is we've heard today a number of times the way to bring the community along is through consistent education and not trying to always trying to go after the offender and making sure that we have enough consistent messaging in the community that people actually know what this problem is, and we try to work from all angles. Regulation is normally the last step in these things. We saw that with pool fencing many years ago, but sometimes we need to put that regulation in at the end to make sure that it happens. But the education piece is the most important part here, and making sure that we don't just have a legislation change here, that we have a lot of resourcing put around it to make sure that all parts of the community understand the dangers of this vaping epidemic.
That was the evidence from yesterday, and I'll open it up now. This is a supply side piece of legislation. Going steps to fix the demand side is still not mature enough, still not there. We spent $63 million. Western Australia's shown the model. We can put the laws in. For a law to work, it has to be enforceable. We're not seeing that. What do we do on the demand side to help kids? I know pokies are bad, but I still have a slap every now and then, even though I know they're bad. If I'm an adult, I actually don't mind if you go and get a vape. What do I do to keep vapes? Kids don't want them. What can I do? What can we spend to make sure they don't want them?
So, consistent with what we've said before and what others have said, we definitely need both supply and demand side restrictions on the supply side, but affect the demand side as well. So the products are highly attractive to young people. The flavours, the colours very much appeal to young people. Some of the new products that are coming out, like the vapes that look like stationery, they're specifically for children to hide the products from their teachers and from their adults.
I heard asthma puffer yesterday.
Right, okay, that's terrifying. I think the supply and demand angles both need to work together. I think it's a public education campaign and arming families, leaders in the community, teachers and principals, the gamut of people who have influence with young people, giving them the information about the dangers, having the research and the science readily available. And this, as has been said before, vaping has become predominant or normalised very, very rapidly in sort of 2 years, 18 months. The numbers of young people who have taken up vaping has increased dramatically. The science and the evidence will increase through time, and I'm sure you're getting other people to talk about the science. Regularly updating the information that's available and then making sure it's readily consumable by those leaders, by the community, by families, so that we can talk to our children.
Thanks.
I think it's very sad that I've looked at the news over the last couple of weeks around what's actually happening in education systems across Australia. But I think it is paramount that we as adults take responsibility and lead by example for children. We have to show that we can demonstrate to our young people what is good and what is bad, what is right, what is wrong. And I don't think we in Australia are putting enough effort in general as people to set good examples for our students. I think by setting this legislation showing that vaping is harmful, we must educate parents, the general community and children to go in a better direction.
Senator Cadell, Senator Steele-John's asked for a couple more questions. Are you happy for me to pass the call? Did you want to place one more?
No, Chair, that's fine.
Thank you. Senator Steele-John.
Thanks very much, Chair. And thank you for giving me the call again. I'll be very brief. Just wanting to ask of the Australian Council of State School Organisations, just to clarify a piece of evidence you gave earlier. What supports do schools and teachers require from the federal government, in your view, to assist children to quit e-cigarettes?
Probably targeted, well-rounded information to arm teachers, principals, school leaders and families. Our survey indicated that most families are concerned about the health effects of vaping. The parents, the carers have indicated that they are seeking information from a whole range of sources, but they are not confident about talking to young people about the risks and the issues around vaping. So it's like they really need that information. It needs to be targeted. For teens, they probably need first-person examples of where things have gone wrong with vaping, the health effects that that are coming forward, so that people can relate to someone of their age and the impacts it's having on them.
Is that the same for parents? From the view of the Australian Council for Parents, is the same supports needed
there needs to be
Absolutely.
clarity around some clear clarity around the effects. We don't have long-term effects yet because we're not in that longitudinal study as yet, but we know that we can relate it back to smoking. Some people have said that the actual term vaping takes it away from the danger of smoking. So going back to calling it e-cigarettes is probably a minor thing, a nomenclature thing, but it does actually have some form of effect. And the actual legislation, I think, sends a very strong message that the country is serious about this for the youth of our nation.
And finally, for KidSafe WA, how old is the youngest child you've encountered in your work who has been exposed to nicotine or e-cigarettes, either accidentally or deliberately?
I spoke about the little girl that died in Victoria. She was 18 months old. So children in the first 2 years of life.
In the first 2 years of life?
Well, if it was exposure to nicotine, in that case, the mother was refilling a 3 years of nicotine and walked away. And the child ingested that. So children watch their parents, and if we put something in their mouth, they think that is safe. So they will copy, and that's how they learn. So the fact that we may not be storing these things properly, we hear of people buying 5-litre tins of refill that come across the border, and after a while they're not using it anymore, and they just put it somewhere in the house. Might go down the drain, but it's somewhere stored. And so from a KidSafe point of view, we already have enough poisoning problems with the poor storage of cleaning fluids and other things within the house. Nicotine is very toxic.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your evidence.
Thank you, Senator Steele-John. Senator Pratt, are you there? Senator Pratt just asked me to put a question to you, an extension to Senator Steele-John's, around what support teachers specifically might need when they're confiscating products that children have developed an addiction to, and whether or not this is escalating conflict between students and teachers in the classroom.
Di, you can jump in if you like. So there's like the action of taking the product away, but if that is a support for the child, further action to support the child get off an addictive product is important, and those wraparound services aren't readily available.
Yeah,
thank you very much. Did you want to answer?
I was just going to say that they possibly need not so much a script, but some dialogue around it that's not softens it by any chance, but allows that removal to not be as confronting, but the child to be seen that they're actually getting support.
Thank you. Thank you all for your evidence today. If you have taken anything on notice, we're asking for responses by close of business Monday. That's because we're reporting to the Senate on the 8th of May. But thank you very much. You're welcome to log off now. And I would now like to welcome Dr. Colin Mendelsohn, representatives from the Alcohol and Drug Foundation and from the Australian Alcohol and Other Drugs Council. Thank you all for appearing before the committee today. For the Hansard record, could I ask you each to please state your full names and the capacity in which you're appearing today? And we'll start with Dr. Mendelsohn. Doctor, I don't have your audio.
Okay, is that better? I'm Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. I'm a retired medical practitioner. I've had a special interest in tobacco treatment for over 40 years. I was on the committee that develops the College of GP national guidelines for smoking. I was a conjoint professor at the University of New South Wales in Public Health, and I'm the founding chairman of the Australian Tobacco Harm Reduction Association.
Thank you. From the Foundation?
Hi, I'm Dr. Erin Layla. I'm the CEO of the Alcohol and Drug Foundation, and with me is...
I'm Robert Taylor, the Policy and Engagement Manager.
Thank you. And from the Council?
Hi, my name's Melanie Walker. I'm the CEO of the Australian Alcohol and Other Drugs Council, and this is my colleague.
James Dunn, Policy and Projects Coordinator.
Thank you very much. I also thank you for submitting information regarding conflicts of interest. I now need to ask you to make those once more for the purpose of the Hansard record. The question I'm seeking you to answer is, have you or your organisation received any support, whether financial or non-financial, direct or indirect, from any parties involved in the production, distribution or sale of tobacco, nicotine or vaping products? And if you have, please provide details of that support, including the nature of that support, the amount or value provided, the name of the entity or person providing it, and any other related information. We'll start with you, Dr. Mendelsohn.
I've never received payments from electronic cigarettes or tobacco companies. I was an unpaid board member of the Australian Tobacco Harm Reduction Association from 2017 to 2021. ATHRA accepted unconditional seed funding from the retail vape industry, which ceased in March 2019. It was approximately $15,000. It was funding and administrative support. ATHRA received a donation of $8,600 from a private harm reduction organisation in the UK called KAC Communications. This was money sourced from a surplus from a harm reduction conference. ATHRA has never received money from the tobacco industry. I was an invited speaker at the World Vape Show conference in 2022 in Dubai. My travel expenses were paid. I was offered but did not accept an honorarium. And I'm the author of a book, Stop Smoking, Start Vaping.
Thank you. To the other witnesses from the Foundation.
I have not received funding as outlined, and neither has the Alcohol and Drug Foundation.
Nor have I received any funding.
Thank you. And the Council?
Never have, never will. Thank you.
And I have not received any funding either.
Okay. Thank you very much. I now invite each of you to make a brief opening statement if you wish to do so, and at the conclusion of those statements, we'll be going to questions from senators. Dr. Mendelsohn.
Thank you. Look, I'd like to make 3 points. Firstly, the current de facto ban is not working, and it will not work with the proposed changes. 90% of current vapers have rejected the legal pathway, and only a small number of doctors are willing to prescribe nicotine. This has predictably created a thriving and dangerous black market controlled by criminal networks selling high nicotine, unregulated products. And there's been escalating violence with that. This has also been the key driver of youth vaping. And history's shown that further enforcement and border control has a minimal effect on the supply of illicit drugs. The only way to significantly reduce a black market is to replace it with a legal, regulated one. Vapes should be sold as adult consumer products from licensed retail outlets with strict age verification, like cigarettes and alcohol. My second point is we haven't got the balance right between protecting youth and helping adult smokers. In Australia, vaping policy is driven by a moral panic about the relatively small harm to a small number of young people. But we also need to remember that smoking is the leading preventable cause of death and illness in Australia, and vaping is the most effective and the most popular quitting aid. And vaping is a huge opportunity for public health. And policies that make vaping less accessible, less appealing, less effective will keep people smoking. Thirdly, I've been appalled by some of the misinformation presented to the committee in the first hearing and in some of the submissions. Just to give a few quick examples, there's no good evidence that vaping is a gateway to smoking. In fact, the evidence suggests that vaping is diverting young people away from smoking overall. Secondly, there's no evidence that vaping harms the human adolescent brain. Thirdly, vaping is not overwhelmingly used by youth, as some people have stated. Only 5% of Australia's vapers are under 18. And finally, vaping is not risk-free, but it carries only a small fraction of the risk of smoking. The risk of cancer, for example, has been estimated to be less than 1% that of smoking. Thank you.
Thank you. The Foundation.
Thank you, and thanks for the opportunity to appear today. I'd like to just begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the lands that we're appearing to you from, the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. The Alcohol and Drug Foundation supports the overall purpose of the bill to better regulate the supply of vaping products in Australia to minimise harm, particularly for young people. However, we are concerned that the bill may have unintended consequences of criminalising individuals in possession of vapes. Our key issue lies with the offence of possessing less than a commercial quantity and the reversal of evidentiary burden for those charged with the offence. We believe that there is a risk of inadvertently penalising the individuals through accidental or deliberate misapplication of these provisions. And the bill includes an exception for personal possession, but it's not clear how this will be implemented. So our recommendation in relation to this bill would be to remove any criminal penalties for possession under commercial quantity and to set thresholds for a commercial quantity that address the possibility of small quantities of products being used for commercial purposes. Now, as an alternative, which isn't ideal, it would be to look to the reversal of evidentiary burden, which requires the individual to prove that the vaping products are for personal use. In practice, individuals in certain situations may have difficulty proving this. So the explanatory memorandum refers to enforcement agents using context and surrounding circumstances to determine if possession of less than a commercial quantity is for personal possession or not. However, this introduces a degree of police discretion, which we have seen in the illicit drug space can lead to inequitable outcomes for marginalised communities where laws are not equally applied, and we're concerned that this may lead to inequitable outcomes, particularly for those communities most in contact with police. We do also see it as important that the commercial quantities within the bill are defined in regulation, as there needs to be some flexibility in defining these, particularly given that we're still learning how much of a product an individual may have for personal use. And consideration of setting higher limits for liquids and pods and lower levels for devices might also be worth considering. And finally, implementation of any reforms is going to be important. And I think we've heard a lot of discussion about things that need to be considered in implementing these reforms, ensuring that barriers to access, such as getting a prescription or cost or maintaining people on nicotine, are addressed. It will also require coordination across all states and territories, as well as with the federal government, which points again to the need for re-establishment of mechanisms that foster cross-jurisdictional communication and planning, like the previous Ministerial Drug and Alcohol Forum. Thank you.
Thank you. And to the Council.
Hi, obviously I've already introduced myself. My name's Melanie Walker. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Australian Alcohol and Other Drugs Council. AADC is the national peak body representing the alcohol and other drug sector, and our member organisations include the peak bodies for the drug and alcohol sector in each of the states and territories, other peak bodies within the sector representing including families and consumers, as well as professional associations representing people working in the alcohol and other drug sector. So AADC is supportive of responses to e-cigarette use and vaping related harms that are holistic and inclusive of health promotion, preventive health and harm reduction actions and treatment models that are evidence informed, funded to meet need and avoid sensationalising risks and harms. And in that context, I note that in the previous session we talked about supply reduction and demand reduction. We're also keen for the emphasis to be on harm reduction in this context, noting the 3 pillars of the National Drug Strategy. AADC, like ADF, is concerned that provisions within the current draft bill and its interaction with existing state and territory legislation related to the authorised possession of prescription medications risk creating a criminalised environment for individuals who use vaping goods. This will foreseeably lead to a range of adverse outcomes, including discouraging those in need of support for vaping-related harms from seeking treatment. We acknowledge the intent of the draft bill and support that to avoid targeting individual users of vaping goods, and as such we recommend the bill be strengthened further by and this is where we're a little bit different to the ADF, removing the threshold amounts which define possession for personal use and replacing these with personal use exemptions that are not contingent on the quantity of vaping devices or products a person possesses. And for comparison, we refer to section 128.2A and B of the recent Public Health, Tobacco and Other Products Acts 2023, which provides examples of broader personal use exemptions for banned tobacco products. And we see that as a comparable mechanism in this context. We also recommend that the Minister for Health and Ageing, through the recently established National E-Cigarette Working Group, work proactively with relevant state and territory ministers to remove penalties associated with the individual possession of vaping goods for personal use and ensure consistency across jurisdictions. So in summary, we're supportive of the vibe or intent of the bill, if you will, but we're about the unintended consequences and ensuring that the road to hell isn't paved with good intentions in this instance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now move to questions from senators, starting with Senator Urquhart, and we'll try and keep them to 3 minutes each if you can. Senator Urquhart.
Okay, thank you. And I would ask the witnesses if they could keep their comments as brief as their answers as brief as they could, so I can get through as much as I can. I might go to Dr. Mendelsohn first. You've stated publicly that you believe schools should consider allowing students who vape to leave the classroom to vape in designated area in school grounds. We know that there's lots of smokers and vapers that have gone all around the world in aircraft that can't smoke for a long period of time. So why do you then appear to believe that kids who vape can't wait till after school hours to actually vape?
Because, Senator, that's what we're constantly hearing from schools, that kids are disrupted in the classroom because of nicotine dependence. So there are a number of kids, not that many, according to the research, that can't last right through a class session, or can't last through the whole day without going into nicotine withdrawal. And that seems compassionate and pragmatic to me to relieve those symptoms. I mean, obviously they need to have their addiction and their vaping behaviour discussed, and ideally they should be quitting, but some won't. And I think it's compassionate that we should allow them to relieve those symptoms until they can leave this school area.
So just on that, I mean, all vapes that children are smoking in school have been illegally retailed, obviously.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So you think it's compassionate to allow children to vape to leave the classroom. Do you believe that schools should be compassionate and allow kids who are users of other illegal drugs to actually leave the classroom to use them?
I'm not talking about other drugs, Senator. My specialty is tobacco and nicotine.
I'm drawing a comparison. We're talking about illegal drugs, illegal substances.
I don't think in the case of nicotine, I don't think it makes any difference. If those kids go and use nicotine gum or nicotine lozenges, I'm fine with that. I think we need to relieve their nicotine addiction, and it's causing disruption in the classroom. It's unpleasant for them, and I think that's a compassionate approach. I'd much rather they weren't vaping in the first place, but realistically they will be.
You're a strong supporter of flavours in vapes. Do you agree that there's no example anywhere in the world of an inhalable therapeutic drug that contains flavourant chemicals? I know there's around, I think it's about 2.6 million Australians have asthma, yet their life-saving puffer drugs are not flavoured. So why do you think...
I'm very aware of...
Sorry,
yes, I'm very aware of...
Sorry, I'm
go ahead.
If I could just
go
finish.
ahead, sorry.
Dr. Mendelsohn, we do need to let the senators finish their questions.
Sorry, I beg your pardon.
Provide you the same courtesy, thanks.
So why do you believe that vape should be unique in allowing non-safety assessed flavours to be somewhere above such regulatory oversight?
Thank you, Senator. Look, I'm very aware of Professor Chapman's arguments in this area.
No, these are questions I'm asking.
Thank you. And my answer is that there's very strong evidence that vaping, flavours are a very important part of the appeal of vaping. If we want smokers to switch to vaping, the products need to be appealing, and flavours give them an incentive to switch. Not only that, they increase the likelihood that vaping will be successful. They're associated with a reduction in relapse, and the research shows from various jurisdictions that if you remove flavours, These products are not only less successful, but people find workarounds. They add their own flavours, they go to the black market to get flavours, and some of them return to smoking. So I think flavours play a very important role in helping smokers to make the switch.
Okay, so I'll leave that there, and I'll throw this out to some of the other witnesses. Are we seeing, are we seeing people who are vaping then turning to cigarette smoking? Is that what the Alcohol and Drug Foundation and the Alcohol and Other Drugs Council are seeing?
Erin, do you want to go first? Sorry, you've got the disadvantage not being in the room here.
Robert.
I think there has been some evidence suggesting that there may be a pathway from vaping to smoking, but I think it is probably, we wouldn't say very strongly at this point, one way or the other.
Right. Is that an opinion, or have you got really good evidence to show that?
We could send evidence to back that up. That is from reading the evidence.
Yeah, okay.
And what we're concerned about, Senator, I guess, is the flip side of that coin in terms of people who have been using vapes as a smoking cessation aid. We're concerned that access inhibitions don't mean going forward that they move back to traditional smoking. So we're concerned particularly around people in rural, regional and remote areas where there might not be such ready access to GP services, or bulk billing isn't as good, or perhaps the local pharmacy decides that they don't want to stock vapes. We're concerned that those people might still go through their usual distribution channels, and we're just keen to make sure that those people aren't caught up in unintended consequences in terms of criminalisation, because it would be a real shame if in trying to do the right thing and stop the supply of vapes to kids, we inadvertently pushed some people to return to tobacco smoking. That would be really unfortunate. So I guess we're just keen to ensure that in trying to do the right thing, we don't inadvertently hurt anyone along the way.
Senator, are you happy for me to pass the call at this point?
Yeah, that's fine. I've had my time. Thanks.
Thank you. Senator Kovacic.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you. That sort of leads in straight into my line of questioning, which, I share the same concerns as to what the impacts of this will be to individuals who are trying to stop smoking and are accessing, vapes legally, doing what they should be doing, aren't doing anything wrong, and they're going to perhaps be driven down a path where they have the choice of trying to access a prescribed vape through a process that may be more costly, that may be more time-consuming, may cause them more anxiety, and a cessation tool which is known to be safer, from what I understand, than smoking, it's taken away from them, but they actually can go buy a packet of cigarettes instead. So can I get some thoughts around how we manage that? And alternatively, the conundrum that you can't buy a vape under this legislation, unless you go to a doctor and get a prescription, but you can go buy nicotine gum or you can buy a patch. So why, is there an understanding of why there needs to be a clinician involved in this space where a clinician is not necessarily involved in other cessation mechanisms?
I'd be happy to comment on that, Senator. This prescription model doesn't work. It doesn't work for vapers. It's not working for doctors. It's not used anywhere else in the world. We're basically setting up barriers for smokers who want to switch to a much less harmful alternative to obstruct their access to vaping products. The surveys from vapers indicate that a significant number will go back to smoking. A significant number will continue to purchase products from the black market. There'll be various workarounds. People will mix their own. This has all the hallmarks of prohibition, and it's not going to be effective like any other prohibition.
If I could just add to that, it's Erin Laymore here. I think it's hard to know how effective the prescription model will be when we actually haven't implemented this prescription model yet. We've had a prescription model that's been operating without as much success as we'd all like to see. I think expanding the health professionals who are able to provide a prescription is really important. And as we said, implementation of these reforms is going to be key, removing those barriers to scripts, addressing cost. But the other point we would make is that for some people, they will not be using nicotine vaping products for smoking cessation. They will be using it for nicotine dependency. And I think we need to accept that there will be some people who will be using nicotine vaping products long term. And we need to consider those people when we're talking about access to these products as well.
I think following on
Thank you.
that, sorry, if I might just add to that before we go on, for all of those reasons, that's why these thresholds in terms of personal possession and use are so important, and we need to be mindful of how this is going to pan out, because as Erin says, we haven't been down this road before, and we need to make sure that we don't catch up people in the mix who we really don't want to be catching. And even when we're looking at young people as well, we've heard already from the last session some of the effects on young people who are already caught up in terms of dependence on nicotine vaping products. We need to be mindful of that. We need to be mindful of not criminalising them, not inhibiting their chances and hopes for the future, and also focusing as much on treatment and exploring those avenues going forward as well. Prevention's great, but you need the fence at the top of the cliff and the ambulance at the bottom. So we want to be mindful of all of those things going forward, I think.
And I think sort of the thing that sticks out is the criminalisation of something that we're all hearing has become normalised. So we're actually going to change that in a very interesting way. And obviously none of us want to see children vaping. That's something that we want to see stop. But there doesn't seem to be, from what I can understand, enough attention to address what happens to adults who are vaping, particularly those who have already transitioned away from smoking.
I think it's very important to look at how this bill interacts with the state and territory legislation as well. That's going to be something that's very important, and certainly our organisation has campaigned quite strongly for some time for the establishment of a national governance framework for the alcohol and other drug sector, where issues like this, where there is an intersection between federal and state and territory legislation, could be teased out further. But in the absence of that structure, the National E-Cigarette Working Group will be key in terms of how this pans out, where the rubber meets the road. And I might just throw to my colleague James. James, do you want to just talk about some of the legislation that's in place in the states and territories and some of the ways that unintended impacts could flow from that?
Yeah, so as we put in our submission, each state and territory has some legislation in place that outlaws the unauthorised possession of prescription medications, which vapes are now scheduled as through the TGA. But alongside that, there's also a whole range of diversion programs related to illicit drug use. So for a small personal amount of, say, cannabis, you might be diverted away from the criminal justice system and receive some sort of counselling. So we're finding ourselves in this position within some states and territories that if you were stopped by a police officer on the street and you were searched for, for illicit substances, and you were found to have vapes and cannabis, you might receive a counselling diversion for your cannabis, but you might face fines of up to $32,000 or 12 months prison in the ACT, or in Western Australia up to $45,000 in fines. So it creates this sort of unalignment between tobacco control legislation, vape control legislation, and illicit drugs responses.
So I guess what we're getting to here is there's a bit that needs to shake out in terms of the harmonisation of this bill and how that fits with the relevant state and territory legislation, and ensuring that we're not catching up the users of these products. And certainly Minister Butler's been very clear in his statements publicly that we're not wanting to catch people who are using vapes for personal purposes. That's not who we're trying to catch, and we're just quite concerned that if we don't look at this more closely, that's actually where this could end up going.
Thank you. I'm going to pass the floor to Senator Steele, John.
Thanks very much, Chair. To your recommendation or the suggestion that you've just shared with the committee around and the concerns, I should say, that you've shared around the reversal of the onus of proof. How do you envisage the reversal of the burden of proof interacting or impacting on people who are accused of criminal possession of vaping products?
Thank you, Senator. I can speak to that. So currently the way the bill is set up, if an individual is detected with vaping products, there is this exemption under Section 41 QD9, personal use. But that person, because of the reversal of the evidentiary burden, needs to prove to the satisfaction of the law enforcement agent that it is for personal use. Now, we think that it's then up to the discretion of the law enforcement agent as to whether or not they've made that met that threshold. And if not, and they are charged with the offence, if the person wants to dispute that, they're going to have to go through a court process. And we think that places an undue burden on an individual who may be detected with vapes, can cause further harm, push people away from support. And we see this all the time in the illicit drug space. So we see that parallel. So what we would prefer to see is that a law enforcement agent, if they detect someone with an amount of vapes under that less than a commercial quantity threshold, if they're using that approach, that it's up to the law enforcement agent to have enough of a case to use the context and surrounding circumstances to make the argument and make the case that it is not for personal possession, with the default being that it is, and providing that person with our standard kind of presumption of innocence in that case.
I'd also like to hear a response. Thank you for that. I'd also like to hear a response from your colleagues who have observed the same issue but have proposed the alternative solution. That would be really useful.
So where we're going with that, I agree with all of the things my colleagues just said, but we still have a problem because we don't know where the bar is in terms of what a commercial quantity is, in terms of the current bill or the regulations. We haven't seen the regulations. So if there's an arbitrary bar set that says anything above this amount is deemed to be a commercial quantity, then all of the discretion is gone. And it's a very blunt instrument. And we've kind of worked through a number of scenarios where that would be problematic. We've already pointed to people in rural and remote Australia where they might not be able to access readily a community pharmacy. You might find them still resorting to ordering things over the internet. And you could see how if you didn't have ready access to GPs and pharmacies in order to secure your supply, you could easily fall foul of the commercial quantity limit if it was not high enough. And I mean, how long's a piece of string? What's high enough? So we just think that given that there are so many different scenarios that will play out around the country, we can't predict what GPs are going to do. We can't predict the uptake of stocking vapes in community pharmacy and whether there'll be full coverage of that across geographical areas. We would like to see the actual threshold amounts not set, so that there can be some discretion, so that that logic that our colleagues at ADF have spoken about can be applied more broadly, not just up to an arbitrary amount.
Okay. And sticking with both the Council and the Federation, could I ask you, in terms of achieving the goal of not criminalising a person who is in possession of a vaping product for personal use, beyond the recommendations that you just shared with the committee, is there anything else that could be added to the legislation that would help achieve that intent?
Do you want to go first, Erin?
Well, one of them is just decriminalising, so not requiring any proof either way below commercial quantities. The other, I think Mel has touched on, is recognising the importance of defining commercial quantities at the right level. And then the other thing is that given this is a bit of an unknown space, we don't know what the prescription model is going to look like in terms of quantities right now. We don't know how people are going to be accessing their scripts or having them filled. Making sure that those commercial quantities are defined in regulation and not in the legislation, which allows us to have flexibility to move those thresholds around as we start to see the impacts of the reforms.
Okay.
Yeah, look, I think that's right. Sorry, Senator Stiljon, do you want me to add to what Erin's just said?
Please add, yes.
Yeah, look, I think everything that Erin said I totally agree with. Obviously, we're keen on removing the threshold amounts entirely, but if there were to be threshold amounts, we would be keen to see them be on the lenient side in terms of erring on the side of caution of not catching people. And very much in line with what Erin said, you would need those to be captured in the regulations, not in the legislation. so that they can be tweaked over time when we see whether they're too much or not enough. And I think a comparable model for that is what the ACT government has done recently with decriminalising small amounts of illicit drugs for personal possession. Again, they have set threshold amounts for that, but they're contained within the regulations so that as they move forward with something that's quite experimental and new, those amounts can be changed up or down by the minister on the advice received from the evaluation. They don't have to go back through a parliament process to change the legislation to do that. So obviously we would be keen for there not to be threshold amounts at all, but if there were, it would very much be very helpful if they're in the regulations, not the legislation.
And what needs to be included in the consultation process for determining the definition of commercial quantity?
Speaking with people with lived experience and recognising that there are different groups that we're talking about here, the experience of talking to young people who are underage about their use of vapes is very, very different to talking to a middle-aged man who's been smoking a packet a day and has gone to vaping to try and, cease smoking. So we really need to acknowledge those differing population groups and as well geographical factors. So the people that I'm talking about in rural, regional and remote Australia who might not have such good access to services, people in custodial facilities, for instance, have traditionally had very high rates of smoking, and certainly consultations have been done in the context of moving to smoke-free prisons. We'd be very keen to ensure that consultation was mindful of the very, very different demographics of the different population groups we're talking about here in the context of what we're doing.
Look, I'm conscious of time. I do have two additional questions. Chair, do you want me to stop there and then come back to me?
We are running quite a bit behind, Jordan, so I'll try and come back to you. I'll cede my questions and share the call to Senator Cadell. Can I just ask witnesses who are here for the next session to turn their video off, please? It's just quite distracting as we're dealing with this session. We'll call you when it's time. Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Chair. A few different areas to go through. The harmonisation and the criminalisation across states. I'm aware Mr Williams in Perth has been charged with a Section 4 poison thing in October 8 last year. Given the rushed nature of this inquiry to get this bill through, 40 submissions dropped on us a couple of nights before. I haven't been able to read everything. Do we know where that's at, that case?
No, not that one in particular, but it does illustrate the point that we're raising around harmonisation, and it's really important that in bringing this in there is that discussion through the National E-Cigarette Working Group. But it does further illustrate our point about the need for a national governance framework for the alcohol and other drug sector more broadly. This is exactly the sort of example where it's really, really key that federal and state and territory legislation works in harmony to achieve the same goals. And, people are very mobile these days. People move around the country. We don't want people being confused because things are different in one jurisdiction than they are to another.
Given that, could a child be charged with the same thing currently?
That's a very interesting point, and that's another one of the things that we're raising in terms of criminalisation. At this stage, we know that we have too many young people being caught up with the juvenile justice system already. We know that those young people are disproportionately from marginalised and disadvantaged backgrounds. We would certainly not want to see another element of criminalisation coming over the top of what they're already suffering. So it's another thing that does need to be considered in the context of the federal and the state and territory legislation.
Moving on quickly, you mentioned, and I hope I got this wrong, in the ACT I can be fined $32,000 for having... So hang on, new laws passed. I can have Colombian marching powder or some horse and cop a $100 fine, but if I've got vape with me, I get a $32,000 fine in the ACT.
Under the new ACT legislation, certain amounts of personal amount use of illicit substances, you have a small fine and maybe directed to a counselling service for your substance use. But with a vape, you might be, possibly a $32,000 fine and up to 2 years.
32 times worse than 2 grams of cocaine for having a vape on me.
And again, this goes to why the harmonisation with the state and territory legislation is so very important as a piece of this work going forward.
Wow. Don't vape, kids out there. You can copy that. Here we go. Dr. Mendelsohn, interesting testimony. what your model looks like is a lot like New Zealand. There has been some conversation about New Zealand youth vaping is rampant. What's your experience or knowledge about that?
I think it's more nuanced than that, Senator. The New Zealand daily vaping rate amongst the 14 and 15-year-olds in the ASH survey has gone up to 10%, which is 3 times the Australian rate. But most of that rise occurred before vaping was legalised. So there was a free market until 2020, and vaping rates were rising. They rose to a peak just after the legislation. They've now levelled out, and it's likely they're going to start falling soon. What's more important is that daily smoking amongst young people has fallen to 1%. And so smoking has almost disappeared. And as vaping rates have risen, smoking rates in young people have fallen faster than ever. And that's the advantage of vaping in young people. And we're not encouraging young people to vape, but the evidence is clearly showing that in the age groups that are vaping, their smoking rates are falling, accelerating downwards.
Okay. Now, last question to you all. I am not a man without vice. As I said earlier, I think you're in the room when I recognise pokies are attacks on stupidity, but I line up to have a go every now and then. But and tonight I'm going to the Kingo because I've been told hard solo and Tui's old taste good together. But those things are out there in the world. Nicotine's never been one of them. If I decided I wanted to have nicotine as a vice tomorrow, with the evidence before us, would I be better to start smoking or start vaping?
Senator, can I just answer that? There's absolutely no question that vaping is far less harmful than smoking. The Royal College of Physicians, Public Health England have estimated it's at least 95% safer, and it has far fewer chemicals at much slower doses. So you're much better off vaping than smoking. Better off doing nothing, but certainly better.
Air is better than nothing, I get that, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, look, I think you've summed it up with the word vice.
Yep.
Lots of things are bad for you, but we know through evidence over many, many years how terrible tobacco smoking is for people. And as someone who watched my dad choke to death from chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, I'm pretty sure that tobacco smoking is very bad for you.
The only thing that I would add to that is that we don't know what the long-term effects of vaping are right now. We don't have, as we do with tobacco, some of the sort of long-term data, and we would propose taking what's called the precautionary principle and just being a little bit cautious in the reforms that we put in place around products that are relatively new to market. And just on the New Zealand data, there are other data. Colin's mentioned some. There's data from the New Zealand Health Survey that has quite different rates of vaping that we're happy to send through to the committee to have a look at.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to pass back to Senator Steele-John for one final question.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can I ask finally of the Council and the Foundation, what are, in your view, the benefits of a pharmacy model as opposed to a commercial model, and how could the pharmacy model be strengthened in order particularly to safeguard equitable access to prescribed vaping products?
Gosh, those are some big questions to end on there, Senator. I guess what we're responding to is the bill that is before us, and in terms of strengthening the approach that is currently on the table, we want to see those threshold amounts which define possession for personal use removed, and replacing those with broader personal use exemptions that are not contingent on the quantity of vaping devices or products a person possesses. We also want to see a lot of work done through the National E-Cigarette Working Group in the absence of a formal national governance strategy for the drug and alcohol sector, to try and harmonise that state and territory legislation. And as part of that work, you could bring in organisations like the Pharmacy Guild to talk about how you increase the engagement of pharmacy with these products. But at the moment, there's a lot of wheels in this machine, and we're not sure that they're all connected moving forward. So I think that's something that we really need to consider.
Thank you.
Oh, just
That's
share
right.
my
If you want to add, yes, thank you.
Thank you. Look, we would just echo what's been said and say that, as we said before, this is a relatively new product. There are unknown long-term harms, and to us that signals that taking a precautionary approach is sensible. But in addition to everything that Mel has just said, ensuring that we're monitoring this very closely, ensuring that we're monitoring how effective the regime is, how effective the new legislation is, how effective border controls are, and being open at all levels of government to adjusting the regime as needed if we find down the track that we're still experiencing harms in a way that we determine to be unacceptable.
We have asked the Guild to make a submission, so I really hope they take us up on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for your participation in this session. You're free to log off. If you've taken answers to questions on notice, if you could provide them to us by the end of Monday, the 6th of May, that is because we report to the Senate on the 8th of May. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having us.
I now welcome a panel of independent vaping store owners comprised of Ms. Jackie Munn, Mr. Craig Jackman and Mr. Gregory Isaacs, if you could join us. For the Hansard record, I'm asking you to please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today, if we go so in the order in which I introduced you, and starting with Ms. Munn.
Yes, Jacqueline Munn. I'm the sole director of the vape store. Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Jackman? Don't have your audio, Mr. Jackman.
Beg your pardon, sorry, I'm old. Craig Jackman, and I'm the Managing Director of Vape for Life.
Thank you. And Mr. Isaacs?
Good afternoon, Chair, Senators. My name's Greg Isaacs and I own Flavour Hype Distribution and a specialist shop called Vape Generation Retail Shop.
Thank you very much. Just checking we didn't have... Sorry, we also have another witness for this section, Mr. Leary. Apologies.
Sorry about that. My name's Justin Leary. I'm a vaping end user, just a consumer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Mr. Leary, I didn't have you on my script. So thank you all for attending and for those who provided information on their conflict of interest as well. Now, for the purposes of the Hansard, I need to ask you to make those conflicts of interest again. So I'll put following question to you, and then if we could answer that individually, please. Have you or your organisation received any support, whether financial or non-financial, direct or indirect, from any parties involved in the production, distribution or sale of tobacco, nicotine or vaping products? And if so, please provide details of that support, including the nature of that support, the amount or value provided, the name of the entity or person providing it, and any other related information. And we'll start with Ms. Munn.
No, none of the above.
Mr. Jackman?
No, none of the above.
Mr. Isaacs?
No, nothing. None of the above.
Mr. Leary?
No, none of the above.
We will now invite you to make opening statements if you wish to do so, and following that we'll move to questions from senators. We'll stick to the same order with you, Ms. Munn.
Just wanted to say thank you for inviting me. The background for me is that I started the vape store in 2013. That was purely because my partner was a very heavy smoker. He was 43 years old at the time and was starting to really feel the impacts of his smoking addiction. He'd tried everything to quit. He'd done Zyban, hypnosis, patches, gums, cold turkey. And vaping, or e-cigarettes as they were pretty much mostly commonly known at that time, were really not really available in Australia, but he did find that they were becoming a little bit more common use in the US, and he found one supplier in Australia and he thought he'd see if that would help him. His immediate reaction was that this was something that he was able to quit, and he did. He found it like a lightning bolt went off in his brain that this was going to be a really successful situation for him to be able to vape. He hasn't smoked since, and his health recuperated to the point where he ran a half marathon a couple of years later, which is something he would never have been able to do as a smoker. It was this absolute certainty that being able to use an electronic cigarette was life-changing that we started to research the products that were available. And we started a small online business, but later as there was becoming a lot more interest and people becoming a lot more aware of electronic cigarettes, we expanded into retail outlets, firstly in Adelaide and then later in Victoria and in New South Wales. Our one and only motivation has only ever been to help entrenched smokers. And in the years that followed, we saw literally thousands of people manage to give up cigarettes. They reported to us daily how much better they felt, how being able to vape while they went through the quit process had made the seemingly impossible possible for them. I am personally proud of being part of that for so many people. I've seen people as old as 97, an older lady who was going into care and who was heavily addicted to nicotine, but couldn't smoke because of her changed living condition. Her daughter came to us absolutely desperate, looking for help for her mother. The lady couldn't wear patches because her skin was too frail. So anyway, she got a vaporizer and she came back a few months later with a picture of her mum on her birthday for a party. She looked fabulous. She was sitting up, all the colour back in her face. She said her mum hadn't looked so good for so long. They're the people that I've loved helping. I've had no interest in selling to young people. The absolute majority of our customers have been people who've started to feel the impact of smoking and wanted to stop and saw this as a good way to deal with not just withdrawals, but also that ingrained hand-to-mouth habit that you invariably get from smoking for many years. I just want to personally say that we've never not adhered to any of the regulations that we've been put under. We've never sold nicotine. We've never sold disposable vapes with or without nicotine. And even if I could, I wouldn't, as I'm actually morally opposed to those types of devices. It's just been unfortunate that once the black market took off, our business suffered greatly, which had nothing to do with us. We only ever wanted to do the right thing, but there were many unscrupulous vendors out there making a quick buck. It's been disappointing, frustrating, without any real apparent policing, and now all of a sudden we've got many young kids addicted to these high-strength nicotine devices that we were never regulated to sell, never sold. We sat here doing the right thing, and now we're going to pay the ultimate price. So I really do reject that notion that making independent vendors like myself, who've been doing the right thing, illegal is not the answer.
Thank you, Ms Munn. Mr Jackman.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Just a quick background on how we started. 13 years ago, I was a 60-pack a day smoker. I would wake up, I would lie in bed, I would light a cigarette. I would get out of bed, have a cigarette before getting in the shower, and that habit continued. So I was 43 years of age and I was walking heart attack material, not to mention the cost. My wife's cousin actually introduced me to vaping. He brought one over and said, give this a go. I said, all right, I will. I put it aside, thought about it, because I love smoking. Nothing could replace smoking for me. There's no chance I would give up. I had tried every method under the sun. Spent a lot of money going to a high-end hypnosis in Sydney. By the time I got back to the airport, I was smoking. Finally decided to give this a go. Opened it up. I had no idea what I was doing. I'm looking at this thing. Imagine buying something that could help you quit smoking and not know how to use it and not have a shop to go to. Imagine that, not having anywhere to go to that has the time to help you learn how to quit smoking through what has already been a proven method. Not that I knew that at the time. I finally got there through some YouTube videos. And since I first started, I was on 18 milligram nicotine. I'm now down to 3 milligram. Personally, I don't have any plans to quit. I'm 55 years of age. I'm now, because of this vape and because I wasn't smoking, I was able to pick up my fitness routine. I dropped 60 kilos, got my personal training qualifications and now train people. We opened up our vape stores 11 years ago. We really wanted to help people quit, and it was that the common phrase a lot of vapers use, if it worked for me, it can work for you. And we would have helped over 50,000 people. We now have 4 stores, 3 in South Australia. We provide specialised services and we create long-term employment opportunities for currently for 8 people. Since we've opened, we have faced numerous challenges due to restrictive regulations imposed not only by federal but by state as well, and that has caused us immense financial strain. In 2019, as an example, the South Australian government decided to legitimise our vaping industry by asking us to have tobacco licences. So we purchased those tobacco licences, and they then told us we were no longer to sell online from South Australia. Our online store was quite successful, so we had to borrow $250,000 to set up a store in Geelong. We had to manage that remotely. The cost has been horrendous. Like Jackie from the vape store, we have a very high ethos. We only sell refillable vape products. We do not sell to minors. We have never sold to minors. We have knocked a lot of those minors back. I'm a parent. I have 3 children. I don't want to see other kids doing what I wouldn't want my own children to do. There's a rite of passage where children are going to try things, but you can curtail that. Since Minister Butler last year introduced his, or not introduced his bill, but mentioned that he would be introducing the bill, myself and another vape store in South Australia have spent numerous hours digging deep into the black market. I was at the point where I've spent hours speaking to SA Health, SA Tobacco Control, SAPOL, the TGA, letting them know at exact details of where they could find these illegal products, where they're coming in from, and where they are being sold. These is all being done via social media. The final response that I got from SA Tobacco Control was online sales aren't our focus. Moving forward, this bill as it stands absolutely will not work. There is no 2 ways about it. As Dr. Mendelsohn said before, prohibition has never worked, and this is exactly what it is. We have seen this method being used effectively in the UK, in New Zealand, and many other European countries, yet our medical evidence is only conducted in Australia. Whoever is in the background, you have to excuse me, I'm a business owner, I'm not a doctor, I don't understand all these words, but whoever's making decisions here should be focusing also on all the evidence that is being presented overseas. All this is going to do, this is going to, without a doubt, increase the black market. Specialised vape stores like mine and Jackie's and Greg's and many others around Australia should not be seen as a cause of the problem. We should be part of the solution. We can help curtail this disposable issue. We don't want disposables here. We never wanted disposables here, and we completely agree that they should be banned. But we also do agree that every Australian has the right to choose how they wish to quit smoking. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackman. Mr. Isaacs.
My personal story is that I was an ex-smoker and I decided to switch to vaping after my father passed away in late 2010 from lung cancer. That's when I decided to set up my company so I could help other adults give up smoking cigarettes. I own the company Flavour Hype Distribution, which is an import, manufacturing, wholesale company of non-nicotine e-liquids, and Vape Generation, a specialist store of, and we sell non-nicotine e-liquids through there as well. We've been operating in Australia now for 6 years, and I've invested a significant amount of my own money to build a bottling facility, use good manufacturing processes as a guideline, and reporting back to the governing body, ACAS, Australian Industrial Chemical Introduction Scheme, on every single ingredient and component used to make these products. They know everything. Specialist retailers have been trying to prop up the government's prescription model thus far by providing 0 milligram e-liquids, devices and accessories like tanks and coils. Most, like myself, have been subject to checks and visits by the health department to ensure they are not selling nicotine. These genuine small business owners, like myself, are struggling to survive due to the import ban of all non-therapeutic vapes as of 1st of March 2024, yet no domestic ban has been confirmed. And here we are today. There are currently hundreds of products caught up in the import ban that meet international standards and conformities. This is having dire consequences for both small business owners and responsible adult vapers who are struggling to find what they need in the market. The majority of my customers have told me that they will most likely revert to the black market or just go back to smoking because they cannot purchase what they need. and pharmacies are pricing these products to be more expensive than a pack of smokes. Sensible regulation like alcohol and tobacco sales is the only solution to stamping out the black market and ensuring that unregulated vapes stay out the hands of our kids. An immediate solution to keep specialist retailers open is urgently needed to fill the immediate gap for 1 million adult vapers in Australia. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Leary.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you very much for allowing me to come to speak today. I really appreciate it. If there's one thing I can say here today is that vaping was an absolute miracle for me. I couldn't believe it. I finally, after 30 years of smoking, I finally got off the cigarettes, and I could do it. I could finally do it. Like most people, I tried everything. I on and off for over 30 years. I tried gum, patches, hypnotherapy, books. I've got a library full of books if anyone's interested of how to quit smoking. But yeah, like towards the end of my smoking life, I was just getting really desperate. I felt trapped. I felt like I knew the smoking was killing me, and yet I couldn't quit. And then at the time, this is about 6 years ago, in the back of my mind, I thought, well, vaping's illegal, isn't it? And then I did some research online and found out, okay, I can buy what I needed. And so I thought I'll give it a go, and actually tricked myself. But I originally was just going to cut my smoking in half, like half the amount, and vape the other half. And the first day I got the vape equipment and liquid from New Zealand, and I had one cigarette that day, and I went the whole day without another cigarette. And I thought, wow. So I thought tomorrow I'll just do the same thing again. And I got up and just said, all right, whatever happens, just if I want to smoke, don't smoke, just vape. And then I quit. And it was like I said, it was just an absolute miracle. For me personally, like I suffer from depression and anxiety, and the vaping definitely seems to really help the depression and anxiety. It just, I feel much better when I vape or with nicotine. So, like others here have said, the prescription model, like I don't have any worries if I need to get a prescription, because I can, there are doctors online that can write a script. But I guess the main issue is the pharmaceutical or the chemist model. I tried getting, I got a script from a doctor, and he sent me a link to my phone to get these pods, and doing some research, they were like $200 and something for like 3 or 6 pods. And I thought, wow, and from what I read from other people that actually had bought them, they said they tasted terrible, they gurgled in their mouth, or they just, so for me, the reform bill that's put forward is just, it's a de facto prohibition. The device that I use is like a tank with a mod, and I can add my own liquid. And the other benefit is that I can, change the nicotine strength. So I can, when I started vaping, I was on 18 milligrams, and over time I've got it right down to 3 milligrams. So for me, the ability to choose, what sort of device you have, what flavors you have, what sort of VG and PG mix you have. It all helps. It all helps, I think, make vaping more beneficial to help people quit smoking. I just think I'd like to see the market regulated, but don't take away the ability for vaping, to give people choice to quit smoking. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll now move to questions from senators, starting with Senator Urquhart.
Thanks very much. Look, I just might go to the retailers first, and then I've got a question for Mr. Leary. But I think, Mr. Isaac, you outlined the type of vaping products that you stock, but I'm happy for you to add to it. But I just wondered if the others could give me an overview of the what sort of vaping products that you stock, and what kind of marketing do you display?
So in South Australia, it's sorry, Jackie, you go.
No, that's okay. We don't display anything. It's under the same as the tobacco legislation, so there's no displays of our products. So a customer needs to ask for what they're looking for, and then we can provide some help around that decision and make some recommendations around what might be the best device for them. All of the devices we sell are refillable, rechargeable. They're designed for people to add their own liquids into, so they buy that separately. Over the years, what a lot of customers aren't looking for nicotine. They're looking to use the device while they go through the quit process to deal with that hand to mouth action. It really helps them when they feel triggered to want to reach for a cigarette. They can go and get their vape instead. So, and that makes a huge difference. But there are many that wouldn't be able to do it without the nicotine. So what a lot of them had been doing would be importing their own personal supply. They'd add it to their flavours. Just like Mr. Leary said, they would then be able to step down how much nicotine. They might start off at a higher level and then over time just step that down as they go through the quit process. So yeah, that's what we sell, refillable, rechargeable devices. Some designed to mimic the feeling, sensation of smoking a cigarette. Others provide more, I guess, of a flavour experience. A lot of people, I just wanted to say on the flavours, a lot of people think they want something that tastes like a cigarette. So a lot of customers, when they come the first time, they'll look for a tobacco flavour. They quickly realise that I actually like the taste of tobacco and want something else. And it helps them to move away from that association with cigarettes as well. And that's why flavours are seen as important in the quit process. People don't like the taste of tobacco. They'd want to disassociate from cigarettes, and they want to move on. And everyone wants to successfully give up cigarettes. That's the game. That's the name of the game, because they're done with it. It's ruining their health, and this is they see this as a really viable option for them.
Thank you, Mr. Jackman.
Yes, I mean, ultimately, pretty much the majority of the specialty vape shops in Australia all pretty much sell the same thing. I guess it's really pricing that comes down to it. But, you know, thankfully, we only sell refillable vapes. Now, you know, Mr. Butler, he is on record as saying that refillable vapes are the only vapes not used by kids. So it's pretty clear that the kids only want disposables in the specialty shops if it's going to stick with the refillable products.
Mr. Isaacs, did you want to add anything to that? You did cover a bit in your opening statement, but I'm happy if you want to add anything.
Yeah, look, so when I import these ingredients, I'm watched by Border Force, and I have to report to that ACUS body, which I told you about. So when I bring in it's kind of like bringing in Coca-Cola recipe, okay, the ingredients. I've got to supply cast numbers. Which is all the IP property of the recipe. I work with them. They know exactly what's going in it. So these come in with SDSs. There's emission test reports that go with these liquids as well that can be provided, which is like basically flash points, and they burn them off at different temperatures to see the toxins that are coming off to make sure they're fit for use and they're good for use. All these liquids are getting done in GMP compliant labs, and they come into the country. The only thing that is added to them is not actually manufacturing, it's mixing, and it's a glycerin and a propylene glycol, and there are 3 ingredients in it.
Yeah.
So when, you know, people are saying that there's nicotine in all vapes, I strongly reject that. That's not right. You had someone on yesterday from the Australian Council of Smoking and Health, and one of their comments were there was no such thing as a nicotine vape. They don't exist. Well, I'm telling you there is, because I don't manufacture with any nicotine. No nicotine goes anywhere near the machinery, and no nicotine gets sold. Everything goes through the prescription, or has been going through the prescription model, through the shops. The shops get the product on their shelf for retail, and they guide their customers to the nicotine and best practices. And that's what happens.
Yeah. Can I just ask again the retailers, can you tell me what safeguards are in place to ensure that children cannot or people underage cannot access vaping products?
We operate in the same way as, I guess, a liquor store, where we ask for ID for people that look 25 and under. We have that actually I actually don't have a retail store anymore because of this ban that's been coming in. I had to, I couldn't take the chance and renew my lease. But we had the sign there saying, explaining our licence and our regulations and our responsibility to them. And so we do the general check that anyone selling tobacco products or liquor would do.
Yeah, exactly the same as Jackie. It's very, very clear that we only sell to over 18 in our shop. Anyone that looks dubious gets asked for ID. And in addition to that, some of my staff, and I've done this in the past as well, one of the questions that we ask is how long have you been smoking for? Occasionally we'll get people come in that want to try vaping for jollies. We actually talk them out of that, even though they're over 18. So.
I'd agree with that. We do the same. We ask people, one of the questions is, how long have you been smoking for? Do you smoke? We're really not interested in starting people vaping. It's about quitting smoking.
Can I just add something as well? With the kids smoking under 18, the reason why it's completely and utterly out of control is because there was no security at the borders. Any man and his dog from anywhere who call themselves Bob from Bob's Vape Store, order online through a Chinese manufacturer, say I want 200 mango flavoured, vapes at 50 milligram or whatever it may be, and they get sent. There's no checks, no nothing. So then that person will get it. They'll feed it off to their friends, their friends' cousins, on the mine sites. It goes everywhere, and people start talking. Money is being made, and it just starts, and it starts getting larger and larger and larger, and here we are.
Yep.
So I think by streamlining the imports, I mean, it's going to be hard, for Border Force, but by streamlining those products, and I talked about it in my consultation as well, and controlling those products coming through, I think is the only way to make sure that we have, legal products that meet conformities and standards.
Can I just go very quickly to Mr. Leary and ask him one question? He did answer the question that I wanted to ask, but I guess the issue for me is if it's a hand-to-mouth issue, which I think we've heard a lot of people, wanting to give up smoking, it's about, having something to do with the hand-to-mouth. Why does it really matter about the taste? Obviously, you don't want to taste something that tastes really, really bad, but why does it matter so much about the taste, and why are we offering so many flavours? And was your plan to give up, going onto vapes to give up smoking, is that then your plan to give up vaping? Is that sort of a longer term plan? I'm just really interested in, that progression of how people do things.
Yeah, look, I can only speak for me. With the flavours, when I got the liquid from New Zealand, it did make a difference. I mean, you're experiencing something that's pleasurable. Like it tasted, one flavour was the thing is the tobacco flavours aren't really taste like tobacco, fortunately, but it was really nice, and I thought, wow, this is okay. And I not for me, like the nicotine was important when I quit smoking. Like it just took that edge off the withdrawal process, and so look, flavors, they just enhance the experience. I think if you just vaped just the VG, PG with any flavours, it's kind of okay. It's all right. You'd still get the nicotine if you had nicotine in your liquid, but wouldn't be quite the same, pleasurable experience. I mean, I think in my submission, I said, look, you don't want to make it. You want to make vaping attractive as a quitting alternative, a smoking alternative. So flavours do enhance that experience of quitting or switching to vaping. And as for the process, the plan originally, like I said, when I quit smoking, I just I'd actually planned to cut down, and like I said, I kind of tricked myself into quitting with using vaping. And the process for me was I was cutting down the nicotine strength over time. So like I said, I started at 18 milligrams, and I actually was down to 0. But it was actually about 4 months ago, I was actually down to no nicotine. Then about 4 days later, I was so depressed. I was sitting outside and I felt low, and I felt no energy. And I thought, what's going on? What's going on? I'd forgotten that I'd stopped nicotine. And so, look, because my understanding is vaping is so much safer than smoking. I'm not saying it's safe, but it's a much less harmful alternative to smoking. So for me, look, nicotine just seems to help me function better. So yeah, like the plan was to get off nicotine and then get off vaping, but at the moment I just think, well, like it helps my mood and it helps me function. So I think, all right, well, it's a lower risk solution to what I need. Thank you.
I think the jury's out on the safety because it hasn't been long enough. But anyway, I'll leave my comments there. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Passing the call to Senator Steele-John and then Senator Cadell. Okay,
Chair, would you mind rotating to Senator Cadell? I've just experiencing a bit of tech issues, my end.
Absolutely. Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for coming today. We've had a number of vape store owners approach us individually offline, and they are quite scared of coming. They've been approached and pressured by the criminal side of people, organised crime, to sell their products or run their stuff or give their stores over. Have any of you experienced it personally or heard of that within the industry?
I definitely heard of it. Yes, absolutely heard of it. I haven't experienced it personally, but there was a shop 150 metres down the road from my Geelong store that was firebombed a couple of weeks ago.
Really?
Sort of worries you.
I wouldn't approach you either. What do you bench, about 4,000?
A little bit.
Yeah. Anyone else?
It's definitely going on. Syndicates see an opportunity to make money. They want it. They'll move in. That's it.
I personally haven't had any. I haven't had any threats or anything like that.
Okay. But your businesses are now closing largely because the activities of illegal gangs bringing in unregulated product, aren't they?
100%. 100%. Since last year, our sales have initially plummeted around 60% because of the boom in disposables. And, you know, we've had to use a lot of our savings just with the hope, because we see time and time again, every year something happens, whether it be federally or state. So we have to be prepared for that. So we keep propping ourselves up financially during those losses. Business is picking up again, thankfully, but it's certainly killing the industry. A lot of stores are closed.
I would say as a distribution on the whole, you'd be looking at about 60 to 80% loss within the last 8 odd months, 6 months of the industry. Catastrophic for the owners, small business owners.
Yeah, we've closed our stores. We're only operating online in anticipation that we'll be closed down altogether shortly.
My experience in Maitland is I sat outside a licensed or what is meant to be a reputable operator, I'll say someone who says they act like you, and I watched kids in school uniform go across the road to an unlicensed operator, walk in and be served whilst there was a police car in the street. How do you compete with that when you're a licensed business?
Look, you can't, and quite a lot of our customers are members of the police force, and we have this chat with them. They said, we haven't got time for this. We don't believe this should be happening. We're not going to be doing anything. I've had a member of ABF tell me, they're not going to do a lot at that end. You can throw as much money in there as what you want, but at the end of the day, it still comes down to prohibition, and once prohibition hits, people are going to try every avenue possible to get illegal products into Australia. They will succeed, and that will grow. That $15 million heist they had with the disposable vapes last week, that's a drop in the ocean. We're hearing up to 200 to 300,000 of these are getting in per day. So $15 million, that's nothing.
And I also just add something, you know, in regards to like prohibition or banning and all. Look, you can still get 3D printers. Things can still be made. All you need is chips, circuits, wires, batteries, you know, lithium batteries, which aren't illegal. And then you can make the juice still, like through the means of you can buy glycerin at the shops. You can buy food flavouring. People will find alternatives. So by putting a ban in, it's just not going to stop it. As a matter of fact, it's going to make more dangerous conditions.
If I could just say one more thing here, all of us vape store owners, just to be clear, we hate tobacco and we hate tobacco companies and definitely do not want any affiliation. If Labor was being honest about protecting people's health, they would ban cigarettes and regulate and legalise vapes. What they're actually doing is the opposite. They're banning or trying to ban the better of two evils and still manage to regulate and legalise the worst of the two. It just does not make sense.
With gun laws in New South Wales, I don't know other states, if I apply for a gun licence, I'm subject to non-warrant inspections and those sorts of things. If this was to go down the model and change to a regulated consumer model, aka New Zealand, would all of you be happy? I know, Mr Isaacs, you already have the inspections, to have open searches, open policies to be inspected and to ensure compliance with your businesses?
We already do. We have visit every quarter by a health inspector from the local council in Melbourne. We're the vape store, so we are obviously visual, whereas up the road, 2 blocks down, they're selling disposables. I doubt they go in there and search them. They probably don't. I don't know if they're unaware or don't care, but because we're the vape store, we do. They come in, they take photos, they talk to us, they send in secret shoppers. I have a great relationship with the lady that does the inspections. I've got nothing to hide, I've got no problems, but they're not doing the same to the people just up the road. There's a news agency just up the road with them on display, selling $50 a pop cash. People are lined up for them. And they, and like Craig said, our sales have been decimated, where people walk in, do you sell disposables? No, they walk out, they go up the road, and that's it. And we
get the same sort of inspections as well, if not more so because of the amount of shops that we've got. But you know, people like Simon Chapman yesterday, when he refers to us as criminals, he's tarring everyone with the same brush, and that is completely incorrect. Jackie and I'm not sure about Greg, but we have South Australian tobacco licences which endorses our right to trade. We are not criminals. What he is doing is tarring us now. What happens if it does get regulated? People are going to start to question us when we're not part of the problem. We want to be part of the solution. We want to help. We want to help not only people give up cigarettes, but we want to help the government manage this, because we don't want to see what is happening.
So, including Mr Leary in this, all of you, this legislation punishes the people doing the legal and right things while actually creating a market for the criminals in Australia. Is that right?
100%.
Correct.
It punishes. It takes away their whole lifestyle, their business. It's destroying their business. Everything they work for, everything they've gone to achieve, it's gone, finished with one foul swoop, one decision.
Wow. Mr Leary?
Yeah, look, the places I buy the vaping devices are like the people that are here today that have vape stores. I buy the vaping tanks and the batteries and the mods and everything from legitimate stores. They have age verification when I sign in online, and obviously I've got to use a credit card. But yeah, to me, a lot of them have been closing down sales because and so it's pushing the legitimate market out, and it's forcing us to go to a chemist where you buy something that's probably not going to work. I have to be honest, if I was trying to quit smoking today using vaping, I may not be able to do it. I really wouldn't. Like the chemist model, it's expensive and they're not great. To me, they're basically winding it back to how when we had those, we still do, those inhalers that you bought. They weren't pleasurable, they weren't helpful, and they're expensive. So yeah, I just see the legitimate, like vaping was invented by, I think it was a Chinese pharmacist back about 20 years ago, and his dad died of lung cancer, and he wanted to find a way to quit smoking, and so he invented the first vape. So the legitimate needs or purpose of vaping is being sort of pushed out with the current model. Thank you.
Okay, so last question again to you all. Going forward from here, the 50,000 people you say you've helped, Mr Jackman, and I think, Jacqueline, I can't remember the number you said. What do they do now when they want to get off smoking? What are the people you've got vaping? What do? Do they go back to cigarettes for their nicotine? What do they do?
Well, a lot of our customers are panicking. We've got a lot of older people that are ringing us all the time. They're stocking up, they're buying up big. The only reason we're having good sales is because people are panic buying, trying to get ahead of the game. They're not sure. They don't know. Some say they're going to go back to smoking. Some just actually are scared. They don't know.
Yeah, quite a number of our customers have already intimated that if it changes, they'll go back to smoking because, the model they're trying to present, the only people that are going to benefit from it are the tobacco companies or companies linked to big tobacco. So the pricing isn't going to be as affordable, because you've got to remember, you might not be aware that a lot of people that are smokers that take up vaping, a lot of them don't necessarily do it for the health perspective. They do it from the cost perspective. So if they start implementing taxes that are going to surpass, not taxes, if they're going to, the prescription model from the chemist, if that's going to surpass the cost of vaping, then they're going to either go back to smoking or they're going to source the black market. They're going to be their two avenues. A lot of people have said they know where they can get these disposables from if push comes to shove. They don't want to get on them, but at the end of the day, at least they can get something from it.
Thank you.
Yeah, look, just touching on that, I've heard of like a 4 mil and a device being sold in a chemist for $169.95. No, 4 mil for a heavy vapor, e-cigarette user, smoker, will not last a day. So what are we doing here? We're going to say, what, it's $170 a day. There's no way they're going to go for that. No way. They'll just go back to smoking. It's cheaper. Smoking will be cheaper.
Yeah, for me, Senator, I've been stockpiling. I bought like 4 or 5 different mods and a bunch of tanks and probably 2 years worth of the coils and I'm hopeful that, and I've got some nicotine that I've kept in the freezer.
Careful, Mr. Leary, that could be determined as a commercial quantity now.
But I'm just hopeful that the government, look, the tide is changing. I think with the sentiment, people are starting to challenge what the government's saying and doing. And the health's being challenged too. I think people are saying, hey, look, the evidence worldwide is actually different to what a lot of the authorities in Australia are saying. So I'm hopeful that it'll change before I run out of nicotine, because I don't know what I'd do. I'm a mess if I don't have any nicotine at all. So thank you, Senator.
And I note for your benefit that this is under parliamentary privilege and nothing you can say me use. So thank you there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Cadell. Pass to Senator Steele-John and then Senator Campan. Senator Steele-John.
Thanks very much, Chair. Could I ask Mr. Leary, the term commercial quantity is yet to be defined in legislation. Is it essential that this is a quantity which is defined at an amount high enough that personal users are unlikely to be in possession of more than a commercial quantity? From your experience, what is the maximum amount of vaping devices, e-liquids, and accessories such as pods that a personal user might possess at a single time?
To tell you what I've got now, I've probably got, and I've stockpiled, so I've got a lot more than I would have otherwise, but I've probably got 6, maybe 7. I'll just show you, like the actual, that bottom half is the actual device, the part that powers the tank. This is the tank inside of coils and a liquid. So I've probably got 6 or 7 like mods, probably the same 6 or 7 tanks. I've probably got a coil will last me maybe 2 to 3 weeks, and I've probably got 2 years worth of coil. So I've got a lot more than I probably would have otherwise. Had this reforms not been, this bill not be looking at being passed, I probably have half that. I probably have three tanks, 3 mods, and probably 6 months worth of coil. So to me, the threshold would probably be, I mean, look, you'd probably say $1,000 worth of equipment would be a threshold. That's just a look. I can't say, but I'd say $1,000 worth of equipment. After that's probably starting to get commercial. Yeah.
Jordan, we've lost you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leary. Can I ask you, under those normal circumstances where you had in your possession those 3 quantities of tanks, coils, etc., how long would that last you?
Look, I never bought the disposables. I wanted to get some devices that would last. I've actually got a tank that I bought when I first quit smoking. So I've had a tank that's actually lasted me 6 years. But some tanks seem to leak, or they break, or and the actual the thing that the mod that powers the device. I've still got ones that I've had for 4 or 5 years. So the good ones, the ones like a lot of the vendors here in the forum have mentioned, that the good quality devices can last many years. So yeah. So probably, and the coils, like I said, the coils last. I've got coils that do last a long time. Some coils last maybe 4 or 5 days, depending on the liquid. The ones I've got last me about 3 weeks, and I get them in packs of 5. I've probably, at the moment, I've probably got twice as much as I would normally have, but I would have probably 6 months to 12 months worth of coils. Yep. Thank you.
Okay. And finally, can I ask of the various independent vaping store owners that are giving evidence today, if this bill passes, what amendments would you propose to maintain as much choice for possible consumers?
Jackie, you want to go?
I'm not really sure, to be honest.
I'm just trying to rehash the question.
Yes,
what changes would we like to see? I mean, obviously, Senator, there's a number of changes we would want to see, but most certainly the right to have flavours. We're not concerned about packaging. You can put them in a square black box, but people still want their bubble gum. It doesn't really matter. I'm 55. I'm entitled to that choice. We do not want to see disposable vapes. We do want to see refillable vapes. We do want to see a national licensing scheme for specialised vape shops that pass whatever requirements that are agreed upon. Interesting, I was listening to the lady who's sitting in Parliament, but it's got an SC1. I don't know what her name is, the blonde hair, but she was talking about an e-cigarette reform committee. I would like to see a member from the Vaping Association of Australia sit on that committee and be involved with any changes that are going to be discussed. That pretty much. I'd like to see tax. Bring the tax in. Bring it in. Let's help the government as well. If you're going to help us, we'll help you because we sell a lot of products.
Can I just say, I'm sure everyone will agree that let's not tax it like we tax cigarettes, because for me, one of the salient things that I've got from quitting smoking was that I've got more money. Like I just don't want to see it taxed to the point where it's effectively prohibitive. I mean, look at the cigarette industry, the chop chop and all the illegal forms of tobacco. That comes about, in my humble opinion, because of the excessive price of tobacco. So, like Craig was saying, I'm happy to pay tax on the vaping equipment and liquids and whatnot, but please keep it something that we can afford and make our lives a bit better. Thank you.
Senator, alcohol is not healthy. We know it. You know, it kills people. It causes domestic violence, but we still sell it under a regulatory model. If they can do it with alcohol, they can do it with vapes.
I think if you set up a national register of compliant products, whether it be hardware or liquid that come into the country by whatever wholesalers, distributors that bring this in, if you had a national register for the shops to pick these products that were compliant and ready and approved for the market by, Australia Health or the TGA or whoever had to approve them for sale, and then those products, those shops will pick from those products and they can move ahead with confidence. And in regards to like flavors and packaging and all that, look, some of it is a little bit, in your face, but I don't know of anybody that wouldn't have a problem with toning that down. I mean, 2 flavor words like the New Zealand model have done, and tone down the flavors. I mean, like there's a solution to this, and I'm sure the owners of these shops would be more than happy to work with you guys.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Those were my questions.
Thank you. Senator Canavan for our last question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to get more of a handle on the cost of living impacts here. I suppose this might be to Mr. Leary in particular as a user. You mentioned earlier it saved you money going to vapes. I mean, can you give us a rough cost per week or so that you have saved? And can you I think you were going through the prices at pharmacies. It sounds like these legalised vapes are very excessively priced. What's the difference between them and what you've been able to pay at a vape store in last year? And is that a big cost of living impact?
Yeah, thank you, Senator Canavan. the irony, when I was a smoker, I was working at the local government in engineering, and I was spending. Even then, I was working and I was poor, and it's because I was smoking. Like when I quit smoking using vaping, I went from spending, I think, probably, and the price of cigarettes is much higher now, but I think I was spending about $300 a fortnight, so about $150, $200 a week on cigarettes. Vaping, I estimated was costing no more than $30 a week, so probably 1/6 to 10-15% of the cost. Yes, and the pods that, because I didn't actually go and buy them, I got a link from the doctor to a website. I think it was Chemist Warehouse, and I didn't buy it, but I just researched it, and people were saying they're paying $200 and something for 3 or 6 pods, and they said that they only last them like 3 days. So you're looking at probably $300-400 a week for the pharmaceutical alternative. So look, so the pharmaceuticals probably as expensive as or more expensive than cigarettes, whereas vaping's probably 10 to 15% of the costs. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chair, can I just ask a very quick follow-up on a specific thing he said in that last answer?
Yes, you can.
Mr. Leary, you just said Chemist Warehouse, you got sent a link from the doctor straight away. Was that via a Stop Smoking website? I asked questions yesterday of Liebherr Pharmaceuticals about their ownership of a anti-smoking website and their shareholding by Chemist Warehouse.
Yeah, I did a telehealth appointment. I actually Googled for nicotine prescriptions online and found a doctor. I don't remember who it was, but got a telehealth appointment, and yeah, he just sent me a link to my phone to I'm not 100% sure it was Chemist Warehouse. I think it was, but I think it was Nico Vape or Nico something or other.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, it was. Yep.
Thanks, Senator Cazell. Thank you all for your participation in our hearing today. We do appreciate the time you've taken to make submissions and to provide evidence to us all. If you have taken questions on notice, we're asking for responses by close of business on Monday, the 6th of May. That is because we are reporting to the Senate on the 8th of May, but you're free to lock them down.
Chair, can I just ask something?
Not usually, no.
Oh, well, can we be unusual for a minute?
Normally the questions and answers go the other way.
I would just like to raise a concern that I have, because we had to complete that Hansard and declaration, not having any links and everything else. But yesterday, I believe the committee was lied to, because Liebherr asserted they had no association with any tobacco company, yet their head of regulatory and external affairs, Stuart Pritchard, worked for Philip Morris for over 11 years. And now Philip Morris approved to have prescription vape. So I don't know. I'm not the smartest man on the planet, but I can join some dots there.
Thank you, Mr. Jackman. The committee will take that advice and discuss it privately. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. I will now call the next witnesses, and I will just check who we have on the line. I believe we have Dr. Alex Wodak. Yes. Representatives from the Police Federation of Australia in the room.
No, online.
Is that correct? Yep, sorry, I can't see the...
Yeah, Mr. Webber's online.
Online, okay.
Mr. Martin's in the room.
Okay, and Mr. Martin's in the room. And I understand Dr. Martin is in the room. Okay, I understood that we were missing a witness, so that's great. Thank you very much for joining us today. For the Hansard record, could I ask you please to state your full names and the capacity in which you're appearing today, and we'll start with Dr. Wodak. I believe you're on mute, Dr. Wodak.
My apologies. I'm appearing on my own behalf. I'm not, I'm a member of organisations, but I'm appearing representing myself.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Martin.
Thank you. I'm representing myself as well. I'm a doctor in criminology, a specialist in illicit markets, but I'm here in a private capacity.
Okay, and Mr. Webber from the Police Federation.
Yeah, Sergeant Scott Webber. I'm the CEO of the Police Federation of Australia, representing 65,000 police officers around the entire country.
Excellent. Thank you very much for appearing before us today. As the committee has, I don't believe, received conflict of interest declarations from all witnesses here on this panel, I'm asking you to make those before us now. Also, if you have provided a declaration, I'm asking you to repeat those for the purposes of Hansard. And please note that if you do not make these declarations, you're not able to appear before us today to take evidence. So my question is, have you or your organisation received any support, whether financial or non-financial, direct or indirect, from any parties involved in the production, distribution or sale of tobacco, nicotine or vaping products? And if so, please provide details of that support, including the nature of that support, the amount or value provided, the name of the entity or person providing it, and any other relevant information. Start with you, Dr. Wodak.
The answer is no. I've sent in 2 declarations already testifying to the fact that I haven't received any financial support from those organisations. I did point out that I worked in government hospitals in Melbourne, London and Sydney for about 40 years, so therefore received government salaries, and some government income is inevitably derived from the tobacco industry, either through excise or through other forms of taxation. And like any other person receiving government salaries, therefore I indirectly receive money from the tobacco industry.
Thank you. And Dr. Martin?
No conflict to declare.
Okay. And Mr. Webber?
No conflict, and we're a political association, and it would be a total conflict for us to accept it, so no.
Thank you. I now invite all witnesses to make a brief opening statement if they wish to do so, and at the conclusion of that, I'll be moving to questions from senators, and we'll start with you, Dr. Wodak.
Thank you. Look, I think the crux of the matter is that Australia since 2011 has been severely restricting a much less dangerous option for people who want to take nicotine, while the deadly option, cigarettes, has been readily available from about 40,000 outlets. Nobody's been able to justify that, and that's the crux of the problem we're dealing with. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Webber.
I realise you're over time. I think our submission speaks for itself. Look, the biggest question here is actually what policy do you want, and what health issues do you need to reframe? Our biggest issue is this is a health issue that's now turned into a criminal one.
Thank you. And Dr. Martin?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. As we know, at the start of the year, the government prohibited the supply of non-medicinal consumer vaping products. The consequences of this ban have been disastrous, with 9 out of 10 vapers having already rejected the prescription model and instead sourcing their products from the black market. With around 1.5 million Australians now vaping illegally, the bans have created the second largest illegal drug market in the country after cannabis, and a massive new front in the war on drugs. The nationwide value of the illicit vaping market is estimated to be in excess of $2 billion. Battle for control of this trade has resulted in serious criminal violence, with over 70 fire bombings and multiple homicides witnessed around the country in the last 12 months alone. The response so far has not been to change tack, but rather to double down, with yet more onerous restrictions introduced in March on popular flavours and vaping devices that will do nothing to increase the appeal of the prescription model. We're also seeing the same tired tactics and cliches witnessed previously in the war on drugs. We have tens of millions of taxpayer dollars flowing into supply-side prohibition and press conferences touting record seizures and supposedly serious blows against organised crime. We know what happens next because we've seen it time and again with other drugs that have been criminalised. Law enforcement does not and cannot restrict access to the point that consumers who want these products will be precluded from getting them. Rather, markets adapt and supply goes underground, where it is even more difficult to police. The illegal products that are supplied by the black market are unregulated, meaning that they are more potent, more addictive, and more dangerous than their legal alternatives. Increasing penalties and heavier policing do not stop criminal actors entering the market. They simply allow them to charge more for their services and increase the profits available to organised crime. Fortunately, we do know what works in reducing drug-related harms. Retail licensing, risk-proportionate taxation, strictly enforced age restrictions, plain packaging and bans on advertising, as well as public health campaigns, have successfully reduced rates of both teen and adult smoking and alcohol consumption over the last decade. These successes have occurred without prohibiting these products and generating billions of dollars for organised crime. I therefore urge the committee to heed the lessons of the war on drugs and adopt a similarly pragmatic and realistic approach to the regulation of vapes as we do with other adult consumer products. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will be passing the call to Senator Urquhart.
Thanks very much, Chair. I might start off with, where's he gone? Mr. Webber, you've disappeared, I think. Yes. Are you there, Mr. Webber? There you are.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You just disappeared for a moment and I thought...
No, I just took my face off there.
That's all right. So I'm just, the question I want to ask you specifically is, why have law enforcement agencies struggled to contain the rise of illicit vaping products?
Well, firstly, it's not on our radar, regardless of the money that's been allocated for law enforcement. It just hasn't translated. There's no commissioner that's been there, and there's no focal point. There's no training as well. And I do take on board what the good doctors say in regards to prohibition. But in saying that, we'd like to go down a proper regulatory model, a licensing model such as that we have with liquor. But again, that doesn't occur at the present moment. So for us, it's just not visible. Also, we have a huge recruitment and retention issue across the entire country. Like all industries, we're struggling with recruitment, but even more so in policing because we have an ageing police population, extremely hard workloads, and we're the universal 24/7 problem solver. So I think our question, and you raised that in a roundabout way, is that what do the government want out of this policy? For us, it's created a crime. I never thought 5-10 years ago I'd be actually even discussing any of these issues about illicit tobacco or vaping, but yet we are sitting here talking about it now. And it is, as the good doctor said, this is a real industry for crime, organised crime. We're actually putting more people in harm's way for the health issues. Law enforcement don't have the propensity or either the inclination to actually enforce it at the present moment because there's no structure around it. And we, to be honest, we don't know what to do because there is no clear guidelines. So there needs to be a harmonised model across the entire country where it tells us, hang on a minute, you need to be a fit and proper person to actually hold a licence to sell vapes or tobacco. You actually have to go through a course in regards to selling it to the appropriate people. Age restrictions, also restrictions in regards to the quality and where it's produced from. And police could come in there and enforce it like we do with liquor right now. Come in and say, hang on a minute, where's your licence? You don't have a licence? Here's a ticket for $50,000. Also, the owner of the premises gets a ticket for that as well. We confiscate all that illicit vapes, tobacco, and therefore it puts, and also there'd be a reverse onus for them to prove that they actually had the entitlement to sell and also progress that. So for us, it's a huge issue, you know. And one of your previous speakers before highlighted that he saw kids walk across the road in front of a police car. It is not visible to us. We are not trained in this, and it is not our bailiwick at the present moment. It is not something we're focusing on. Not to say that we want to go down an any state path, which I know other previous people have mentioned, but we need actual proper training, education, and also the capabilities to actually enforce this. That is a licensing regime with tickets, and we can make this work. But at the present moment, my members across the board, this is not our focus. It's domestic violence, it's cyber crime, it's break and enters. And that's the other thing too, and I'll keep coming back to this point. We do not have enough police officers. We have huge vacancies across the entire country. This is not something for us to focus on unless the federal government, as I've highlighted in our submission through the Police Federation of Australia, they need to actually formulate a strike force, a task force with every agency involved, including the ATO, so we can actually go out there and stop it at its source. But it needs to be funded by the federal government, because if you ask the states to do it, they're going to say, no way, our priorities are back to domestic violence, break-in-enters, dealing with serious and organised crime, even though there's huge issues in Queensland and Victoria at the present moment with this.
Yeah, because I was just going to say, surely that's the number of police are a state, and it's a different jurisdiction, I suppose, each around the country. But you've actually eloquently put, what you think the federal government could do there. Do you think, Mr. Webber, that the reforms that will come in with part of this legislation, the reforms around the legislation, will assist police in enforcement actions, or do you think it's still the same story that you've just outlined?
I think it's the same story. The funding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's about 180 million, but that hasn't translated on the ground.
Yeah.
Again, if you ask any police officer in your local electorate or across the country, what do they do with illicit vaping? We wouldn't know. And on top of that too, we walk through. I was walking through the streets today, and I saw numerous people taking vapes. Police officers at the present moment do not have the time to actually sit there and go, oh, do you have a prescription of that? Where is your prescription? Also, we don't have a system where, so what do? We confiscate it. Where do I book it up? What actually do I do with it? I'm taking away something that they purchased. So there has to be some protections there for police officers as well. Also, if I'm taking it away, do I issue them a fine? Now, where does that fine go? Where's the structure behind that? And the one thing, all the state jurisdictions are absolutely bleeding in regards to resourcing at the present moment. This is not their focus. So if the federal government really wants to make this policy and then reduce the harm to the community, they have to have a proper structure in place, but also fund it as well. You're on silent, sorry.
Senator Urquhart, you're on mute.
And we've lost your audio.
She's on mute.
I'm not sure why that happened. Yeah, okay, sorry.
There we go.
Now I'm going, Mr. Martin, can you talk to me about what's the experience on the ground that you're noticing when it comes to enforcing laws around illicit vaping products?
Well, I'm a criminologist, so I don't have a police department at my disposal, but I think it'd be the experience of any person walking down the street, any high street in the country. It's very easy to find illicit vapes in any of the convenience stores we see around, and we've got regular updates from and public media statements from Border Force, from state policing agencies that there are seizures going on all the time. And I'll just note that the largest seizure ever of vapes, Mr. Butler reported around $15 million worth of vapes. If the vaping market, if these estimates are accurate, and they're from the Victorian Parliamentary Budget Office, the largest ever seizure of vapes accounted for about 0.75% of the market. So that's a rounding error as far as these organised crime groups are concerned, and they're in a very comfortable position to absorb those losses.
Yeah. I'll just go very quickly to Dr. Wodak, given that I know we're really stressed for time. Dr. Wodak, you've stated publicly that nicotine in vapes is not very addictive. Can you then explain to me why observational studies of people vaping have recorded puff frequencies that are about 400% and more higher than those observed in smokers?
Well, I base my observations on medical research and the attractiveness of cigarette smoking to people who are cigarette smokers. That attraction to nicotine, which some people call addiction, some people call dependence. Anyway, whatever it is, when they switch from cigarettes to vaping, that entity decreases. There's lots of research to show that. The puffing frequency is a poor guide to addictiveness. It's really symptoms like withdrawal symptoms, for example, that are a better guide to how addictive a property is, a particular chemical is. The puffing frequency, and I'm surprised at the figure you quoted of 400%, but really all that reflects is the way in which the person who is vaping is trying to get as much nicotine as they used to get from when they were smoking. And with most vaping devices, the nicotine delivered is significantly less than they were getting from smoking. There are some on the market now where it is very close to or equal to what they were getting from smoking. And the more nicotine they're getting from vaping, the lower their puffing frequency.
Okay. Chair, I might leave it there and give others a go because I know we're really running short. Thanks.
Thank you. Senator Kovacic.
Thank you all for your time and your evidence, and in particular, the information around illicit vape. So I'm after your insights as to how realistic do you think it is that effectively this legislation banning all vapes aside from prescription vapes will actually just cause people to stop vaping or go get a prescription for a vape? Is this realistically something that you feel will happen?
I could answer that if I may. Look, I think it's a complete fantasy, and it's a fantasy on several levels. As Dr. Martin has suggested to you already, if there is a strong demand for some substance or for offside betting on races or for buying sex work, whatever it is, if there's a strong demand for it, and if it's easy to subvert the controls on that good or service, the trade will flourish. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. And the more that the government is piling on severe and more severe restrictions, the more severe the unintended consequences. It's as simple as that. But look, we're basically dealing with a problem where we've got something like 7.8 million containers entering Australia every year. And we have the capacity to search 100,800 of those 7.8 million containers. Most of the vapes are coming in containers. Could anyone believe that system could actually work? We've got 27,000 kilometres of coastline, most of it deserted. We've got billions of parcels arriving in Australia every year. I would suggest to you that if unlimited resources were given to law enforcement authorities, we'd still not be able to stem the supply.
Yeah, I'd echo Dr. Wordak's comments there. And I'd add an additional challenge. I mean, yes, most of the illicit vapes that we've got, the disposable ones, come from China. China's our largest trading partner. We import around 20 million tonnes of products from China every year. That's a hell of a haystack to hide a needle in. But also, these supply lines are already entrenched and established now. The prescription model has already failed. 9 out of 10 vapers are already sourcing their products illegally. For this to work, you would have to have some aspect of the policy that attracted vapers back into the legal market. And at the moment, with the restrictions on flavours, the restrictions on devices that vapers actually want to use, I don't see any realistic possibility of that happening. I will also add that enforcement doesn't just happen at the border; it happens, at the street or state level as well. We've heard from Mr. Webber about police concerns there. This won't be able to be done without police either. You can't send health compliance officers into stores that are owned by organised crime groups. There's just too much risk associated with that. So trying to enforce these laws at a retail level would be extraordinarily resource intensive. And the only outcome of that would be to drive the trade underground. We know that teens can access vapes. They can also access cannabis. The illegal drugs that we have would be, a good, similarity with what we would expect to see with vapes if there was a similar crackdown to take place.
I'd be interested in any of your insights onto then what you believe would be a good mechanism in order, because most of this is obviously focused on the fact that people don't want children to vape or to start vaping. We don't want 12, 13, 14-year-olds vaping at school or anywhere for that matter. What kind of mechanisms can we put in place, and is banning the disposable vape perhaps a better alternative than banning altogether?
I think we've got the answer from that in New Zealand. New Zealand and Australia for decades had very similar policies and very similar outcomes from their tobacco control policies. Australia had slightly lower smoking rates. and that it all changed in New Zealand in August 2020 when the four major parties decided to back the kind of arrangements that Dr. Martin outlined already to you. And what's happened in New Zealand is that on some but not all measures, the vaping rates amongst New Zealand youth are falling, but just as significantly, or in my view even more significantly, the smoking rate in New Zealand is falling at twice the rate as the smoking rate is falling in Australia. And the focus really should be on reducing the smoking rate, in my view, should be on reducing the smoking rate in older smokers, because they're the ones at risk of getting cancer, heart disease and lung disease and dying within a few years. I don't want to see any young people in Australia or elsewhere vaping, but really that's a problem that is low risk, much lower risk than smoking, and we've got decades to deal with that. We don't have that luxury of time dealing with the older smokers. They're going to get cancer, heart or lung disease and die from it in the next few years. We have 21,000 deaths from Australian smokers every year. That should be the focus. So I don't think the problem really is as difficult as many people suggest. New Zealand, I would suggest, is really where we should be looking for answers. New Zealand and especially also the United Kingdom.
Thank you.
I'd agree with I'd agree with Dr. Wodak's comments there. I would also say as well, in terms of tackling the black market, if, for example, we heard in the previous panel session from legitimate vaping retailers in the country and how their business model has been negatively impacted here, a huge amount of that market share of those businesses that will be shut down will go to the black market. If those businesses were to be able to go back to a previous arrangement or even better, something along the lines of a New Zealand model, that decreases demand for black market products. That's what sucks oxygen out of the black market, decreases profitability available for organised crime. And it also frees up law enforcement and compliance measures to focus on the dodgy operators. So, you're on the one hand undermining the demand, which is going to reduce the profits available to them, and diverting that back into legal, regulated and taxable products.
Thank you. I'm going to pass the call to Senator Steele-John now.
Thanks very much, Chair. Could I ask a question, first of all, to Dr. Martin? What do you see as the impact of the reversal of the burden of proof on consumers or people suspected of supplying vaping products?
I'm sorry, Senator, I don't quite understand the question, the burden of proof.
So what we've heard from witnesses today and yesterday is that there is an element of the legislation which reverses the onus of proof to enable, basically to enable an enforcement individual to require that a person provide evidence that they are in possession of a prescribed vape, a prescribed product. So my question to you is in your view, what impact do you see this reversal having on consumers or people suspected of being consumers?
Right. Thanks, Senator. Yeah, I think the main problem here, and again, I think Mr. Webber alluded to this from a police perspective, is just the practicality of enforcing that. And so you'd have police officers, wandering around places where vapes are consumed, asking people for their prescriptions. That's an incredibly onerous and burdensome thing to do. And what happens, of course, in those instances where someone doesn't have their prescription on them, I just don't see any other realistic, parallel where police officers would be asking people for whatever medical prescriptions or papers they have on them at one time, and whether police would even be comfortable in enforcing the law like that. That really does look like a nanny state, or even worse comparisons that people can make there. Police officers don't want to wander around presumably asking people for their papers.
And to the Police Federation of Australia, a common objection to this bill is that it will result in consumers of vaping products being arrested. Is it correct that this would give the power, as currently written, the power to arrest individuals?
Look, there's always a power of arrest in regards to any form of ticket or enforcement. But in saying that, the police officers around the country go out of their way not to arrest people. If we streamline the process and made it seriously, just like the liquor licensing laws, we could issue infringement notices and progress it further. There'd be probably issues in regards to identification, especially if they didn't have an appropriate ID. But in saying that, look, police officers in the current form of the legislation and also even the funding, we don't have the training, the knowledge, and also the time to actually go and ask the individuals. I think the major focus for us, Senator, is actually cutting it off at the source. So that is going to those illicit premises that are actually selling illegal vapes, that don't have a correct licence, that actually are getting it illegally, run by organised crime. That is our major focus. So we're not going to look at the individual person out on the street that wants to have a mango vape in the afternoon after work. What we want to do is go to that premises that's run by an outlaw motorcycle gang who's intimidating, local communities, threatening local businesses, and go in there and say, hang on a minute, are you a fit and proper person to run this business? No, you're not. Do you have a licence to actually run this sell tobacco? No, you don't. Is the tobacco or the vapes actually, properly regulated? And no, it's not. So ticket, and we give a ticket to the owner of the business, the person that's selling it, and we confiscate all those items that are there for sale. That's probably our major focus. In regards to the average person walking down the street having a disposable vape or another vape, it is just not going to come up on our radar. I just cannot see that occurring in the present environment. And also, we do not have the training or actually the workload would restrict it. We're going to do things that are 10 times more important. And the other thing, your constituents from any local electorate, they're going to say to the police officer, why are you bothering my son, daughter, or my friend, husband in regards to a vape when you should be locking up the person that broke into the local pub or broke into the house or the domestic violence situation down the street? I think that's where the premise is coming from us.
Mr. Webber, thank you for that. And I hear that evidence that you've shared with us, and also it's important to combine it with the statement of the author of the bill, in this case being the Minister and the Department, that's not the intent of the legislation. As currently written, the distinction, as far as we've been told as a committee, between where you would be able to issue that infringement notice, that fine, however you end up operationalising this policy, and the ability of that individual to apply for an exemption, is the quantity that they are found in their position, the commercial quantity. So it is the case that if an individual was found by an officer or an enforcement agent to have a commercial quantity in their possession, you would be granted under this legislation the power to arrest them, correct?
Well, Senator, the only time that person would come under our notice if they committed another offence. I don't think there's a police officer across the country that would actually legitimately go and target someone who's having a vape, regardless that it is banned and illicit. It's just not going to happen. I mean, a prime example, as you well know, when you go to Canberra, like all drugs there are decriminalised, but now we're talking about illicit vapes having more of a punitive effect. Again, I'm going to get down to the real nuts and bolts of this.
Of course, and I hear that. I'm just conscious of time, and I do accept what you're sharing with us. I just need to ask you a final question, though, is beyond the practicalities and the intent that I hear from you, is there a barrier that you've been able to identify within the bill that would prevent an officer from arresting a individual with a commercial quantity in their possession as currently written in the bill?
Look, yeah, police can, regardless of the tickets or the legislation, police can arrest anyone in regards to taking to a police station to ascertain, the ID and investigating further. Of course, we could arrest, but I think that would be highly unlikely, Senator.
Okay.
Senator,
Thank you, Chair.
To the call. I'm going to Senator Cadell and then Canavan. Senator Cadell, just noting we are running a bit behind.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks very much for your evidence. Mr Webber, just quickly to you, in summary, police force does amazing work, a lot of work, so much more so, especially this week, noticing domestic violence. With the resources you have, with the training you have now, with all the other demands on you, could you enforce this to eliminate illegal vaping in these laws across the country?
No, not at all.
Thank you very much. Dr Martin, thank you for your evidence. The government and the people here have trotted out everyone that this is all about the kids. None of us want to see kids vaping, but they're saying that the industry has forced tobacco and vaping onto the kids. What has organised crime done about kids and vaping?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thanks, Senator. This has been one of the most frustrating things watching this debate from a criminological perspective. This really looks like a classic case of moral panic as far as criminologists are concerned, where we have an exaggeration over the threat to a particular group. As you say, teen vaping is a concern, but over 70% of teens, according to the government's own statistics, have never tried a vape. Just 3.5% of teens vape daily. That's lower than the proportion of teens who were smoking daily a decade ago. And in terms of accessing the black market, well, this has occurred under a model in which the black market has thrived. Teens find it easier to access products from black markets, not harder, because the legitimate retailers who we've heard from before, they don't sell to underage people, but the black market is very happy to. They don't respect age restrictions. And of course, the products that they're getting have much, much higher levels of nicotine and other adulterants as well than are available from legitimate retailers. So they're more addictive than the products that are available.
Formaldehyde in some, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and particularly sky-high levels of nicotine. So they're getting more easily addicted to the black market products than they would be if they could get their hands on a legitimate one. So from this, a teen perspective, the black market presents way more of a danger to teens, in my view, than having a legal regulated market would.
So my view, personal view, so I don't want to push it onto you, is that with this bill, the government is being seen to do something, but really outsourcing the health outcomes for our youth and our people who want to quit smoking to outlaw motorcycle gangs and organised Asian gangs. Am I reading that completely wrong?
No, I'd have a very similar perspective, and I have a lot of sympathy for the position that Border Force and law enforcement would be put into if this bill passed. This isn't my criticisms on the limitations of what law enforcement could achieve, and not a criticism of law enforcement personnel. This is a strategy that they would be required to follow, but it's a misinformed strategy, and it will not achieve its outcomes, and we know that because of what we see with other illegal drugs.
Along the lines of what Mr Webber was saying, do you think Australians would be more pleased seeing their police force out there eliminating keeping women safe, keeping domestic violence victims safe, or picking up people who have vapes?
Yeah, absolutely. That's right. I mean, this is particularly vapes. I was in the UK a couple of weeks ago. I was in New Zealand over Christmas. You see vapes being sold there, and not just sold, but being advocated by public health departments, public health agencies as a less harmful alternative. And frankly, I find it absolutely ludicrous that you could walk into any supermarket or corner store and buy a packet of cigarettes, but there are all of these obstacles in the way to get legal vapes. Of course, illegal vapes are very easy to access, and that, of course, is the heart of all the problems that we're talking about.
You mentioned, I think, an estimated value of the industry at $2 billion. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's a conservative estimate, yeah.
That's bigger than the Australian Federal Police annual budget for last year.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we see in terms of the war on drugs more generally. The profits, essentially, this is not a criminal problem. This is an economic problem. With demand at those kind of levels, there is no level of government intervention that is feasible that can impact the profitability of the illicit trade in vapes and tobacco. And you can conflate those markets because it's the same organised crime groups who are involved with supplying illicit tobacco and illicit vapes, and as well as other illegal drugs. So yeah, it's an absolute disaster, and I don't think it is feasible in any sense.
Dr. Wodak, last question to you. This feels very much like I'm watching a 1930s movie. I've got a country like America that's all neighbours sell a product. It's not even illegal in most countries like cocaine or heroin, and that still gets here. All of our neighbours have this product available and sellable. How can we stop this? Will we stop this, and should we stop this?
And stop it. And you're right to put this in the as a choice between desirability of trying to do this or the feasibility. And it's the feasibility that really matters. Australia does, the Commonwealth Government commissions a survey every year of people who use drugs and asks them how difficult or easy it was to obtain heroin, cocaine, amphetamines, cannabis, etc. And the last year, I think 87% of people who responded said getting hold of heroin was either easy or very easy. And I believe that vaping would be even easier to get than heroin.
So I've always taught in my Law 101 school, which I failed a number of times, that a law has to be clear, concise and enforceable. This is not enforceable, is it?
It isn't.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Senator Canavan.
Thank you very much, Chair. And look, my question's to Mr Webber. And first, just want to thank you, Mr Webber, and thank all your members for their service as police officers to our nation. You said to Senator Cadell that I think you remarked that you didn't think police had the resources to implement the government's model. I mean, given we're in a situation of high rates of domestic violence, youth crime, terrorism as well now, I mean, what does this mean for police resources then? If governments are to say we need you to go and raid these vape shops, does that, with scarce resources, does that necessarily mean you have fewer resources to tackle those other issues facing our community?
Yeah, well, totally, Senator. The only way this would work if the Commonwealth, as I put in the submission from the Police Federation of Australia, the only way would this work if the Commonwealth actually funded that strike force and made it outside of the normal police budget. But it'd have to be in regards to, a regulatory licensing network where we could actually enforce proper, fit and proper people that actually are delivering, the tobacco or the vapes. On top of that too, we need to have the systems in place to issue tickets, but that hasn't come to fruition. So at the present moment, no. And I'll keep coming down to, and it comes back to some of your previous speakers where they highlighted, well, hang on a minute, I saw a police car around the corner. It is just not visible on our radar. We don't have training for it. We don't know how to deal with it. And at the present moment, we've got so many other priorities to deal with. So from a policing point of view, no, it's not workable in the current structure. We do welcome if there was a proper licensing regime in place that actually could administer this, where we actually had clear guidelines and clear policy on top of that too, and we could enforce it in that possible way. But again, when police officers out on the street are going to premises and confiscating the illicit vapes or illicit tobacco, it's already too late. So I think prevention, and I'll keep coming back to my initial comments at the start. What is the government policy? The policy here is to reduce the risk of nicotine. That's what I think, as a layman police officer's terms. This legislation is not doing that. If anything, we've turned a health issue into a crime issue, and we can just see that in numerous amount of states. It is not working, so we need to go back to the health issue. Now, what that means in regards to taxations and policies, that's not for me to decide. The police will actually enforce the law of the land on any given day, but this legislation, the way it's sitting and the philosophy behind it, is this flawed for us, and it doesn't work.
Can I just quickly ask a follow-up? How much do you have a cost on that strike force and it's needed? And did any of the state police jurisdictions meet with the federal department to discuss these issues before the model and maybe cost something up of what was needed?
Look, it'd probably be at the absolute most over 4 years, about $30 million, which is a drop in the ocean. And I know we touched upon $2 billion, and to my understanding, that's $2 billion lost in revenue. The other thing that we're starting to see now is that we don't know how many people are using, nicotine products, because it's just not, it's not coming up on the radar because the taxation is not there like it used to be. So you've had a market in regards to taxation tobacco to an extreme where you created a illicit market where organised crime's got involved. They're actually turning honest people into alleged criminals or putting them through the criminal system, which we don't want to occur either. And again, as I said, Senator, before, 10 years ago, I never thought I'd be ever talking about this issue. The only time we ever dealt with tobacco was when it was selling to underage people. Now we're talking about an entire population of Australians that use nicotine products that are going to come under the eyes of law enforcement. That's something we don't want. It's something we can't do. And again, when we come to a resource and supply and demand issue for our calls for service, it's just not going to be on the radar. Again, our members would much rather deal with serious offences instead of dealing with these issues, which, as far as we're concerned, is a health issue.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Webber.
Thank you very much. I believe Andy Misson from the Australian Secondary Principals Association just joined us. Unfortunately, we are at the end of this session, but I did just want to check. Senator Steele-John, I believe you requested this witness, if you just had a question to put to him before we move on. Have we lost Senator Steele-John? We may have lost Senator Steele-John. So, Mr. Misson, before we move to the next session, I might just give you an opportunity to present what would have been your opening statement, just so we have that for the record. But I'm afraid we need to move to the next witnesses.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
For the record, it's Myson.
Oh.
That's all right. It's common. Look, I have submitted a statement in writing. I don't know if you've accepted it, but look, I speak on behalf of all the public secondary school principals across Australia, which we're responsible for looking after more than 1.1 million children and young people. We strongly support the legislative amendments in the Therapeutic Goods and Other Legislation Amendment Bill, which seeks to address the growing public health crisis caused by increasing prevalence of vaping amongst young people. We've endorsed the Cancer Council's campaign to raise awareness about the harmful effects of vaping, and we've recently met with the Australian Medical Association to discuss our shared concerns. We're united in our support for these crucial legislative changes as critical regulatory step in addressing the vaping epidemic among our youth. Though a regulation is unlikely to stop our young people vaping, it will reduce and hinder supply and support efforts by education and health professionals to implement preventative approaches and interventions. There's clear and compelling evidence that vaping poses significant health risks, particularly for children and adolescents. The National Health and Medical Research Council has advised that e-cigarettes may expose users to harmful chemicals and toxins such as formaldehyde, heavy metals, particulate matter, and flavouring chemicals with the potential to cause adverse health effects. A single vape can contain the same amount of nicotine as 50 cigarettes. According to the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, 1 in 7 Australians aged 14 to 17 and 1 in 5 aged 18 to 24 are currently vapers. Concerningly, over 60% of those aged 15 to 24 had never smoked before they started vaping, and young people who vape are around 3 times more likely to take up tobacco smoking compared to those who've never vaped. Look, nicotine is highly addictive, and the evidence is really compelling and overwhelming that it has detrimental effects on adolescent brain development, containing multitudes of harmful chemicals, and the targeted marketing to young people through appealing flavours and packaging is particularly concerning for teenagers whose physiology and brain chemistry are undergoing significant changes during puberty, leaving them susceptible to lifelong addiction and poor health outcomes. Look, on behalf of my members, I want to say to you that schools across Australia are grappling with the disruptive and damaging effects of vaping on student wellbeing and learning. Our members report an increase in adverse behaviours. It's been well reported in the media, caused by addiction and withdrawal symptoms. And those from disadvantaged backgrounds are at even greater risk during this critical teenage stage of development. You know, schools, we got on top of smoking over many years, right? And we weren't dealing with so much disruption around responding to smoking behaviours. We got on top of that, and now it's all coming back again through vaping. A huge disruption, and we need to look after our kids. We need to support our teachers and school leaders to get on with the job they're there to do. Our students need to be protected from these harmful and toxic substances. ASPA strongly supports the proposed legislative amendments as a crucial step in safeguarding the health and wellbeing of our young people and ensuring they have the best possible opportunities for learning and healthy and successful futures.
Thank you very much. And I do need to ask you, as well as I've asked other witnesses at the start of the panel before you joined, whether you or your organisation have received any support, whether financial or non-financial, direct or indirect, from any parties involved in the production, distribution or sale of tobacco, nicotine or vaping products.
Absolutely not.
Thank you very much. I will just put one question to you before we move on to the next panel. Can you talk to us about the impacts for young people of nicotine addiction that you're seeing in schools, particularly when they may be developing these addictions, not realising they are consuming nicotine-based products, with respect to their learning, their development and their mental wellbeing and health?
Well, absolutely. I think you hit the nail right on the head when you said they're not aware often that the products they're consuming contain nicotine. The other factor I would say is with smoking, it's very easy to detect. You know, it smells and you can see the smoke. It's not something you can do in a crowded classroom or school environment. However, vaping, they look like highlighters, and they are, you know what I mean by highlighters, they're about this big that you can put them inside your coat. Kids do that, easy to hide. They can do it anywhere. They can do it in the playground, they can do it in the toilet, they can do it in the lunchroom, they can even do it in the classroom, and you'll often see kids do this, right? And unlike with cigarettes, the vapour disappears almost instantly and it's almost odourless, so very difficult to detect. In terms of the how it manifests in kids' behaviour, the same way that withdrawal symptoms from cigarettes would: agitation, irritation, irritability, a tendency to engage more readily in conflict cycles with other kids and with teachers. It distracts them, they're not focused on activity. Healthy or otherwise, and then when challenged, it will often lead to what might be considered typical of an addict's response. It very quickly goes to a conflict cycle, which is not in the interest of the learner, the other kids in the environment, or the teacher who's trying to get the job done. It also it actually means a decrease of kids engaging in healthy physical activities because of the health impacts that smoking or nicotine and vaping is having on kids' lungs, respiratory systems, so they're less inclined to get outside and be active, and all those things that we know are really important for our young people. It's very concerning. And it's not something that we should be dealing with in schools.
Sure, you have enough on your plate already.
Absolutely do.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, because we're due to move on, I think we're not able to do more questions. But if there is anything further you'd like to provide to us, we're closing answers to questions on notice and the such like by close of business on Monday the 6th of May because we're reporting on the 8th of May. And that applies to other witnesses who may have taken questions on notice. Please have them back to us by close of business on the 6th of May. But I'd like to thank you all for participating in our hearing. You're free to log off now. The committee will just take a 5-minute suspension, if that's okay with other senators, instead of 15, because we're running a bit behind. And we'll resume at 3:50 my time, which is 4:20 Eastern.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity.
All right, thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity. Welcome back. We're here to kill some time for 5 minutes. Sorry, I looked all over the shop here, but I do need these headphones on, and yeah, interesting times, hey? Interesting times. I'll tell you what, this afternoon I think that was a lot more realistic. It was certainly, I think we've seen a lot more realistic approach, particularly by criminologist James Martin. I feel Colin Mendelson may have been cut a little bit short. I think he had a lot more words of wisdom to bring to this committee. Yeah, what do you guys think? I think Craig Jackman. Geez, wow. I won't lie. I was a little bit worried about Craig. I know he's a very passionate man, and he to be able to hold it together so well and just tell the message so well. Look, don't get me wrong. I know Craig is a great communicator, and I think he's certainly been probably the most impactful speaker that we've seen today. But hey, that's my point of view. And maybe watching it back, I might think otherwise. What do you guys think? Any general comments? There's a say hi and hello. A few more people in the chat. And see what's going on. I'm fading in and out, Pippa. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. And I think the problem is it's because my microphone it's called a dynamic microphone. And if I don't talk right down and into it and I've got the microphone sort of pressed out of my way a little bit, it's probably not as clear. So my bad. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, I see a few comments that Craig was brilliant. Absolutely. And I apologise, I can't remember the names of the other two that joined him in that short session there. But that I think the poor lady who had to sell her shop, I think it was called The Vape Shop, also spoke very, very well. So sad that she had to close down her vape shop. It's really so sad that I've seen so many other vape shops, fall to the wayside. I mean, I'm talking about the proper legal specialist vape stores. And the other thing is, and you might have seen me comment in the chat, that yes, look, I have spoken to lots of vape store owners who have seemingly been targeted, with given more attention to. I mean, I'm talking about the specialist vape shops here, being given more attention to by authorities, trying to catch them out at any last second, seemingly ignoring the black market tobacco vape shops that have popped up on every second spare empty premises throughout Australian suburbia over the last couple of years. It's insane times, right? Yeah. So it'd be really, really interesting. I think one of the main things to take out of today is that this isn't going to be so cut and dry, I think, as what Butler may think. Now, look, I do understand might be a little bit of impatience there with Senator Jordan Steele. A little bit slow to talk. Yeah, look, I believe he has been through a hell of a lot in life and he's done well to get where he is. Where he comes from the Greens position is Greens policy generally is that we need to encourage harm reduction without prohibition or prohibitionary measures or prohibitionist measures. So what I was sort of really trying to get to, and you might appreciate now not understanding this, it was really just trying to push on the points of trying to clarify or get some clarity on how prohibitionist Mark Butler's bill is here before us. And generally speaking, and I won't speak for the Greens, I won't speak for anyone. I won't speak for anyone, but generally speaking, the Greens won't vote for prohibition. So when this does go to a vote in the Senate, let's go back anyway.
Representatives from the Australian Border Force, the National Vaping Working Group, and the Australian Federal Police. Thank you for appearing before our committee today. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Commonwealth officers are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. A copy of the order is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today, and we'll start with the Australian Border Force representatives.
Thank you, Chair. Michael Outram, Commissioner, Australian Border Force.
Thank you, Chair. Tim Fitzgerald, Deputy Commissioner, Australian Border Force.
Thank you, Chair. Kirsty Schofield, Assistant Commissioner, Australian Federal Police.
Thank you for being here. And from the National Vaping Working Group.
Good afternoon. My name is Susan Pearce. I'm the Secretary of New South Wales Health and Co-Chair of the Vaping Working Group, along with Commissioner Outram.
Thank you. And from the Australian... we heard from the Australian Federal Police. Apologies. There was no one else from the Australian Federal Police online. Great. Thank you very much. I also note that you have submitted declarations of conflict of interest, but I also need to ask you to reiterate those for the purposes of the Hansard. So if I could get a yes or no answer from each of you to the question, have you or your organisation received any support, whether financial or non-financial, direct or indirect, from any parties involved in the production, distribution or sale of tobacco, nicotine or vaping products?
I'll go first, Chair. Michael Outram, Australian Border Force. Neither for me nor for the Australian Border Force.
Thank you.
Tim Fitzgerald, Australian Border Force. No.
Kirsty Schofield, Australian Federal Police. No.
Susan Pearce, New South Wales Health. No.
Thank you. I now invite each of you to make an opening statement if you wish to do so, and then we'll have questions from senators. We would start with the Australian Border Force.
No, no opening statement from the Australian Border Force Chair, and Susan Pearce and myself have also agreed there'll be no opening statement from the working group.
Okay, and none from the Australian Federal Police?
No opening statement, Chair.
Thank you. I'll move to questions and I'll start with Senator Urquhart.
Great. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for appearing. I'll just throw this out. I don't mind who answers it, but I'd be really pleased if you don't repeat things. If you've got something else to add that someone hasn't already said, that would be really helpful, but we have really tight limitations on time. So can you tell me what work's been undertaken with state and territory governments to ensure the legislation is enforceable in their jurisdictions and that they are properly prepared and resourced to undertake that enforcement?
I might kick off, if that's okay, Secretary Pearce. And Secretary Pearce and I have been co-chairing a National Vaping Working Group that was established after agreement with state and territory and Commonwealth ministers, health and police, and the Attorney General was involved in the health minister. So we've been working with Commonwealth, state and territory counterparts now for several months. We've had several meetings and we're very close to formalising an enforcement framework which will describe the roles of all the participants within the enforcement framework, from the Commonwealth, including Border Force at the border, to state and territory counterparts, including health regulators and police, etc. Secretary Pearce, did you want to add anything to that?
No, thank you. That covers it. Thank you.
Lovely. Thanks very much. And how will the proposed reforms enable greater enforcement activity?
Again, I may just come into that. I started at a very high level, Senator, very early on in the piece when I was talking publicly about this issue of, kids being exposed to these vapes, and people were sort of talking about a border ban being a panacea. And I said at the time that a border ban in of itself won't be a panacea. We need a systems-based approach. And so we've had the first two phases, of course, implemented, which gives us the powers at the border, the Australian Border Force, to seize and destroy these goods. But if we don't deal with it at the domestic level and deal with the problem of both demand and supply at the domestic level, the border ban will be pretty ineffective, I have to say, because we're going to have a significant volume at the border to deal with, and we'll have more regulatory complexity to deal with. I could go into more detail, but in essence, what I would say is we've got one bookend in place at the border. We need the other one in place at the domestic level.
Okay, thank you. Can you outline the cooperation between jurisdictions in enforcement action to date? But I'm also just wanted to raise, and I'm sure that you heard the previous evidence from the Police Association about resourcing. And given that there's been discussions over several months, can you just give me some indication around whether or not there were any discussions around the resourcing of the various, and I know it's a state issue, a state and territory, it's a jurisdictional issue, but I just wondered if you had anything to add to that. So just talk about the cooperation between jurisdictions in enforcement action to date, and then if you've got any sort of discussions around the enforcement or the resourcing, I think I'd be really interested given the previous witnesses' evidence.
Firstly, obviously, the Australian Border Force has received funding, MPP funding from the Commonwealth Government in relation to our role at the border. We are also, of course, working very closely, and we will give you some examples in a moment. The Deputy Commissioner will give you some examples of the work we've been doing with states and territories. In terms of the police side of things, we've had a lot of discussions through the working group, Secretary Pearce and I, with the police about their role in the enforcement framework. And clearly, and the police acknowledge, they already have a role in terms of serious and organised crime. Serious and organised crime are already bringing these goods into the country and targeting them at children, to addict children. And so we've been working with the police on thresholds for referring intelligence or leads, if you like, that relate to serious and organised crime involvement in this market. There's been a lot of discussions as well about the support that the police might be able to give, recognising the constraint on resources that they talked about, to health regulators and other regulatory teams that go out and do the actual enforcement work on the ground, based on risk factors, so information that somebody may be violent or have a criminal history or so on and so forth, or be involved in serious organised crime. And that's why the enforcement framework is going to be really important, to define roles and responsibilities. And it's been made clear that the police on the ground don't have the primary responsibility for the enforcement at a retail level. But I might ask Secretary Pearce, because obviously she's the expert in the health side in New South Wales, and New South Wales is probably a good example of how this system is going to be intended to work.
Thank you, Commissioner Outram, and good afternoon, Senator. New South Wales Health has a very extensive, active statewide compliance and enforcement program around vapes, and indeed we, just by way of example, in 2023, the New South Wales Health team, our environmental health officers and others seized 431,000 vapes and conducted 3,000 inspections across the state, and prosecuted 44 retailers. But to the point of your question, in terms of our engagement with the police, obviously we do work with other agencies, and the partnerships are incredibly important. And at a state level, what we're already doing and have been doing for some time is sharing information with our police colleagues. We're formalising those arrangements at the present time in an MOU with police, and really, and essentially what is important to us and for the safety of our staff as well is a risk assessment is conducted, and if there is any indication of safety concerns for our environmental health staff going into these premises, that's when we seek the assistance, if necessary, of the police. It should not be have anyone under any illusion that at each and every occasion where our staff are conducting these inspections, so for example the 3,000 that I mentioned in the calendar year of 2023, that there were police officers present. Because the majority of time they're not, and we do respect the workload of our police and call them as necessary. In certain areas, the partnership may look different depending on the circumstances in the local area. But what's really important to us is that we engage collaboratively and in partnership with our police colleagues to really work hard on achieving the goal of getting these products out of the hands of our young people.
Thank you. Can I just go back to, you talked about 431,000 vapes seized in New South Wales. Commissioner, do you have, or Deputy Commissioner or AFP, do you have any knowledge around the numbers of how many vaping products have been seized to date?
Senator Tim Fitzgerald, so I can tell you from an Australian border perspective, so seizures at the border, for the first 3 months of this year, we've seized around 611,000 vapes. In terms of your question around that joint operational activity, and just to give you another tangible example of the work that we are doing with state and territory police and the sorts of results that's leading to, there is a particular focus on organised crime when it comes to illicit tobacco and vapes more broadly. And a tangible example, on the 17th of April, as part of Operation or Task Force Luna with Victorian Police, who executed Crimes Act warrants at a number of premises in Victoria that were attended by both Australian Border Force officers and Department of Health and TGA officials, over 460,000 vapes were seized at a warehouse during that warrant activity, $120,000 in cash and 6 persons arrested. Now, I could give you multiple examples of where that's happened across the country, maybe not to that same scale, but certainly of significant scale, where there's been joint operational activity focused on organised crime, whether it's in New South Wales, Queensland, WA, etc.
So in that example that you've just given, you talked about Australian Border Force, Health and TGA. So there was no sort of resourcing issues around the requirement of the state police to be there?
Not in that particular example, because it was part of a task force. I think it's probably fair to say, particularly from the funding that we as Australian Border Force receive for illicit tobacco, there's an element in that where we can support state and territory police and health authorities, particularly if it's a joint operation. And that can go as far as storage, destruction, etc. for seized goods, and go as far as overtime for officers from state and territory police forces that are attending. So that's the approach we've taken at the moment.
Yeah. Okay, great. I think there was a lot of emphasis put on concerns raised around police being taken away from policing, such as attending domestic violence and those sorts of things, to this, which was seen as a lesser sort of need, if you like. So I think it's important to understand that there are other options, I guess, from time to time where you guys can actually take that running.
Yeah, and Senator, it'd be fair to say that the police have raised those concerns as well with Secretary Pearce and I through the working group, as we've been working up this enforcement framework to make it clear on who's got what roles and responsibilities. But certainly there's been no argument at all that where serious and organised crime become involved in these goods, then the police have got an appetite to get involved. And you've seen what's happened in Victoria, of course, with the various issues with organised crime in that particular state. But also the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission have been taking active involvement, and the Serious and Organised Crime Coordination Committee, which is all the state and territory police and the AFP, of course we have the AFP here, have been very focused on organised crime's involvement in this particular market, and particularly the targeting of kids, I've got to say, with these products.
Yeah. Chair, I might leave my questions there and share around if that's okay.
Thank you, Senator Kavasic.
Thank you. Thank you for appearing today and for your evidence so far. I just have a couple of quick questions. There's no commercial quantity explicitly defined in this legislation. Do you have a view as to what would constitute a commercial quantity and why that would be?
probably a question it's a policy question, Senator, first of all. Having read the legislation, obviously it's envisaged to be quite high because there's a provision there for 100 times less than whatever the commercial quantity is. So I'm imagining it'll be quite high. But until that's determined, I couldn't really make further comment. And probably you've got the TGA coming after us who probably do have some involvement in that particular element of the policy.
Thank you. That probably leads into the next thing I wanted to ask. When you talk about the vapes that you've seized, the broader quantities that they come in, are they, generally very, very large quantities, or is there a sort of a distribution of those from smaller to extremely large? And also, do they tend to be disposable vapes, or are they the refillable vapes as well?
Senator, it's Tim Fitzgerald from Border Force. Just to answer that question, and probably just to give you a bit of our experience in recent times, it's fair to say so. For instance, just to give you 1 week's example from last week, 21st to the 27th of April, there was 745 detections at the border by Australian Border Force officers of just over 95,000 vapes. The majority of those in terms of volume came through the air cargo environment, and there was 106 detections and 50,000 vapes. So that's more of your commercial environment. Sea cargo, only 5 detections, but 40,000 vapes, so less detections, but your quantities in those detections are higher. From an international mail environment, there were 631 detections and only 5,000 vapes. So what that suggests is that there is still an ability for Australians to go on the internet and order for themselves in smaller packages that tend to come through mail. But your organised crime and your facilitators tend to use our air cargo and sea cargo environments.
And the types of vapes too?
And the types of vapes does vary. It tends to be, particularly through the international mail, those single-use disposable vapes. On top of the 611,000 vapes themselves, there was also 76,000 accessories seized. So we do see a wide range.
Thank you. There are no further questions from me, Chair. I appreciate those insights. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Steele-John. Okay, I'll go to Senator Steele-John.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks so much to the witnesses that are appearing in this section. To Border Force, what are the implications of this legislation for people travelling to Australia with vaping products for personal use?
So this particular piece of legislation doesn't impact that. So we had 2 pieces of legislation already come into play. On the 1st of January, all disposable and single-use vapes were banned. On the 1st of March, all your vapes and accessories were banned, unless, of course, you have a permit. And that's generally through our cargo environments. In terms of passengers, each passenger is entitled to 2 vapes when they travel through. So there is I'll call it a passenger concession of 2 vapes per passenger.
And when you say 2 vapes, are we talking 2 devices, 2 coils, a certain quantity of liquids? What's the definition of 2 there?
So 2 actual vapes. That's
devices.
Devices, yeah, sorry, yeah.
Devices,
yes.
Devices. Okay, thank you. And can I ask, as a kind of a follow-up to that, what is the current waste management process for vaping products confiscated at the border, and what do you need to improve the process?
That's a very good question. Because of the nature of vapes, obviously a lot of plastics and other materials that mean that we do have to dispose of them and destroy them in an environmentally friendly way. We do have a current contractor that does that. I think it's probably fair to say, given our seizure volumes, they are struggling to keep up, and we are in the middle of a procurement process with a view to sourcing providers right across the country. But that element, it's a costly exercise, but that was part of the funding that we received as Australian Border Force.
Senator, it'd be fair to say this has been raised by the states and territories as a big concern too, A, because of the cost, but B, because of the complexity of pulling them apart with lithium batteries and all these other bits. It's not like disposing of a cigarette or a pile of tobacco, so we are working through all of that, and the working group's looking at that as part of this enforcement framework too. But as the Deputy Commissioner said earlier, where we do work in collaboration with states and territories, we do have funding already made available to the Border Force to support them in the destruction of those vapes that are seized in that context.
Thank you. Now, this next question is to all appearing today. How can individuals legally dispose of excess vaping supplies?
That's probably not a question for us, Senator. Probably more a question for the Department of Health, I would think, in terms of legal vapes that are already in the country and how they should safely be disposed of.
I'm just safely, certainly, but in terms of the legal pathway to do that, is there a process that you're aware of that, say, this legislation passes and people want to do the right thing and dispose of any stockpile they may have personally? How do they do that?
It's a very good question, Senator, but again, I'd say it's one really for the Department of Health or TGA rather than the Border Force. Certainly if we seize vapes or if somebody were to, if you like, hand them in to us because they were concerned they were breaking the law, then we would take action under our powers and dispose of them in the way we've explained to you. But I wouldn't be able to provide that advice to the committee, I'm afraid. I should probably refer that to the TGA.
All right, thank you. Can I ask then, individuals who have an e-cigarette prescription may encounter situations under this legislation where they need to fill multiple prescriptions at once and could risk exceeding the commercial quantity. Would this likely be do you expect it to be common in very remote areas where pharmacy access is limited? And in such a situation, how do individuals navigate that situation, in your view, under the proposed legislation?
Again, a good question, Senator. Probably not one for the Border Force. I don't know if Secretary Pearce from the health side's got a view on that.
No, I would have to take that one on notice, Senator. It's a good question and something that we definitely should be looking at.
Yeah, okay.
The TGA may be able to answer that afterwards, Senator, as well. Just mention that again. The TGA are coming in after us, and perhaps they might have some answers for that question.
All right. I'll circle back. I'll pass back now, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Steele-John. I just wanted to put a question regarding the National Vaping Working Group. Could you just briefly explain for us your activities and role?
Certainly. So the group was established after a meeting between state and territory and Commonwealth ministers. From memory, and Secretary Pearce might correct me if I'm wrong, I think with the Attorney General, the Health Minister, state and territory health and police ministers, talking about the Commonwealth's policy, the proposed laws, and it was agreed coming out of that working meeting with ministers that a working group would be established to establish an enforcement framework for the nation that we would all work within. Secretary Pearce and I were asked to co-chair that, and so we've had several formal meetings now, and as I said earlier on, the participants include not only ourselves but the State and Territory Health, State and Territory Police, the Federal Police. Secretary Pearce, did you want to add anything?
Yes. In addition to what Commissioner Outram said, we have part of the work that we're doing through the working group is very much about clarifying roles and responsibilities between health departments and other agencies. So not all states and territories look the same in respect of who does the compliance and enforcement work on the ground. Really about the partnering, as I've mentioned before, and sharing information. For example, the MOU that New South Wales Health has with or is establishing with the New South Wales Police, so we're able to share that information with our jurisdictions so that they can look at how that applies to their own jurisdiction. And as Commissioner Outram's already mentioned, looking at the issues around disposal and transport of vape seizures. So we're really keen to make sure that all of our states and territories have this framework, but that there is flexibility within it that allows them to apply it to their own local jurisdiction so that it meets their needs.
The other thing, Chair, just to your question as well, is the other thing we should mention is that we are, of course, laying the ground, if you like, for the establishment of the illicit tobacco and e-cigarette commissioner position, and Secretary Pearce and I and the working group have also been considering what success might look like. What's success here? And we've talked about children and the rate at which children are being exposed to vapes and getting addicted to nicotine and those things, and that's where we're focused. Really, how do we build a framework that's measurable in terms of the impact on children who are taking these devices up, as well as the operational effect we have, organised crime, seizures at the border, and all those sorts of inputs.
Thank you very much. I'll pass the call to Senator Cadell and then Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. You touched on the phrase I like. I was talking about outlaw motorcycle gangs. Serious organised crime is the phrase bringing these in. Over the last day and a half, there's been a lot of talk about industry and implication that big tobacco is the one that are bringing in these vapes illegally. Is that the case?
I've had no information. So, Deputy?
No, and not from our detections. I think it's fair to say we can link a lot of them to organised crime. Right. And then, like I suggest, particularly through that mail environment, just Australians going online and ordering from sites offshore.
Okay. Prior to immediately coming here as the Port of Newcastle, I've worked with many of your staff and seen the great things they do and the difficulty they face in all of these things. In estimates last year, you made a statement you're picking up about a quarter of the illicit drugs that come to Australia by estimates. And I think I had a colleague ask you what percentage you think you're picking up of vapes, and at that stage you hadn't formed an opinion. Have you yet formed an opinion on a percentage of what you've...
No, it's difficult, Senator. That's going to take some time. So, for example, with narcotics, we rely on a lot of different data points that have evolved over time. So the national wastewater analysis undertaken by the Criminal Intelligence Commission, various other studies that are done around narcotics consumption and weight, and we know what we seize at the border, of course. So we haven't got that longitudinal data, and that's why I talked about just now what does success look like in terms of the rate at which these things are being consumed by kids in particular. Once we've got these measures in place, we'll be able to start to collect data and see what effect we're having. That's the first thing I'd say. However, we're seizing a lot, and the Deputy Commissioner might give you a sense of some of the stockpiling that occurred before the prohibition came in. So we've got to see those sorts of stockpiling activities level out over some time. It's going to take some time, I think, Deputy Commissioner. But I'll let the Deputy just go into more detail for you.
Yeah, so with the bans that came into play on the 1st of January and the 1st of March, we did see, as the Commissioner suggested, what a term called stockpiling. So there was significant importations to, have the vapes available post the ban that's come into play. So again, seizing a lot at the border, but we've probably seized with our agency partners such as the police, etc., well, close to 1 million post-border. I think the other point to this as well that it's not necessarily just all about seizures at the border. We've put in a significant amount of work with our partners offshore, so customs administrations offshore and those countries that we know are high exporters of vapes to Australia. And what we've seen from that, so to give you an example, prior to the ban of 1 January, 74% of single-use vapes were coming from one supplier in New Zealand. As a result of the ban that came into play on the 1st of January, Australians can no longer order from that website. So the suppliers are starting to apply the ban so that it's not easy to order. We've been working with counterparts in China as well, and as a result, we've seen a 93% reduction in vapes being exported from China to Australia. So in terms of the number of vapes coming into Australia, we can see a tangible reduction.
But going back to my port time, we don't believe it. When China banned coal imports from Australia and I was at the port, we suddenly picked up a number of coal exports to Singapore that doesn't have a coal handling facility. Surely, stuff coming straight to Australia can be going through intermediaries and stuff, surely.
Absolutely. There's transshipment all over the world. Supply chains are used by organised crime, whether it's for drugs or for anything else. What I would say is, though, to your question as well, there's different from drugs, there's a permit scheme here. It's not a complete... I think that differentiates this, from the narcotics market. And unfortunately, as you'd be aware, we're all too aware, we seem to have a a very high appetite for narcotics in Australia per capita compared to a lot of other countries, and there may be very complex reasons for that. We're trying to get ahead of this particular market. It's not grown like the drugs market has. It hasn't had time to. And as a witness said earlier on, I heard say, this is we've sort of got on top of one problem and this one's evolving, and we've got an opportunity, I suppose, operationally. I can see an opportunity to, rather than just put the prohibit things at the border, to actually put the systems view in place here and deal with the consumption patterns at the domestic level, the regulatory work at the domestic level, and tie it all together. The other opportunity here is, of course, with the approach we're taking, is it does allow us to work offshore, like we've done with China with asbestos, for example, and other producing countries in asbestos, and it allows us to do that. So there's a multifaceted approach we can take.
I think one of the comments you said last week, and I'll semi-quote you if it's wrong, tell me, you said the government's plan to abolish retail vape is a work in progress. There was no funding attached to the budget last year, specifically around that.
Last week, Senator?
Last year, it was a work in progress, and there was none there.
So we've received funding. Did you want to talk about that?
In terms of vaping?
Yes. Yeah, in the budget, federal budget? It was post that, wasn't it?
Yes. No, so as Australian Border Force, we've received $25 million for the next 2 years, specific to vaping. Okay.
When we hear evidence of organised crime being $2 billion in vape sales, that's almost twice your budget, isn't it?
Well, I haven't heard that $2 billion
it was evidence here
in
today.
Vape sales, Senator. I mean, there's lots of estimates of the size of the profits of organised crime from narcotics and from
not profits,
illicit
it was
tobacco.
Sales. Yeah.
So I haven't heard that, if I'm honest. But of course, organised crime is all about profit.
Yep.
And that's why they come into these markets. And so I think there is a serious conversation to be had about. I've heard conversations about, do we take a taxation approach like we've taken with tobacco? But what you create there is an opportunity for organised crime to come in and distort the market and underprice goods.
Yeah.
That's why with this approach, why I'm so supportive, because we've got the permit scheme that is different, and it's a prohibition. We're not just taxing it, we're actually prohibiting it, but with a nuance around the permit scheme. So we're not preventing Australians who legitimately need access to these goods from getting hold of them, or there may be challenges that we've talked about. But from a border point of view and an enforcement point of view, we've got kind of the benefits of a prohibition and the permit scheme coming in together here, which make the regulatory work much more simple for us. Whereas if we have to then, I'll give you an example, if it's just open, we'll have far more of these goods coming into the border at point one. It'll be harder for us to discern then which is legitimate, which is not. It will also be easier for organised crime to divert legitimate goods into the illicit market. So what I'm saying here is this scheme, I think, gives us the best chance to limit the size of this market and the access to these goods of kids.
I was once offered a Glock with New South Wales Police Force stamped down the side of it in a box in a Newcastle pub, so I agree with the diversion of stuff. But what gets me is Chop Chop is illegal, right? We have cigarette factories in the Middle East and other places where now there's brands of illegal cigarettes that are so popular. The illegal ones are being copied. There's copies of the illegal ones coming into the market.
Counterfeits.
Yep. When you are copying illegal stuff in the market, I know the care and the diligence and the improvement that your people are. You can't be expected to stop it, can you, at the border?
Well, we stop a lot.
But you can't stop it all, can you?
No border in the world can stop everything or everybody that will cause harm. It's impossible. The question is, how do we have the biggest impact we can? How do we target our interventions to the biggest effect? And I would say that this legislation we've had passed at the border at least, gives us an opportunity to do that, because it gives us simplicity. We don't have to worry about, does it contain nicotine? Does it come from a particular place? It's all of it. We can seize it, we can destroy it. And that makes our job much more effective at the border. Whereas with tobacco, we have to determine, is it tobacco? Is it, and we have to get it tested. If it's, as you say, coming in as counterfeits, is it legitimate? Is it not? We have to get it tested. There's a lot of work to unpack all of that. Moreover, when it gets to the domestic retail level, there's regulatory complexity there, because when the retailer's selling it over or under the counter, when somebody goes to the shop, was it brought in legitimately? Was it not? Did they know? Did they not? So this scheme, I think, gives us regulatory simplicity, which is going to be more effective.
So coming back to your question is my last question. What does success look like?
Success for me is our children, as has been said, cannot get easy access to these things as they currently are.
Half of them, all of them, none of them? Are
As
they
many
KPI
as
numbers?
possible. And this is where, again, with the data, so we're starting to see data coming through now. I was looking earlier on, for example, Generation Vape from the Cancer Council, providing summary findings dated, February to May 2023 about how many young people aged 14 to 17 years old can get access to vapes, are using vapes. So that sort of data is going to be really important for us in the working group as we go forwards to understand how can we measure ourselves against those data sets to demonstrate whether we are.
But we haven't set those KPIs yet.
Well, we've only been going for 3 months, so we're developing them as part of the enforcement framework.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Senator Canavan.
Thanks, Chair. Look, and thank you all for your service. But with all respect, I mean, you seem to be living in a parallel universe. After this inquiry yesterday completed, I went down to my kids' soccer training and got talking to a few parents about this issue. And one of them just buys Chop Chop. It's easily available. No problems at all. Been done that for years. Another, there's a couple of stores sell vapes around here, does that. I mean, are you seriously suggesting that you're making inroads in the Chop Chop market? Because everybody I talk to around here just gets it. And I realise the vape stuff's only a few months old. It's a bit hard to benchmark, but Chop Chop's growing out of control.
Yeah, and
are you suggesting you've got that? You're getting it under control? Because it certainly doesn't seem to be the case on the ground in my community.
So, Senator, what I would say is that with Chop Chop tobacco, illicit tobacco in general, one of my desires would be that we have an enforcement framework at the domestic level like we're proposing here for vapes. We do have the ability at the borders to detect it, and we do seize a lot, and we detect a lot. We work with the state and territory police. We do a lot of work in terms of organised crimes involvement in that market. We work internationally in that market, and we make a big dent on it. But we don't close it off entirely. But there isn't the same regulatory regime in place in the states and territories as this proposes for this measure.
Just take me through the key differences right now.
I'm sorry?
Just take me through the key differences, because it seems, why don't you just do it? I mean, what are the key differences? What's stopping you doing that with Chop Chop?
Well, at the moment, retail outlets can legally sell tobacco over and illegally under the counter. This measure.
You want to ban the use? Do you want to ban the sale of tobacco?
I do apologise, sir. I hadn't quite finished my answer to the first question.
Right.
So that's a big difference, because in this measure, the permit scheme restricts it to chemists. So anybody that has these goods in a shop is immediately selling illegitimate goods. They shouldn't be. And that allows the regulatory work to occur in a much more simple way. It's much more simple.
Yeah.
And the offences...
Yeah, I'm getting confused. You say you want this scheme for tobacco. Is that what you said?
Well, no. What I was saying is with tobacco, from the Border Force point of view, there's a huge demand for tobacco in the illicit market, and there isn't an enforcement framework like is being proposed here for vapes with legislation to back it up for tobacco.
I'm just trying to be clear, because I thought
it doesn't exist for tobacco, Senator. Every state.
Sorry, just to make sure we get the evidence right here. I heard that you want the same system for tobacco as you have now for vapes.
What I'm saying to you is there is a difference.
What's the aspects? Well, I'm just finishing my question. When I asked what are the differences with the vaping regulation compared to tobacco, you said, well, in the tobacco world, you can sell legal tobacco. So is that your evidence that that's the key difference? Therefore you think we need to ban the sale of tobacco?
Senator, what I'm saying to you is the legislation here that's being proposed for the domestic level regulation and enforcement of this does not exist for tobacco.
Right. And I'm just trying to drill down here. Is that the only... Because the only difference you've identified so far that you're saying would make the vaping regulations work is that we don't have a retail market for tobacco.
No.
Sorry, we don't have a retail market for vapes. We do for tobacco.
Also,
are there any other aspects that are different? Is that the only thing?
There's a lot of aspects, Senator. So tobacco is, of course, a legal product in Australia. There's a huge market for it in Australia. So we are awash with tobacco at the border. Awash with it, Senator. We have it stacked up to the ceilings. And it's very hard for our officers to discern what's legitimate, what's not, because tobacco is a legal product. In many cases, we have to go through a lot of processes and steps regulatory-wise to determine whether or not the import is lawful or not. In this case, with this prohibition measure in place, we'll have a very simple list of permits that are in place, and everything else won't be. We won't have to get it examined. We won't have to take it to laboratories. We won't have to get it tested. If it's a vape or it contains the vaping sort of products, we can seize it and destroy it. Put simply, so our role at the border is.
I find this. Anyway, look, we don't have time to go. Maybe I'll come back to your estimates, but it sounds so easy to get. If you can detect every bit of tobacco, why don't you just stop it? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Why is Chop Chop so available? I mean, and it's funding organised crime in my community, and you're saying you can detect every bit of tobacco. Well, just stop it.
If you think I said that I can detect every bit of tobacco, then I misled you, because that's not what I thought I'd said, and that's not what I intended to say, Senator.
What percentage do you think you detect?
I'm sorry?
It just doesn't make any sense. What percentage do you detect?
What percentage of tobacco?
Yeah.
Would you like to, Deputy Commissioner, just let the Senator know how much we seize?
In terms of volume, Senator, to give you an example, it is an ever-increasing problem, as you're suggesting. So in 21-22, we seized 1,678 tonnes equivalent of tobacco, 22-23, 3,462, and in the first 3 months of this year, we're already up to 870 tonnes. So you can see it's increasing. I think in terms of the gap question...
What's your estimate? Sorry to interrupt you, but what's your estimate of the total Chop Chop market? Do you have an estimate on that?
It goes, yeah. So what we tend to use is the Australian Tax Office tax gap, which is suggesting that it's at about 13.1%. So there's about $2.3 billion that's unrealised revenue through the illicit activities. But
Senator, that's not all Chop Chop. That includes, we seize millions of sticks. All forms of cigarettes. So it's all forms of tobacco.
Yeah. So just that 13%, can I ask what that 13% figure is?
So that's the tax gap that the Australian Tax Office publish, and based on that, it's suggesting that's the gap of illicit sales and volume of...
Senator, we can provide with you probably into the committee
the
methodology that the Tax Office used to calculate that.
Just my final question, just I'm getting a lot of complaints that you're seizing flavourings at the borders that have nothing to do... Flavourings that have nothing to do with vaping. They're used by bakers, candy makers. These are, I presume, flavourings that could be used in vapes, but the people complaining to me are saying that they're getting wrapped up in this crackdown because they're being suspected of bringing in flavourings for vapes, but they want to supply bakeries and others. Are you aware of such complaints? And,
I'm not aware of that complaint, Senator.
Is it an issue?
I'm not aware of that complaint.
Well, maybe I'll check with these people, obviously, Can I forward that through to you?
Yeah,
I'll
please.
take it on notice.
Consignment numbers I can share with you on those.
Yeah. We'll take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all of you for participating in our committee's inquiry and for making the time to join us today. We know you're very busy people in great service for our nation, so thank you very much. In terms of questions on notice, we're asking for them to be returned to us by the close of business on Monday, the 6th of May. That is because we have a reporting date of the 8th of May to the Senate. But thank you very much. I would now like to welcome representatives from the Department of Health and Aged Care, including the Therapeutic Goods Administration. Just give those officials a moment to come to the table. Okay, thank you all for appearing before our committee today. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a Department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Commonwealth officers are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. A copy of the order is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? And I'll let you determine your order.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm Professor Anthony Lawler. I'm the Deputy Secretary of Health Products Regulation Group, which includes the Therapeutic Goods Administration.
Tiali Goodshaw, the Acting First Assistant Secretary, Population Health Division.
Carly Brown, Assistant Secretary, Tobacco and E-Cigarette Control Branch.
Jodie Grieve, Acting First Assistant Secretary, People, Communication and Parliamentary Division.
Bridget Gilmore-Walsh, Principal Legal and Policy Advisor, Health Products Regulation Group.
Mandy Edlington, Acting Assistant Secretary, Vaping Legislative Reform Branch in the Health Products Regulation Group.
And Chris Bedford, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Regulatory Practice and Support Division, Department of Health and Aged Care.
Like you must all have very large business cards to fit those titles. Thank you all for submitting your conflicts of interest. I need to ask you to now make those declarations once more for the sake of the Hansard. So if I could just get a yes or no answer from everyone at the table. Have you or your organisation received any support, whether financial or non-financial, direct or indirect, from any parties involved in the production, distribution or sale of tobacco, nicotine or vaping products?
Thank you very much, Chair. No. I would just highlight that the Therapeutic Goods Administration is a cost-recovered agency, and so we set fees and charges for the assessment of therapeutic goods. Having said that, I'm not aware that we've ever been in the position of evaluating an application for vaping products, and to my knowledge, we've not received funding support from tobacco or vaping companies or manufacturers.
Thank you.
I think we have to go through each individually.
No, I have not.
Yes or no?
No, Senator.
No.
No, Senator. No, Senator.
No, Senator.
Thank you very much. Do you wish to make a brief opening statement today?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'll make a brief opening statement. The Department of Health and Aged Care would like to thank the committee for the opportunity to discuss the Therapeutic Goods and Other Legislation Amendment Vaping Reforms Bill 2024 and to provide this opening statement. I first wish to acknowledge the Ngunnawal people as traditional custodians of the land on which we're meeting today and recognise any other people or families with connections to the lands of the ACT and the region. I wish to acknowledge and respect their continuing culture and the contribution they make to the life of this city and the region. I'd also like to acknowledge and welcome any other Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who may be here today. The Department's submission to this inquiry outlines the government's vaping reforms against the broader context of tobacco control in Australia and the objectives of the National Tobacco Strategy 2023 to 2030. The bill under consideration by the committee seeks to amend the Therapeutic Goods Act 1989 to prohibit the importation, domestic manufacture, supply, commercial possession and advertisement of non-therapeutic and disposable single-use vapes. We are aware of comments that we should be regulating rather than banning vaping products. I wish to emphasise that what is proposed under the bill is a regulatory model. While there continues to be debate on the comparative risks of vaping and cigarette smoking, there is no valid argument that vapes are safe. The level and impact of nicotine, particularly on young Australians, is insidious and significant from both health and social perspectives. The impact of added chemicals and e-liquids, such as those used for flavouring and colouring, have significant short-term impact on lungs, mouths, teeth and the cardiovascular system. Many of these additives are known carcinogens. Devices themselves carry risk. Nicotine refills, without appropriate control, carry risk of serious, if not fatal poisoning if swallowed by young children. And perhaps most importantly, the long-term effects of vaping are still emerging. It should also be noted that the current regulatory framework, in which nicotine vapes are only available through prescription, has not met the desired objective of reducing nicotine vape consumption. And this is in large part due to the ability of retailers to sell what is badged as a zero nicotine vape, but we know that over 80% of such labelled vapes tested by the TGA have been shown to actually contain nicotine. As is fitting for a product with identified risk and harm, but also potential therapeutic use, vaping products should be regulated as therapeutic goods. The regulatory model proposed through the bill retains a legitimate pathway for access to therapeutic vaping goods, for smoking cessation and the management of nicotine dependence where clinically appropriate. As the committee is aware, this includes a requirement for a prescription from a medical or nurse practitioner to access nicotine vapes, which is consistent with long-standing approaches to the regulation of substances of comparable toxicity and risk of dependence or misuse. The prescription model takes into account the evidence that vapes or e-cigarettes may assist with smoking cessation in the appropriate circumstances when combined with behavioural support provided by a health professional. The prescription model allows health professionals to provide products that are appropriate for individuals and their clinical circumstances. The proposed regulatory model acknowledges the potential for health harms arising from vaping, particularly to young people. To date, Australian governments have taken a precautionary approach to the marketing and use of e-cigarettes in view of the risk these pose to public and population health. The harms associated with vaping are not yet fully known, and as the committee has heard, it took decades from the time that cigarettes became widely available in the early 1900s before groundbreaking studies showed the strong link between smoking and lung cancer in the 50s. Even now, decades later, our understanding of the significant health impacts of smoking continues to evolve. We are now at an inflection point to control vaping rates, and we should act now. While the therapeutic claims associated with vaping goods are acknowledged, a cautious approach remains appropriate. Even those vaping goods provided through the therapeutic pathways for unapproved goods have not been assessed for quality and safety by the TGA. I'd like to take the opportunity to clarify that the absence of a registered vaping product is not through any omission on the part of the TGA. Application and assessment pathways already exist, and it is open for sponsors to make an application for inclusion of therapeutic vaping goods on the Australian Register of Therapeutic Goods. Contrary to evidence presented to the committee yesterday, the TGA cannot require an application to be brought forward by a sponsor, or nor can we simply decide to register a product without such an application. The bill recognises the need for strong regulation and enforcement. It responds to the challenges that have arisen in current legislative arrangements by prohibiting the importation, domestic manufacture, supply, commercial possession and advertising of vapes outside the therapeutic pathway. In doing so, it acknowledges and addresses the risk that wide availability of vaping products presents to public health, particularly for children and young Australians. Strengthened approaches to compliance will prevent vapes from being readily and effectively marketed and available to young people. However, it is important to emphasise that while enforcement will be directed at commercial operators, the bill is not about penalising individuals for vaping. The bill aims to balance the important objective of deterring profiteering from the widespread unregulated availability of vapes, particularly by exploiting young people, with the objective of providing a legitimate access pathway to therapeutic vaping goods where clinically appropriate. The regulatory reforms complement Australia's comprehensive approach to tobacco control in Australia. Importantly, this includes a wide range of supports available to help people quit smoking and vaping as detailed in the department's submission. We thank you for your time and welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you. We do have questions. I know we're on a short time frame, so we will all try to be quick. I just have one question, which relates to some of the evidence we've heard throughout the course of the inquiry. Why is it important that the Minister be able to determine what constitutes a commercial quantity of vaping products, as opposed to that being set out or specified?
Sorry, was the question why is it important for it to be set out in regulations rather than the bill? Is that the...
Yeah, so yeah, why is it important that the Minister has that discretion through regulation?
So the commercial quantity of vaping products is important because there is a personal use defence for possessing under a commercial quantity. So the intention is to set the commercial quantity by reference to a reasonable amount of vapes that a person might have in their possession for personal use. That can vary, what a reasonable amount a person might have can vary based on a wide range of factors. It can vary based on the nicotine concentration in the vape, the person's level of addiction, the product range that happens to be available in the country from time to time, and prescribing practices of doctors. So putting it in the regulations allows us to adjust the settings according to those varying factors.
Thank you. Senator Urquhart.
Thanks very much, Chair. And could I just ask that you be as brief as you can in the questions? Obviously, we're running really late. Can you outline your understanding of the current evidence on the health impacts of vaping?
Thank you very much for the question, Senator. So we are in constant communication with our international collaborators, and also obviously we liaise closely with the professional groups. We have undertaken significant consultation, for instance, with the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners in the development of the guidelines for smoking cessation, and indeed we have regular contact not only with individual general practitioners but also with that professional group. It's clear that there is significant impact with respect to not only isolated vaping, but also we have seen recently published earlier this year in the New England Journal of Medicine evidence that there is particular risk with respect to dual nicotine use, I should say, which is the instance in which individuals not only are using cigarettes but are vaping as well. And we recognise that there's a significant challenge that when people are using vapes to come off cigarettes, sometimes it's just a transfer from one nicotine delivery system to another, not a cessation tool. And there is a significant proportion of the population who actually continue to both smoke and use vapes. The effect of vaping on coronary vascular disease, or cardiovascular disease, I should say, which includes not only cardiovascular but also neurovascular in terms of stroke and metabolic dysfunction, are comparable to smoking. The effects of vaping were lower for some respiratory diseases, but obviously in those who are dual smokers and vapers, there is an increased risk. And also we note that the effects of vaping on a number of these conditions is obviously higher than those for non-vapers. We also recognise that there's been a recent Cochrane review, and I might be straying, please, Senator, stop me if I'm straying, Cochrane review that under the appropriate circumstances there is some supporting evidence of the use of vapes to assist in smoking cessation. But again, this needs to be in the context of appropriate clinical supervision and appropriate behavioural supports. We also do see, however, that a suite of studies have shown that those who've never smoked before are more likely to take up smoking if they vape than if they don't. So we see smoking cessation rates to a certain extent with vape, but we need to understand that whole pipeline needs to be considered as entirety, including the use of vapes as a gateway to smoking.
Right, thank you. That's some really great information there. You indicated that you'd had consultation with the Royal College of General Practice. Can you tell me what other consultation was undertaken to develop the proposed reforms?
Thank you for the question, Senator. In late 2022, we held a public consultation to which we received approximately 4,000 submissions. We engaged in extensive consultation with the states and territories in developing the proposal, and through the e-cigarette working group and now through the National Vaping Working Group. We also held a second targeted consultation around September last year, and we've engaged in a range of consultation with stakeholders in relation to the implementation of the reforms over the last 5 to 6 months, and those are continuing. We held a webinar for stakeholders just this week.
Right, so there's been a lot of consultation across a lot of different areas. Just my final question is, what additional resources have been provided for smoking cessation?
Thanks, Senator. So we have a number of elements going on to help support people to quit. So we have 2 national campaigns to help raise awareness of the harms of vaping. So that includes a national tobacco and e-cigarette campaign targeted to adults, particularly those in priority populations and at-risk groups, a national youth vaping education campaign which kicked off in February. We also have an online support hub which is a national resource for consumers to help them quit both smoking and vaping. We have an app called My Quit Buddy app, which has also been redeveloped to include help and resources for vaping. We've also done education and training for the health workforce, so developed the National Best Practice Support for Nicotine and Smoking Quit Centre, which is delivered through Cancer Council Victoria, that has a whole lot of best practice training packages and resources. As you've heard, we're updating the clinical guidelines for health professionals to assist with that. The Pharmaceutical Society of Australia is also updating its guidelines to support pharmacists in this space. We're scaling up the quit services, so that's the phone numbers that people call. So they're throughout every state and territory, and we've provided funding for them to also scale up those services. There's also a number of research grants that we have given through MRFF and NHMRC, as well as the Minister and other state and territory ministers have written to all the school principals to make them aware of the measures and the supports available. We're also developing conversation guides for parents to help them talk to their children. And as you'd be aware, there's a lot of programs run through the states and territories as well.
Yeah, so that's a significant. Just very quickly, do you have any sort of numbers on the people that take up those various options? Do you keep details around how many people take advantage of those different options?
Senator, I think a number of those measures are new measures which are being implemented and will be tracked and evaluated. So the Cessation Hub in particular, and with the upscaling of the My Quit Buddy app, we will have that data over time. Access to the quit services through the states and territories is obviously data that we don't hold, but will be incorporated through evaluation of the funding.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Kovacic.
Thank you, and thank you for your time, everyone, today. Can the department confirm for me that it is currently legal under state and territory law for retailers to sell non-nicotine vapes to persons aged over 18?
Yes, in most circumstances. The exception would be if that vape made therapeutic claims, in which case, well, yes, in most cases except for Western Australia, sorry.
Thank you. And can the department confirm that this bill will ban the domestic supply of non-nicotine vapes under Commonwealth law?
It will, unless they have a therapeutic purpose, and some non-nicotine vapes do have a therapeutic purpose, e.g. as the final stage in a smoking cessation program.
So is it your understanding if the states and territories will be required to update their own legislation and regulations in response to this piece of Commonwealth legislation?
States and territories are considering the interaction of the legislation, particularly with their tobacco legislation. The tobacco legislation reflects a different approach to the regulation of vaping goods, and so, yes, most jurisdictions are in the process of considering that.
I would also highlight, if I might, Senator, that one of the key collaborative mechanisms that we've undertaken in developing the reforms is the National E-Cigarette Working Group, which has representation from Chief Health Officer or Chief Health Officer representatives. In many states, those individuals have carriage of the relevant tobacco control legislation. We also have, as has previously been with the last witnesses, been discussing state and territory-based enforcement action through the National Vaping Working Group.
Thank you. And are you able to tell me what Commonwealth heads of power under the Constitution will apply to this legislation?
The Therapeutic Goods Act is part of a state and territory cooperative scheme that seeks to avoid the constitutional limitations on Commonwealth power. So the Commonwealth has enacted a Therapeutic Goods Act within its constitutional power. The state and territories have, except for Western Australia, have enacted corresponding laws which adopt the Therapeutic Goods Act from time to time to fill any regulatory gap in constitutional power. So that is why amending the Therapeutic Goods Act allows us to create a national approach. And as an addendum, Western Australia has a bill in its parliament to join the cooperative scheme.
Okay, thank you. No further questions from me, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Steele-John.
Thanks very much, Chair. There have been multiple items that have been mentioned in the bill that have not been defined. And instead, Minister Butler's office has assured us that they will be defined in rules and in regulations. Given that is the case, what is the process being followed for drafting rules and regulations in relation to this bill?
We've issued drafting instructions to the Office of Parliamentary Counsel, and those regulations are in the process of being drafted. There's also a range of instruments that will be required that we are drafting in-house at the TGA.
And further to that, Senator, we are working together with states and territories to formulate those numbers in order to proceed with the regulations.
And are you able to share with the committee the instructions that you have given to the drafting office?
I might have to take that on notice, Senator, but we would certainly be happy to share some more information about that, yes.
Yeah, certainly,
Yes,
Senator.
if you could.
Sorry, Senator, if I may, and that information would include you've mentioned that there are a number of items that will be defined and prescribed by regulation. We can provide clarity on what those specifics are, not necessarily what the drafting instructions, as mentioned, that we'll take advice on that. But one of them, as an example, in which we've been engaged in significant consultation with key clinical experts is, for instance, around what the appropriate limits are on nicotine concentration within e-liquid. So these are the issues that we are working through at the moment. We're not working through them in isolation. We are undertaking significant stakeholder consultation to inform those views.
Okay, well, if you could take whether you can provide the drafting instructions to the committee on notice, that would be very useful. Can I ask, in relation to the question of nicotine consultation, have you been able to consult people with lived experience of relying on vapes for therapeutic purposes, cessation, for example, in that kind of consultation process around that question?
Yes, Senator. In the 2022 consultation, we received many submissions from individual stakeholders who vaped, who were able to make submissions on proposals. Then we did propose options around concentrations in that stakeholder submission. In our targeted consultation, we also sought to engage consumer groups, and yes, so there has been consultation on that.
And I would also again highlight that consultation has been further informed by clinical advice, clinical evidence, and also an understanding of what the international practice is.
Thank you. Which groups are being consulted in the drafting process of the rules and regulations beyond, we've just touched on nicotine concentration rather, but there's a number of other areas. So which groups are being consulted?
Broadly speaking, it's the people supplying to the pharmacy supply chain, medical professionals, pharmacists, health experts, consumers, and states and territories.
Would you be able to provide a list of those being consulted to the committee on notice?
Yes.
Thank you. Will there be visibility of a draft set of regulation, of a draft released of the rules and regulations? And if so, when will it be released?
At this stage, we weren't proposing to consult on the draft, given the timing issues. If the scheme is to commence around 1 July, that makes the timing very tight to consult on an actual draft. However, we certainly will consult on the details.
How can individuals legally dispose of excess vaping supplies?
So thank you for the question, Senator. One of the things that we are undertaking significant consultation on is, in fact, the storage and disposal of products, not only those that are seized, as you'd heard from the previous witnesses, Commissioner Outram, but also those that have been potentially subject either to stockpiling or personal use. We're also undertaking some strong liaison collaboration with environmental agencies within state and territories as well. I might ask Chris Bedford to add.
Yeah, thanks, Senator. There's not too much more to add. The current requirements are at a jurisdictional level around disposal of these devices. So what we've been doing, as Professor Law has indicated, is working with the jurisdictions as well as our environmental agency colleagues at the Commonwealth level around what could be an approach. I can also say you heard from Commissioner Outram and Secretary Pearce about the working group, and it has been raised at that enforcement working group to try and get a consistent approach there too. So the team are looking at it through that way.
Now, individuals...
Senator Cadell does have a few questions to place as well. I'm not sure if you're able to place your last ones on notice.
Well, it's just I'll ask. I've got two more, Chair, and they were recommended to the TGA from other departments, but I will be very quick. So individuals who have an e-cigarette prescription may encounter situations under this legislation where they need to fulfil multiple prescriptions at once and could risk, therefore, exceeding the commercial quantity to do this. This would be likely common in very remote areas where pharmacies and access to pharmacy is limited. How do these individuals navigate this particular situation?
So we have been doing some work on what method we would determine what a commercial quantity should be. And looking at A, what a person might reasonably need to use, and B, what sort of quantities a person might reasonably hold. If we were thinking perhaps that something around 3 months' supply might be adequate, taking into account that people might in remote areas might need to stock more than the one month standard, but we're open to having further discussions about that and receiving further information about that to inform that decision.
Okay, thank you. And my final one is, has there been any consideration of moving vaping products to Schedule 3? And if so, what was the reasoning against making that decision?
So thanks very much for the question, Senator. As I think we've highlighted, in late 2021 there was a decision by the scheduling delegate under the scheduling framework to schedule it under Schedule 4, and that was in light of the as with any assessment under a safety, quality, efficacy, and importantly the potential for risk and toxicity. And so that decision was taken at that time based on the clinical evidence. There has not been an emergence since then of clinical evidence that would change that benefit-risk profile, and that is one of the reasons why the proposed regulatory framework outlines a Schedule 4 prescription by a medical nurse practitioner and then dispensing by a pharmacist. So that's the basis upon which the scheduling decision was made and why it remains at that schedule currently.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Cadell.
Very quickly, if I can. At the beginning, you mentioned TGA as a cost recovery. From nicotine, not just tobacco, have you received money from any nicotine providers?
It's my understanding, Senator. Thank you for that question. Is that we've not
Johnson & Johnson?
We have a funding model which is fees and charges based. My understanding is that we've not. I'm very happy to confirm that and come back to you.
Johnson & Johnson specifically?
Yes, Kenview, there are registered NRT products which would
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you. Given tobacco nicotine use, removal is so strong, I think on the 28th of February, Philip Morris wrote to you, Dr Gilmore Walsh, about some tobacco pouch products being sold on .au websites. What has happened to that?
I might have to refer that to Mr Bedford, who's responsible for our compliance area.
Yep. We received the letter, a response has been provided, and we're looking into the matter.
So nothing has happened?
We're looking
still up?
We're looking into the matter at the moment.
So no compliance action has taken, we're looking into it?
Still under active investigation, Senator.
2 months later?
Yes, Senator.
Right, strong. So of the 4,000 submissions you raised, Dr Gilmore Walsh, on your that, The quote we've got is large number of submissions in the general public appear to be campaign responses that advocated changing the current regulatory framework and were just outside the scope. Does that include it in the 4,000 or they're on top of the 4,000?
No, they were part of the 4,000.
So how many were not disregarded then? How many were not part of that general campaign?
We considered all responses that we received. We did not do an independent analysis to determine which were campaign responses, but it was evident that there were campaign responses.
Do we know how many were campaign responses?
No, we didn't tally those.
Can you take that on notice and try and get back to us?
Sure.
Thank you very much. Now, I had the Border Force gentleman in, the Commissioner, earlier. What I've been asking all through this is what constitutes success. So you've been working on this for a while. I come from corporate. We have a return on assets, we have a KPI, we have market, we have all of this. What are we looking at in reduction of teen vaping? What percentage are you modelling that we need to get from this?
Thank you very much for the question, Senator. I think so. Our work on this is always going to be guided by the National Tobacco Strategy. So it includes clear objectives in it of what success looks like. So that is preventing the uptake of e-cigarettes by young people and those that have never smoked, preventing and reducing nicotine addiction, and denormalising and limiting the marketing and use of e-cigarettes. So through these measures, we would expect to see that vaping products are no longer readily available to young people. Adults who need access to vapes for smoking cessation or to manage nicotine dependence have increased access through supervised pathways and increased assurance about the contents of their products. So we will be looking at opportunities to strengthen our monitoring and evaluation activities. So we have commenced work with states and territories already and other key partners to develop a post-evaluation framework, and outcome indicators that will be used to monitor the progress of this.
There's lots of nice phrases there. There's not a number. There is no modelling that says we reduce youth vaping by half, by 50%, by 20%, by 30%. There is no number done in the department on what this success.
There will be an evaluation framework that outlines that, but we're still working on that with our states and territories.
We have a policy and a legislation coming to Parliament that has no expected results or quantifiable results to be judged against at the moment.
So, Senator, if I might, one of the aspects of the regulatory framework is about access. So I appreciate that you're talking about outcome measures. We also need to have a mind to process measures, and the regulation of legal access to these products for children and for young Australians is an outcome.
But you're asking us to vote on something prior to having what that is.
Senator, thank you for that observation. I think there is also a clear body of evidence that indicates that there is significant health impact, that indicates there is significant...
That's not in question. I'm asking about results. There are no KPI results.
I'm endeavouring to respond to aspects of your question.
The witness to finish his answer.
I asked for numbers.
Okay, well, as Ms Goodchild has highlighted, that will be a feature of the evaluation framework.
Okay, so nothing on success. What does failure look like? What does uptake in youth smoking because they can't get vapes? What percentage, 1%, 2%, 3%, 20%, 50%, 100% on youth smoking increase? What does failure look like of this policy in your modelling?
So thank you for that question, Senator. I would posit that what failure looks like is the threefold increase we've seen in vaping.
That isn't this legislation. No, what's failure for this legislation?
Senator Cadell, please allow him to finish his answer.
His answer isn't an answer to my question.
So what you've asked me what failure looks like.
In this legislation.
You've asked me what failure looks like.
To this legislation.
Senator, can I... look, we've had it back and forth. Can I have the question? Just
you want the question again? What does failure look like in this legislation on youth smoking?
So my view on that question, Senator, is that in line with what we have discussed previously around the measure of success in our evaluation framework is that we don't realise the benefits that Ms Goodchild has actually highlighted under that.
So what you're asking us to do is vote on something with no measure of success that's clear, no measure of failure. Aren't you just throwing health outcomes to law and order because it's too hard for your department? Aren't we putting this in the hands of police and Border Force and saying, you look after it because we've given up?
Yes, Senator. Sorry, Senator, if I may. I'm not entirely sure what testimony has come before, but I am aware of the testimony that we provided and also the witnesses immediately before us. And what has actually been, I think, stated really clearly is the level of collaboration and work that multiple agencies have undertaken. This is not health throwing it away to other organisations. This is a significant regulatory reform by the health regulator. This is a significant investment in smoking cessation support by the Health Department of the Commonwealth that actually is charged with providing that support. We are working with the Australian Border Force, we are working with the Australian Federal Police, we're working with state and territory health and police departments. This is a collaborative effort with a guide on clinical evidence that provides for a better regulatory protection for Australians, particularly young Australians. This is not throwing it away to law enforcement.
You can't improve what you can't measure, and you aren't prepared to measure your improvements.
Senator Cadell, you don't have the call. We've gone over time. I'm going to give you an opportunity to place anything remaining on notice, given you were the last questioner. Is there anything you wish to place on notice?
There is so much. This whole thing's a farce.
Would you like to place the question on notice?
I will do so in writing.
Thank you, Senator Cadell. Thank you, officials, for your time today and for your participation in our hearing. I apologise that we have kept you longer than we advised. In terms of your responses to questions on notice, we need them back to us by Monday, the 6th of May, close of business, because we are reporting to the Senate on the 8th of May. That now concludes today's hearings. Thank you to all our witnesses, Hansard Broadcasting and our Secretariat for your assistance. The committee stands adjourned. Senators, we're just going to clear the room as quickly as
my microphone on. I think we heard it best from our Senator Cadell. The whole thing is a farce. She's no stronger words in the whole Senate hearing until that moment. The whole thing is a farce. You could see right through it. Many vapers have been able to see right through this whole shit show. Many of us have been able to see it for many, many years. We've got accusations from possible injections of money from big companies like Johnson & Johnson. We've established that vaping doesn't cause cancer. We've established quite a few things, I think, in the Senate inquiry. I think there's a lot of doubt over the minds of Greens senators as this inevitably goes to the Senate, of course. There'll be a report handed down. Will go to the Senate, and more than likely will favour the bill in its current form. Then they will go to more than likely debate that in the Senate, and then they will vote for it or not in the Senate. Guys, it ain't over yet until the fat lady sings. And mind you, that fat lady is a smoker and she needs to quit and needs to vape. So it ain't over yet. In other words, I implore you, beautiful people, and thank you not only for watching this stream, but as I go out today, more than ever before, I've said it before earlier, we need a consumer body to represent us. Okay? And we're going to make that happen. Please stand by. More importantly, what can you do right here, right now, today, straight away, and I mean as soon as possible? You need to contact every senator. Simply just look up Parliament senators, all their contact details, emails, addresses, etc. are online. Okay? I might even try and put up the link underneath here. I might even make a post about it on Twitter X. We need to contact every senator and implore them, let them know that this is not good enough. That this is a farce. That we have been given a lot of buzzwords and weasel words from the TGA and the Australian Health Department today. That we have genuine people like Craig Jackman who have busted their guts in this industry. They have put it all on the line. They have remortgaged up to the hilt. There have been other great suppliers, genuine, legal vaping suppliers, who put it on the line for years and years, and unfortunately, a lot of them are now gone. Guys, this is the last roll of the dice for a long time, possibly, Because if Labor win the next election, right? God help us if they do. God help us if they do. They win the next election. This shit show, this absolute failure, this farce will be in place for a few more years to come. And nobody wants to see that. That means smoking rates, we know the smoking rates will go up. If legal, reasonable, risk proportionate access is not allowed at a reasonable regulation licensed level. But guys, cannot stress this enough. Cannot stress it enough. We need to put pen to paper. Just tell our stories. Just get it under the noses of every senator. I don't care whether they're Labor, Liberal, Greens, Lambie government, Catters, One Nation. I don't care who they are. I don't care if you sort of think that, oh, it doesn't really matter because we've tried that before. This is the last roll of the dice. We make noise. One person can make a little bit of noise. Many of us make lots. We need to let our senators know that we mean business. We are the vapors of Australia. We are the consumers that matter. We are the ones who can spend an extra day with a loved one because we made the commitment to remain smoke free and we found a pathway of smoking. Yeah, that's how passionate I really am. And we're going to make this happen. We're not going to happen alone. Guys, we're going to pull together. We're going to come together. We're going to unite. And we're going to win this fight. Because we owe it not only to ourselves, but to the 21,000 smokers. 21,000 smokers. That should never. We shouldn't be here in 2024 talking about 21,000 smokers dying every year. That is bloody far. Alright, before I get out of here and finish having my little rant, just have a little breath. I'll see what you guys got to say before I get out of here. David, and I get the sentiment. I get that we might think that we're defeated, but we're not. See, it's all up here. Every battle, everything we do in life doesn't come out here to a real result until we've got it right up here and we say, right, we have got to win this. We don't care how, we're gonna win it. We can say, yeah, hey, we're screwed. We can be defeatist. We can roll over. We can be lazy. But hey, this country didn't get to where it is right now with us sitting on our ass waiting for somebody else to do something. And this is a very important thing. Now, let's face it, this has potential repercussions for God knows what other areas of politics and decisions that are made on Australians' way of life. Let that sink in for a second. So it's important, guys. I cannot repeat this enough. We need to write to our senators. We need to write to our politicians. We need to make noise. We need to let people know that we matter. Email your quit stories through to me so I can put them up on the website so there's a massive collection together. Send that link. Send that link through to the senators so that they can read through those stories and they can see the stories of real people who are afraid to show their faces in fear of vilification because vape haters want to jump on and call us fake. Yes, that's happened. Wish that should never happen. Hop on to peopleslive.com, share your quit story, email it to me, and I'll gladly put it up and send you back a QR code so you can share your story anywhere and everywhere with a friend with a URL and a link. I'm doing my darndest. I'm doing all I can with a short amount of time that I have. All I ask in return is just a little bit of help. We need to improve vaping education because, quite frankly, it's been misinformed, it's been distorted, it's been contorted. It's way out of whack, and we need to get this right. We need to become world leaders because, quite frankly, we are not world leaders right now. Okay, guys. Hudson says, I stand with everyone in solidarity, hoping that this passes through Parliament positively. Yeah, I doubt things will go back to normal, but let's hope it improves as much as it can. Look, this is the thing, guys. With anything like this, we've got to be prepared probably to compromise somewhat. We've got to compromise for our packaging, our boxes, or whatever to be plain Jane, right? We might have to pay an extra 10% or something like that, but we don't compromise on paying exorbitant amounts of tax at the same rates of cigarettes. That is counterproductive. That is counterproductive. But with each battle we win, the next battle we win stronger because we know we've come through it together. Just like 80,000 people, or something like that, that got through that petition through to the last government. They didn't get this ridiculous no personal importation scheme overturned by sitting on their hands. So I'm asking for 80,000, 100,000, a million, right? Dream big, dream big, dream big with me. Dream big, not for you. Dream big for all of us. So we've all got a chance to remain smoke free, and those come after us have got that chance too, hey? Look, it's been an exhausting few days. I really, really appreciate you coming to hang out with little old me. Please, if you want to stay subscribed, great. I'm going to keep on punching out some content. I want your ideas and thoughts, and let's collaborate. Let's unite. Let's get this happening. Put your comments in below the video. Contact me, as I said, via the email address, pipperslive@gmail.com. I know a lot of you already do. Share your stories, personally message me, stuff like that. I know I may not be able to get back to you straight away, but I'll do my very, very best. We want the best ideas that we can implement immediately, cleverly. A lot of people say, but we haven't got this money. We haven't got their money. It's a David and Goliath battle. We're damn straight it is. But we have got our voices. We've got our pens. We've got our papers. We've got our computers. We've got our social media. And we can make an impact together. Tell you what, could you imagine 80,000 people running around doing 10 posts a day, 10 posts a day, spreading their story, the truth of how they are able to remain smoke free with vaping, and other little bits of essential bits of important information. That's what I'm talking about, and making some noise so people just wonder what the hell just hit us. What the hell just hit us? That's what I'm talking about. We can just get a bit of that, just a bit of that. We'll be on our way, okay, guys? We do have the numbers absolutely raw. Thank you again to the mods. Thank you to everyone who really stuck through this with me. Please take my words. Get on the phones to the senators if you prefer a phone call. Get on the emails, whatever you got to do. Let's annoy the shit out of those senators. Let's let them know that we exist and we matter, and we, well, as I say, don't care what party. The whole lot of them, all 76, I think, of them. Before this goes to a vote, let them know that we matter. All right, guys, we do matter. Australia, we're going to do one thing. We're going to improve vaping education. Let's improve vaping education. Let's get on to our senators. Let's share our stories. Let's let Australia know we mean business and we are going to remain smoke free. Till next time, I'm Pippa Star. You are beautiful. Thank you for your company once again. Love you all. Ciao for now.